The Blue Car Mystery by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. Chapter 1. The Moving Shadow. Black, impenetrable darkness, darkness which hung like a pall over the contents of the room. The utter stillness was broken by the musical chimes of a clock. 1, 2. Then again silence reigned. From one of the deep window alcoves a shadow detached itself from the other shadows and crept forward across the room. The man's progress was slow. His feet did not move from the soft, thick carpet as they slid along, and his fingers tingled with the electricity engendered by contact with the heavy nap. His forehead was damp with perspiration. Was that a faint noise behind him? The man became a motionless shadow again. He felt the cords at the back of his neck contract. By sheer force of willpower alone, he held himself rigidly erect. He dared not lose his sense of direction. Guided by the chimes of the clock, he had located the chimney-piece, and what he had come to find lay somewhere before it. Scarcely daring to breathe, he resumed his steady progress forward. God, he had not realized the size of the room. Suddenly, he paused and dropped to his knees. He held that position for fully 10 seconds, listening intently. The almost inaudible ticking of the clock was the only sound to reach his ears. Gathering courage from the stillness, he got on all fours and slid his hands this way and that along the floor. He had advanced a yard or more when his outflung hand touched human flesh. At its cold contact, he drew in his breath sharply with a slight hissing noise, and his muscles arched themselves for flight. Again, mind conquered matter, and after a second's appreciable pause, he pushed forward like some four-footed animal seeking its prey. As he reached to the right, his fingers closed over an extended hand, a soft, slender hand. The blood drained from his heart, his knees crumpled under him, and he lay extended on the floor. He had touched one hand on his left a brief minute before, and now to find this one on his right? God, were there two in the room where there had been but one? Gathering himself together by a supreme effort, the man slid forward a few inches, and this time his groping fingers found what he sought. Clutching the glove in an iron grip, he wormed his way down the room to the shelter of the alcove. The window swung open on oiled hinges, and, as noiselessly as he had come, he regained the garden. He paused at the gate and made certain that the street was empty, then stepped outside. Unhurriedly, he walked up the sidewalk, quelling his insane impulse to run. He had covered a block without realizing it. His eyes half blinded by the lightly falling snow whipped about by the cold wind, when he spied his car in the distance. If he only dared quicken his pace! He was panting when he reached the car, and once inside, he sank back against the upholstered seat to recover his breath. As he leaned down a moment later to locate the transmission lock, he found the key in it. An hysterical chuckle escaped him. In his confused state of mind, he had forgotten to lock the car. It took some seconds to start the engine, and the gear shifts stuck from the cold, but it was with a sense of exultation that he drew on his gloves before releasing the clutch and slowly starting up the street. His way took him up unfrequented streets, inadequately lighted, as are most of the thoroughfares of Washington, the nation's capital. He had just swung into Wyoming Avenue from 19th Street when a loud shout reached him. "Hey, turn on your lights!" "Thanks." The answering cry was involuntary, and the sound of his own voice stilled the thumping of his heart and steadied his nerves. As he turned on the cowl lights, he also switched on the small dash lamp and glanced hastily at the speedometer. Suppose he had been arrested for speeding! He slowed up to cross Connecticut Avenue. Another turn, and he was driving down a narrow alley. He swung the car into his garage with practiced skill and, getting out, closed the two large doors which gave admittance to it. The brick garage, which was large enough to accommodate 2 cars, was also electrically lighted, and the man turned on the switch. Under the glare of the arc light, he inspected himself before an old mirror which was stored in one corner on top of several small trunks. The man brushed some dust off his coat, opened it, and carefully scanned his evening attire. Except that his white tie was awry and his collar wilted, his appearance would pass muster at any entertainment, formal or otherwise. He was well over 6 feet, with shoulders broad in proportion, and was what the darkies termed a presentable person. As the man turned away from the mirror and put up his hand to switch off the swinging electric light, his eyes fell on his car. His car? Yes, surely, but... He stood with arm upraised for fully a minute, his eyes devouring the coupe. His make of car, his type of car, but with a difference. His was a 1924 model, while this was the new model for 1925. The man released the electric light and walked slowly around the car. At the back, he paused, transfixed, then hurried to the front. The car was without license plates, either back or front. The man leaned limply against the wall of the garage, and his numb fingers sought a half-filled flask in his hip pocket. As he drained it, a long-forgotten sentence flashed through his reeling senses. "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." A moment later, the garage was plunged in darkness. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Tragedy. Patrick Sullivan's eyebrows met in a frown at the sight of his wife carrying a breakfast tray down the back stairs. Without a word, he took it from her and led the way into the pantry. "Add cess to it. There's no coffee left," he muttered, examining the pot. "Sure, he's drunk every drop." "And barely touched his breakfast," chimed in his wife, a troubled look on her comely face. "I greatly fear—" "Poof! There's nothing to fear. The young master's as hard as nails," grumbled her excellent spouse. "But the hours he's keeping, not to say the company." He shook his gray head sadly from side to side. "Hark! There's the telephone." And not waiting for any rejoinder, he hurried to the instrument in the hall. After a brief conversation, of which she caught only a word or two, his wife heard his heavy footfall ascending the staircase to the second floor. "Mr. Terry, sir!" Sullivan's fist thumped on the partly closed door of the back bedroom. "There's a young lady wishing to talk with you on the telephone. I've switched her to the library," modifying his tones, which had been raised unduly as the bedroom door swung further inward. "Who is it?" asked Ned Terry, struggling with a refractory collar button. "She said as how you wouldn't remember her, and she'd rather spake to ye herself," replied Sullivan. "'Twas no voice I ever heard before." And he stepped back from the doorway to allow Terry to cross the hall and enter the library. It was a large room, extending across the entire front of the house, and bookshelves lined the walls, except for space allotted to windows and a huge stone chimney. In its furnishings, the library reflected its owner's excellent taste and affection for good literature. Especially in the dull glare of a January day, with the wood fire burning on the hearth, it appeared a most delightful spot in which to loiter and relax. At least such was Terry's thought as he dropped into an armchair next to the telephone cabinet. "Hello?" he called cheerfully through the mouthpiece. "This is Mr. Terry. What is it?" "Mr. Terry! Oh, thank God!" It was unmistakably a woman's cultivated voice speaking, and a very charming one, but there was a note of terror in the softly modulated tones. "I must see you instantly." "Surely," agreed Terry, and the heartiness of his response carried conviction. "Who is speaking, please?" "Harriet Whitney. We have not met for years. I am the niece of Commodore James Whitney. I am telephoning from Uncle Jim's." Her voice faltered. He's dead." "Good heavens!" Terry sat bolt upright. "My dear madam!" "I can't give you details now, but for God's sake, hurry!" I will." The promise was clearly spoken, and the receiver clicked back instantly on its hook, but it was fully 5 minutes before Terry replaced the telephone instrument in its cabinet and rose from his chair. He found Sullivan in his bedroom awaiting his return. Sullivan, who supplemented his duties as caretaker by valeting Terry, found him more silent and distrait than usual as he shed his dressing gown, adjusted his tie, and donned his coat. "And when did you get the elegant new car, Mr. Terry, sir?" he inquired. "I was took aback this morning when I found it in the garage in place of the old one." Terry took his hat and gloves from Sullivan. "I got it in trade last evening," he said laconically, walking toward the staircase. "Tell Mary I'll not be here for luncheon, and, call a taxi." Sullivan's eyes opened. "Sure, and won't you be using the new car?" he asked in surprise. "I ran it round to the front for ye, sir." Terry paused to let Sullivan assist him into his overcoat before answering. "The license tags," he began, but got no further. "They are on," announced Sullivan, and smiled at Terry's surprised stare. "The 1925 ones came by mail late yesterday, and before washing the car, I got them in place. Doesn't it look grand?" And Sullivan pointed with zest to the coupe standing at the curb. He had taken pride in his work, and the belated sunlight sparkled on the highly polished nickel and paint. "Here's the keys, sir. They were in the car." "Much obliged." But before opening the car door, keys in hand, Terry walked slowly around the machine and inspected it with critical eyes. There was not a blemish on it. As he turned to enter the car, he bumped against Sullivan at his elbow. The Irishman met his sharp look with a sheepish grin. "I forgot, sir," he began confusedly, "to wish you a Happy New Year." "Thanks, Sullivan." Terry's quickly extended hand was taken in a warm but moist clasp. "You and Mary must have a holiday. Here, take her to the theater tonight and dinner downtown." He thrust a $10 bill into Sullivan's pocket and, to avoid the latter's fervent thanks, asked as he pressed down the starter, "Do we need alcohol in the radiator?" "No, sir, I added some." Sullivan's eyes sparkled as the engine started instantly. "You've got a good car, sir, nary a doubt of that. I tried her out 3 hours ago, and she just purred along." "You are an enthusiast, Sullivan," replied Terry, smiling. The smile was of the lips only. His eyes were cold and watchful. "Have a good time tonight," and throwing the car in gear, he glided off. It was approaching noon, and the uptown streets were fairly empty of passing vehicles, but as Terry turned into Pennsylvania Avenue, he encountered long lines of passenger cars carrying the citizens of Washington, prominent members of the diplomatic corps, and officials of the government to the White House to attend the New Year's reception, that most democratic of functions held by the President of the United States. The traffic jam was great, and the crowd of idlers watching the endless procession of handsomely gowned and uniformed occupants of cars, as well as the pedestrians who chose that easier method of reaching the White House, added to the congestion. It was fully 20 minutes before Terry drove past the Treasury Department, turned down 15th Street, and so continued his way along historic Pennsylvania Avenue. As he reached the district building, he sought parking space, but even when located, he did not at once leave the car. Terry gained the sidewalk just as the traffic officer, his tour of duty over at the intersection of 14th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, reached the curb, and Terry accosted him. "Is the municipal building open?" he asked as the officer halted at his hail. The officer shook his head. "Holiday," he replied. "All the government offices are closed. That is, unless you are looking for police headquarters." Terry showed his fine white teeth in an expansive smile. "Only the traffic department," he admitted genially, "and that will keep until tomorrow. Happy New Year!" With a friendly wave of his hand, he re-entered his coupe. But before he closed the door, the traffic cop stepped to the side of the car. "Summoned?" he asked, and not waiting for a reply, added, "If so, you go to the police court, 6th and D Streets." "Not summoned this time," replied Terry. He produced his cigarette case and offered it to the officer. I was wondering if it would be hard to trace a car with last year's license tags." The officer laughed as he used the electric cigarette lighter on the dash. "Only people courting trouble are still sporting 1924 tags," he said. "They are faced with immediate arrest." "I thought some leeway was allowed." "Not this year. The police commissioner gave 'em ample time to get the tags before and during the holidays." He shot a keen look at Terry. "Your tag's all right?" "Sure." Terry threw the car in gear, preparatory to starting. "A friend of mine mentioned over the phone that his car had been stolen." "Has he reported the theft?" "To me, yes. I represent his insurance company. The car had its 1924 tag still on it." The traffic cop shook his head. "They will prove no clue," he said. "No thief would dare use them. Now," taking out his notebook, "can you give me the engine number?" "No. My friend is sending all such detailed information to me. He was on his way, immediately after he phoned me, to see Captain Hadley of the traffic squad." "Much obliged for your courtesy, officer," and Terry nodded a cheery farewell as he drove away from the curb. New Jersey Avenue and N Street Southeast presented a comparatively deserted appearance, and Terry's car, moving noiselessly over the snow-covered pavements, did not disturb the Sunday calm which prevailed. Before stopping at his destination, he circled the block, then drove up to the front door of Whitney's Folly, as the colonial mansion set in its terraced gardens was called by denizens of that section of the federal city. The 4-story brick mansion, built shortly before the Revolutionary War by no less a personage than George Washington, had changed hands but once in its long and eventful history. Purchased in the early part of the 19th century by Josiah Whitney, a retired sea captain, from the Washington heirs, it had descended from father to son and finally by inheritance fallen into the hands of Commodore James Whitney, United States Navy, retired, the last of his name, but of a collateral line of famous Whitneys. The Whitneys, one of the old families of the District of Columbia, having been transplanted there from New York immediately following the setting aside by Virginia and Maryland of the 10 acres square of territory to house the federal government, had not moved to more fashionable quarters when the exodus to the northwest set in, carrying with it many of their influential neighbors. Commodore Whitney had at first considered selling the place for building lots, but a brief residence in the old mansion had altered his views, and he had remained where he was. The house had been modernized and, to some extent, remodeled, but care had been taken not to mar its colonial architecture or setting. First, making sure that the coop was securely locked, Terry slowly mounted the terraced steps, graded in 3 groups of 4 each, to the circular portico which gave entrance to the mansion. From behind one of the huge white Corinthian columns which supported the roof of the portico, a small man observed Terry's progress upward, but it was not until the latter was about to cross the stone flagging toward the doorbell that he stepped fully into view and addressed Terry. "It's not necessary to ring," he said civilly. "The door is unlocked. Walk in, sir." Terry favored him with a surprised stare and a slight uplift of his eyebrows. A turn of the knob of the front door proved the stranger spoke truly, and, with a briefly spoken "thanks," Terry stepped inside the mansion into a square hall of large dimensions. Long, heavy portieres obscured the daylight, drawn as they were across 4 wide doorways, one at the back of the hall, which gave access to the dining room, and the others leading to the library, drawing room, and anteroom, respectively. In the dim illumination afforded by the fan light over the broad colonial doorway, Terry made out a wide staircase, its highly polished mahogany rail in dark contrast to the spotlessly white posts of the balustrades, and a tall grandfather clock standing toward the back of the hall in the bend of the staircase. On Terry's right, but midway down the hall, was a leather-covered davenport, and seated upon it a blue-coated policeman. At Terry's entrance the latter arose. "Yes, sir?" he inquired interrogatively as Terry stopped by the hall table and placed his hat upon it. Where is Mose?" Terry slipped out of his fur-lined coat and tossed it in a heap on a hall chair, and, observing no lighting of the policeman's stolid countenance, added with a touch of irritation, "Commodore Whitney's body servant, I mean. Where is he?" "Below stairs." The policeman came closer. "Do you wish to speak with him?" "Yes. Kindly call him for me." Instead of complying, the policeman remained where he was, his eyes resting inquiringly on the unobtrusive stranger who had followed Terry into the mansion and paused at his elbow. He drew the tips of his fingers across his clean-shaven mouth and dropped his hand to his side. The motion was lightning-like in its swiftness, and Terry barely caught it as he partly turned to face the little man. "You can see Miss Whitney," the latter stated, "without having to interview her servant." Terry regarded the little man attentively for a minute before speaking. Slightly under middle size, his suit of gray clothes hanging in misfit fashion on his angular frame, he was in striking contrast to Terry and the latter's well-cut Scottish tweeds. The man's face, thin-lipped, pale, with high cheekbones, presented nothing out of the ordinary, but his dark eyes of peculiar brilliance arrested Terry's attention. Where had he encountered that penetrating gaze before? "May I ask who you are?" Terry bowed courteously as he put the question. "And," with a wave of his hand, "why is this policeman here?" "I am Barlow of the Central Office." The detective turned over the lapel of his coat and displayed his badge. "Miss Whitney will tell you the circumstances necessitating our presence here. She is awaiting you in her uncle's study." Terry's glance strayed toward the staircase, then swept swiftly back to Barlow, and his foot, lifted imperceptibly to take a step, sank back into its original position. "The study?" he questioned. "Where is it?" Barlow's thin lips compressed themselves, then separated into a curious grimace. "The study," the detective explained, "is on the second floor, front. Mr. Terry?" He held Terry's gaze. "Are you familiar with the architectural arrangements of this house?" "Moderately so." Terry slipped his hands in his pockets. "With this floor only, however. Will you notify Miss Whitney that I am here?" His voice, slightly raised, carried in the stillness up the staircase and reached the ears of a young girl standing in the doorway of the study. Before Barlow had time to comply with Terry's request, the sound of light feet running down the uncarpeted stairs caused both men to whirl around. Paying no attention to Barlow, she passed him and stopped in front of the younger man. "Mr. Terry!" she exclaimed, hands outflung. Then, as she saw him more distinctly, her expression altered to one of utter consternation. "Why, you cannot be Mr. Terry!" "Terry, Jr." His smile was very winning. Taking her cold hands in his, he pressed them warmly. "My father is at present enjoying a well-deserved rest in Europe with my mother. I have come to serve you in his stead." "Oh, if you will!" She returned the pressure of his hand with a strength that suggested nerves strung to the breaking point. "Your father was Uncle Jim's lawyer, and I met him once, years ago, so my thoughts turned to him when... She paused to steady her voice. "When I learned Uncle Jim was dead in the library." "And when was that, Miss Whitney?" Barlow, who had edged nearer, put the question with such abruptness that what little color her unexpected meeting with Terry had brought to Harriet's cheeks faded utterly. It was fully a second before she answered. "Mose discovered the body and broke the news to me." "At what hour?" persisted Barlow as she faltered. "About 10 this morning, or a little later." She rested her hand on the back of a chair and stopped to steady her voice once more. I only got here yesterday afternoon and slept late this morning. Mose," she glanced directly at the detective for the first time, "telephoned to my uncle's physician and to police headquarters. Mose knows everything." Barlow chuckled softly. "Not everything. No, Miss Whitney, not everything. For instance, why have you refused to go to your uncle?" Her sharp intake of breath was audible to both men. Terry felt a glow of reluctant admiration at the quickness with which she mastered her emotion. "I could not enter the library alone," she admitted faintly. "Mose was terrified, and his terror communicated itself to me. Now, with you here—" She braced herself, and her eyes, with pupils distended, held Terry's fascinated gaze. "I am not afraid to go." With head slightly twisted to one side, Detective Barlow considered her in a silence which grew protracted. Harriet Whitney had become accustomed to the admiration of men since her debut into New York society 2 years before, but never during her belleship had she been so acutely conscious of such intensity of regard. Her heart beating almost to suffocation, she faced the two men and strove to restrain her inclination to hysterics. The black gown that Harriet was wearing intensified her pallor. Shock and grief had left their imprint in dark circles under the reddened eyelids, but for all that Barlow realized the girl's exceptional beauty. He shifted his gaze to Ned Terry, and a sardonic smile creased his lips at the sight of the young man's rapt expression. "Come," he said, and the single word, snapped out, cut through the tense atmosphere like a whiplash. Pausing for a brief word with the policeman who had taken up his station at the front door, Barlow crossed the hall and drew back the portieres before the wide library door. "Come," he repeated. Hardly conscious of what she did, Harriet placed her hand timidly on Terry's arm, and together they entered the library. Heavy brocaded curtains completely covered the long French window alcoves giving entrance into the old-fashioned gardens, and Barlow, before following the others across the threshold, switched on the electric lights which were located in the hall on the wall at the side of the library door. The library, which ran the depth of the house and was broad in proportion, might also have borne the name of museum. Many valuable art treasures, as well as rare first editions, were crowded within the four walls, but only one object centered the attention of Harriet and her two companions. Before the fireplace lay stretched the body of a man clothed in velvet smoking jacket and dark trousers. Over the jacket and once white shirt ran an ominous red stain. The body, twisted into grotesque shape with outflung hand, gave mute testimony to a spasmodic contortion in dying moments, but the face, handsome in life, had gained an added dignity in the majesty of death. With a cry which startled even the detective, Harriet flung herself on her knees beside her uncle and bowed her head in silent grief. Suddenly, before either man could guess her intention, she bent forward and pressed her lips to his forehead. As she straightened up, a long string of ivory beads worn about her neck caught in the upright handle of a dagger protruding from Whitney's chest. "Let me help you." As Terry's hand came in contact with hers, Harriet glanced up, startled by the icy touch. "One moment," and Barlow in turn bent over. "Don't either of you handle the dagger. It is to be tested for fingerprints." Harriet sank down upon the floor and gazed fearfully up at the detective. "You will find mine on the dagger," she half whispered. "I was obliged to touch it to disentangle my beads without breaking the string." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. I. The moments seemed endless to Harriet Whitney while she waited for some comment from Detective Barlow. Would the little man never cease regarding her with that peculiar gleam in his eye? An involuntary shiver crept down her spine, and she shuddered. "The room is cold. Shall I get you a shawl?" asked Terry solicitously. "Come, Barlow," turning impetuously toward the detective. "Don't detain Miss Whitney here any longer. She has borne enough." Barlow put out his hand and assisted Harriet to her feet. His face was devoid of expression. "The coroner has given me permission to have the body removed to a bedroom," he said, "and the autopsy will be held later this afternoon. By all means, go to your bedroom, Miss Whitney. We shall not need— Hello! What's the disturbance? He broke off to ask as the sound of raised voices reached them from the hallway. Suddenly, the portieres were dragged aside and the policeman's face, red from a heated altercation, appeared in the opening. "There's a lady here, sir." He got no further. With an agility surprising in her size, a woman, rather stout and above medium height, slipped under the policeman's extended arm and ran inside the room. With one sweeping glance about her, she rushed forward. Catching a full view of Commodore Whitney, the blood forsook her cheeks and she reeled backward. But for Terry's supporting arm, she would have fallen. Suddenly, her head fell forward, and hot tears forced themselves through the fingers held tightly clasped over her eyes. Detective Barlow, an interested spectator of the scene, removed his gaze in time to read Harriet Whitney's telltale face. If ever a girl's countenance expressed repugnance, hers did. She caught his eyes, and her expression changed swiftly. Barlow stroked his chin, and his eyes sparkled with quickened interest. "Mrs. Ruggles," Harriet's words rang out clearly, "suppose you retire to your room until you are able to control your emotion." Mary Ruggles's hands fell to her side, and she straightened up as if shot. Brushing aside the tears which still dimmed her eyes, she inspected her companions, letting her gaze finally rest on Harriet. Then it returned to Barlow. "I was told there was a detective from police headquarters here," she said, and her voice sounded remarkably collected for one overcome with grief. "Are you—" "Detective Paul Barlow at your service, madam." Barlow's bow was ironically low, or so Terry considered it, but Mrs. Ruggles was apparently favorably impressed, for her expression altered from its tragic lines as the detective continued, his voice sympathetically low. "You are—" "Mrs. Mary Ruggles," broke in Harriet swiftly, "my uncle's housekeeper." "And his fiancée," completed Mrs. Ruggles softly, and pressed her wet handkerchief to her eyes. The pause lengthened. No comment came from Harriet, standing rigid in her corner by the doorway, and Terry, waiting somewhat behind Mrs. Ruggles, was equally silent. Barlow's hand strayed to a small adjustable reading lamp, and with a quick pressure he bent it upward so that its rays were directly focused on Mrs. Ruggles. If she was conscious of the added illumination, she gave no sign. Lowering the handkerchief, she raised her head and looked straight at the detective. "Commodore Whitney was very lovable, very dear," she exclaimed tremulously. "Have you arrested the murderer?" Barlow shook his head. "We were only notified a little over 2 hours ago." She gave him time to say no more. "And I," with dramatic fervor, "I never learned of it until my arrival just now." She wrung her hands. "Oh, God, why did I leave him yesterday? This would never have happened." "Explain yourself, madam," demanded Barlow. Instead of answering, Mrs. Ruggles sank down in the nearest chair and, resting her elbow on its arm, bowed her head in her hand. Barlow took in, without appearing to do so, her stylishly fitted gown, showing under her thrown-back coat the becoming hat that she was wearing, and her handsome features. She was a well-preserved woman of 50, or so he judged, and there was a certain air of capability about her which commanded attention. When she looked up, her eyes were again swimming in tears. "This has been a great shock," she began confusedly. "Harriet," with a glance at the young girl which brought the hot blood to her white cheeks, "is right. I must go to my room before I lose control of myself." "Just a moment, Mrs. Ruggles." Barlow held up a protesting hand. "Is there any clue you can give us to the identity of the perpetrator of this dastardly crime?" Before answering, Mrs. Ruggles turned and scanned the library. Original Corot paintings hung on the walls with specially arranged lights. Priceless vases rested in odd nooks and corners. Cabinets contained wonderful jade. bookshelves filled with first editions which would have driven a collector wild with envy, genuine antique furniture, all contributed to make a remarkable setting for the prone figure on the floor. "Dastardly is right," commented Mrs. Ruggles, with deep feeling in voice and manner. "Who could have done so wicked a deed?" Her eyes sought Harriet. "You were here last night." Harriet drew a step closer. "I left my uncle in this room about 10 o'clock, she stated, addressing the detective. "He said that he had some letters to write, but that I was not to wait up for him, and so—" her voice shook. Tears were very near the surface. "I kissed him good night, and then retired." "Were you awakened by any noise in the night?" questioned Barlow swiftly. She shook her head. "My sleep was dreamless." She paused. "Mose awoke me this morning." "Where is Anna, the waitress?" broke in Mrs. Ruggles. Harriet shook her head. "I have no idea," she answered. "I have not seen her today." "And the cook?" Mrs. Ruggles had taken the situation out of the detective's hands, apparently, and she shot one question after another in rapid succession. "I presume she is here," replied Harriet. A hint of disdain had crept into her softly modulated tones. "You, however, are in charge of the servants." Mrs. Ruggles' black eyes lit with smoldering resentment. "You dared to disapprove your uncle's matrimonial arrangements!" She almost screamed the words. "I guess as much. Denial is useless." As Harriet opened her lips to speak, she swung toward Terry, of whose presence she had taken no notice until that moment. "Did not Commodore Whitney send for you to draw up a prenuptial agreement?" Terry bowed. "Yes." And content with the single monosyllable, he again lapsed into silence. Mrs. Ruggles rose from her chair. She was an imposing figure in her fur coat, and, in spite of her unusual height, extremely graceful. "Surely, Mr. Barlow," she began in impatient tones, "you cannot be so brutal as to leave Commodore Whitney lying on the floor." "His body will be removed at once to his bedroom," replied Barlow. "The laws where sudden or violent death occur have to be complied with." "I realize that," she broke in, through trembling lips. "You will not let him lie here alone, unguarded." "Certainly not," declared the detective. He looked across at Harriet. "I assure you, Miss Whitney, that all will be done to tenderly care for and safeguard your uncle's remains. I advise both you and Mrs. Ruggles to retire." With murmured thanks, Harriet started for the door, but checked herself at the threshold as Mrs. Ruggles again addressed the detective. "I will see you later, Mr. Barlow," she stated, "when I have had time to collect myself." Ignoring both Harriet and Terry, she swept out of the room and up the staircase. Mrs. Ruggles paused, however, at the second landing and glanced down in time to see Harriet turn to Terry, who had followed her from the library, and clasp his hand warmly. She did not hear Harriet's breathless whisper, which reached only Terry. "Wait, do not go until I have had a chance to see you alone." Barlow's sudden arrival in the doorway checked Terry's intention to detain Harriet. The silent, reassuring pressure of her hand before he released it answered her whispered request. Harriet sought her bedroom, so absorbed in her own thoughts that she failed to observe a man dart behind the screen at the farther end of the hallway leading to the servants' quarters on the second bedroom floor. Detective Barlow gave a few brief orders to the policeman on guard in the hall and then beckoned to Terry to follow him back into the library. The detective led the way across the room and over to a couple of chairs which commanded a full view of the tragic figure on the floor. "Sit down, Mr. Terry," he suggested courteously. "I have been put in charge of this case in the absence of my chief, and I am particularly anxious to, solve the mystery of this poor chap's death." He paused and added with a depth of feeling with which Terry had not before credited him, "This is a case of cold-blooded, premeditated murder of an old man. I don't believe he was given a chance to defend himself." He glanced about him. There is no sign of a struggle having taken place, and Whitney was stabbed through the heart." "It is a tragic affair," agreed Terry. "Commodore Whitney had a very kind heart." He paused. "And a fiery temper." Barlow was watching him unobtrusively as he twiddled with his watch chain. "I am glad that you are here," he said abruptly. "You are the legal representative of the family." Terry held up his hand. "My father is," he explained. "The Commodore consulted me occasionally in his absence." "Just so." Barlow nodded understandingly. "Tell me, was the Commodore ever married?" "Yes. He was a widower with no children. His wife died 15 years ago." "Has he any living relatives except Miss Harriet Whitney?" Terry shook his head. "Not that I know of. That is, no nearer relations than Miss Whitney and her brother." "Oh, so she has a brother? Where is he?" "At Walter Reed Hospital. He was shell-shocked during the war." Terry drew out his cigarette case. "Would it be very, callous to smoke here?" he asked. By way of answer, Barlow produced a box of matches and, accepting one of Terry's proffered cigarettes, proceeded to light it. "Good tobacco," he commented briefly, and, not waiting for a reply, asked, "Was Commodore Whitney wealthy?" "He is reputed to be worth several millions." Terry glanced admiringly about the library. "This room shows that he could indulge his love for art and literature." Barlow looked thoughtfully about. "Singular that a man of such taste should become engaged to a woman of Mrs. Ruggles' type," he remarked casually. Terry's cigarette was not drawing well, and he spent a second or two relighting it. "Mrs. Ruggles is quite attractive when you get to know her," he said finally. "That is, she appeals to some men." "Was her engagement to the Commodore of long standing?" questioned Barlow. Terry turned his cigarette around several times and then removed it and contemplated the thin spiral of smoke attentively for a second. "I can't answer that question because I don't know," he said. "The Commodore sent for me 10 days ago and told me to draw up a prenuptial agreement, giving me a rough draft. I brought the document in duplicate and left it with him for his signature." "Just one question more." Barlow paused to glance at his watch. "Was Mrs. Ruggles to benefit substantially by this agreement?" Terry sat back in his chair. "I'm not sure that I should answer that question, or that you have the right to ask it." "Listen to me, Mr. Terry." In his earnestness, Barlow sat forward on the edge of his chair. "I must solve this case. My professional reputation depends on it, and—" he shot a keen glance at his companion. "I want your aid." Terry was not looking at him. Instead, his eyes rested on the dead man, and his expression was inscrutable. It was some moments before he spoke. "I will gladly be of service," he announced, and Barlow sat back, well pleased. "Frankly, Mrs. Ruggles was to benefit under the prenuptial agreement to a very handsome extent." "So!" Barlow laid his half-smoked cigarette on an ashtray on a nearby stand and rose. "Are you familiar with the history of many of these curios?" waving his hand comprehensively around the large room. Terry shook his head. "The Commodore at odd times has told me a bit about some of them," he replied. "I haven't been here so very much." "Come over here." Barlow rose and walked swiftly to the dead man's side and knelt down. "Take a look at that dagger. Did it belong to the Commodore?" Terry dropped down beside the detective and seemed to tower above him even when on his knees. There was a perceptible pause before he bent close enough to get a good look at the dagger standing upright in the dead man's chest, and the detective was equally aware of it and of his labored breathing. The bronze hilt of the dagger was small, measuring only 5 inches in height. The carving on it represented a skeleton, partly draped by a mantle, and a tiny skull grinned from the small straight guard at the base of the hilt. The reverse of the dagger hilt bore a carved female figure. "One side represents life, the other death. Barlow's voice sounded far away. Terry came to himself with a start. His eyes strayed from the dagger to the dead man's left hand. Even as he looked, the fingers relaxed and the hand opened. A horrified gasp escaped Terry, and he felt his skin crawl. Rigor mortis hasn't yet set in. Barlow's voice cracked with excitement. The muscles! He stopped, his eyes half bulging from his head. Look, there's a tiny piece of paper. He whipped out a pair of slender tweezers and picked up the paper in the palm of the dead man's hand. Carrying it to one of the lights, he and Terry bent over it. One side of the torn fragment of paper was entirely bare. The other side bore the single capital letter I. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Patient at Walter Reed Hospital. Back and forth paced the restless footsteps, back and forth with maddening regularity. From behind the crack of her bedroom door, purposely left ajar, Harriet Whitney watched Paul Barlow as he moved up and down the hallway. Would the detective never tire, never sit down? From where she stood, she could glimpse the entrance to her uncle's suite of rooms, consisting of study, bath, and bedroom. Half an hour before, she had seen the undertaker's assistants carry all that was mortal of Commodore Whitney up the stairs and to his bedroom. The sight of the stretcher with its covered burden had sent Mrs. Ruggles, who had entered the hall at that instant, back to her room on the verge of violent hysterics. Harriet had carried restoratives to her and instructed the maid in the use of smelling salts, and then left the housekeeper to Anna's sympathetic ministrations. Harriet turned away from the door and walked over to the window. It commanded a fine view of the Capitol and the snow-covered housetops. The snowstorm, which had started on New Year's Eve, then ceased for a few hours, only to commence in the early hours of the morning with greater intensity, finally to cease around 10 o'clock, had covered the city streets to an unusual depth. There was never very much traffic in their neighborhood, and Harriet found no diversion from her sad thoughts as she gazed at the dome of the Capitol. Its classic beauty was entirely lost upon her. She had been in Washington less than 24 hours. It seemed an eternity. From her bead bag, Harriet took a letter and conned its contents slowly. It was not often that her mother wrote so voluminous an epistle. One paragraph alone stood out with startling distinctness. Evidently, her mother had been determined that in this instance her stylish penmanship should be entirely legible. She read, "Your father's note at the bank for $20,000 will be due on January 7th. It must be substantially curtailed or the bank will not renew. I depend on you to solicit aid from Brother James and to check his ridiculous infatuation for the housekeeper. You know our circumstances." The letter dropped in Harriet's lap, and she rested her head against the chair back. A few scalding tears forced their way under her closed lids. She knew well their circumstances, and her father's gallant efforts to pay back to his creditors every penny which had gone in the business crash following the cancellation of government contracts at the close of the World War. She had arrived in Washington with high hope. Her Uncle James, who had utterly condemned his brother for what he termed lack of business sagacity and declined to come to his financial assistance to any great extent, had written and invited her to spend a month with him. It was the first time in over 2 years that such an invitation had been extended to any member of her immediate family. Harriet's welcome had been extremely cordial. Never had she remembered finding her uncle more affectionate in manner or more apparently glad to see her. She had put on her prettiest gown for him at dinner, and the meal had passed in merry jest and laughter. Then had come their interview later in the evening. Harriet caught her breath, and one hand crept up to her heart. The letter, torn into infinitesimal shreds, decorated the scrap basket a few minutes later, and Harriet, after bathing her hot eyelids in cold water, stopped at her dressing table. It took her a careful 10 minutes to remedy the ravages of tears with rouge pot and lipstick. It was not often that she resorted to cosmetics, for nature had endowed her with a brilliant color and a skin admired for its purity. Finally satisfied with the results as shown by her mirror, Harriet put on her hat and coat. She found the hall deserted, and, pausing only for one timid glance at the closed door of her uncle's bedroom, she ran down the square staircase. The policeman was still standing by the front door. He turned and watched her approach with an appreciative eye. In fact, it would have been a stoic indeed who would not have admired the pretty picture Harriet made in her becoming fur toque, which matched her coat, the gift of a devoted school friend. "Have you seen Mr. Terry, officer?" she asked, with a courteous nod as he touched his cap. "Sure, he's beyond in the library, miss." Then, with an Irishman's quick wit guessing the cause of her hesitation, "And would ye be wanting me to call him for ye?" "If you would be so kind," and Harriet's charming smile was sufficient reward. As the policeman crossed the broad hall and stuck his head inside the drawn portieres before the library door, Harriet's ungloved hand slipped inside the unlocked letterbox attached to the front door. The next instant, a small key, reposing at the bottom of the box, was safely thrust under the elastic band of the inner sleeve of her fur coat. "No mail is delivered on New Year's," announced Paul Barlow's voice just behind her. Harriet's hands closed spasmodically. Was the little man omnipresent? She had neither seen nor heard his approach. "How you startled me!" she exclaimed. "I imagined, that is, I thought—" in some confusion as she met his penetrating gaze, "you were in my uncle's bedroom." "Yes, so I was, for a time." His glance held hers for a second, then shifted to Terry as the latter joined them. "Take Miss Whitney out, Mr. Terry. The fresh air will do her good. There is nothing either of you can do here just now," observing Terry's hesitancy and interpreting it rightly. Before following Harriet outside the front door, held open by the attentive policeman, Terry took out his visiting card and wrote a few penciled lines on it. "Here is my address and telephone number, Barlow," he said, handing the card to the detective. "You can reach me there if I'm wanted." And not waiting for an answer, he hurried down the front steps after Harriet. "Would you rather walk, Miss Whitney?" he inquired as they reached the sidewalk. "To the nearest telephone station, yes," she answered. "I neglected to order a taxi." "My car is here," broke in Terry. "Let me drive you where you wish to go." He walked over to the curbstone and inserted the key in the lock of the door, but Harriet paused as she was about to enter the coupe. "Are you sure you don't mind?" she asked, looking appealingly at him. "I want to go out to Walter Reed Hospital, and I know it must be a long drive from here." "I'll be delighted to take you there." Terry spoke with unwonted enthusiasm as he sprang inside and closed the door. The motor justified Sullivan's admiring praise of it earlier in the morning and started at once. Harriet sat back on the cushioned seat with a feeling of thankfulness. At last she could relax and close her eyes, for a few minutes at least, while Terry drove the car slowly along the snow-covered streets. He drove with care, and especially so when reaching the busier streets and cross-town traffic, which had grown heavy. "I have no chains," he called over his shoulder. "However, the balloon tires will prevent our skidding." She made no reply, and he relapsed into silence for the remainder of the drive. Their course took them out 16th Street, and Harriet, who had been a frequent visitor to Washington in her early girlhood and had spent several years in a fashionable finishing school in the suburbs, marveled at the growth of the city. They had passed the reservoir and were almost at the entrance to Walter Reed General Hospital before Harriet roused herself. The warmth of the car, heated as it was, the ease with which it rode, and the silence all conduced to quiet her nerves. She had not realized, until she caught herself nodding, how exhausted she was. To think of falling asleep in a strange man's car! Harriet's cheeks flamed. Terry happened to glance up into the vision mirror and caught her eye. "Feeling better?" he asked sympathetically. "That's good," as she nodded vigorously. "I'm afraid you've been through a lot." "Please don't." She laid an impulsive hand on his shoulder as the car turned through the gates and into the avenue leading to the hospital buildings. You have been wonderfully good to let me just rest and pull myself together. I'll be more companionable after a while," lamely. He did not answer at once. Driving the car with diminished speed around the winding avenue, he passed the low wooden structures which an economical Congress still permits to stand in place of fireproof brick wards to house the veterans of the World War and the ill and injured of the rank and file of the United States Army. Terry stopped the car close to the entrance of the main wooden runway which connects the buildings on both sides of the avenue and turned to his companion. "You have not said so, but I presume you came out to see your brother," he began, and would have added more, but she interrupted him. "John!" she exclaimed. "How stupid of me! Of course you two know each other." "We were in the same regiment overseas." Terry locked the transmission and then the door while she waited for him. "He is quartered in the psychopathic ward, I believe," and, suiting his long step to hers, he accompanied her through the arched runway and down one pavilion to another. In the wards, wan faces lighted at the sound of their approach, then sobered when the men found the visitors were strangers. There was a lump in Harriet's throat and a mist before her eyes as she traversed the labyrinth of runways leading to apparently endless wards of snowy beds. She had heard much of the patients there, of the Army aviator who had lain in a bed of pain with a broken back for 5 years, and of his faithful dog permitted to keep him company. Of the legless, armless heroes who had served their country and were occupants of the great Army hospital. Harriet smiled through her tears at sight of the earphones clamped over the ears of first one patient and then another. The radio was carrying its message of forgetfulness and amusement to hundreds of patients. Terry's hand on her arm checked her as she was about to pass down another ward. "Your brother is in that room over there," he said. "I'll wait for you at the car. Don't hurry." "Won't you come in and see John?" "Not now." He smiled down at her as he stood bareheaded. "Patients are not always permitted to see more than one visitor at a time. Here is the charge nurse," and Terry beat a rapid retreat before she could stop him. The nurse was just going off duty, but she paused at Harriet's low-voiced question. "Captain Whitney, did you say?" she asked, and as Harriet explained her errand, "Of course you can see your brother." Then, as Harriet asked a further question, her expression changed slightly. "He is better, Miss Whitney, but today we are keeping him in bed as he is running a slight temperature." She opened the door of the room as she spoke, and Harriet slipped inside the small bedroom, which was barely large enough to accommodate the single hospital bed, tall chiffonier, and chair. Her brother had written once that it was the, quote, "kind of room where you have to go outside to turn around," end quote. Whitney lay with his eyes closed, and from his regular breathing, Harriet judged him to be asleep. A year had passed since last she had seen him, and except that he had grown thinner and the lines of pain were intensified, he looked about the same. "John!" Though she barely whispered his name, he awoke with a start and gazed at her in bewilderment. "Harriet! It's really you!" Her brother's voice shook. The next second she was in his arms, and they were exchanging incoherent endearments. "Harriet, you are prettier than ever," with boyish pride. "How'd Uncle James come to bring you out here so early?" Harriet sat down on the bed and stroked his cheek with loving fingers. "I have bad news, dear," she said softly. "Uncle James died early this morning." "You don't say!" John Whitney sat upright. "Good Lord! The poor old Commodore!" "He wasn't so old," retorted Harriet. "Not more than 60. You remember he was retired for disability incident to the service and not for age." "True." Whitney sat back in bed. He was breathing rather heavily. "Say, sister, did you know he was thinking of getting married?" "Yes." Harriet glanced outside the one small window the room boasted, then back at her brother. "Did Uncle Jim tell you?" Whitney shook his head. "No, Mrs. Ruggles did." "What? Do you know her?" in accents of deep surprise. "That woman!" "Sure, she's been here lots of times, bringing me cake and candy that Uncle James sent out." Whitney sneezed violently and spent some seconds searching for a handkerchief which Harriet finally located under his pillow. "Mrs. Ruggles is impossible," declared Harriet, her eyes flashing at a sudden recollection. So, oh, well, downright vulgar." "Come, sister, she's a good looker." "In a common way." Harriet was not appeased. "You must admit, John, that such a marriage would have been not only unsuitable, but just plain horrible." Whitney plucked at the bedclothes before answering. "I guess you are right," he admitted. "How's Mother and Dad?" His voice changed, and Harriet gave his hand a tighter squeeze. She knew that John idolized his father. "Dad's doing ever so much better," Harriet lied glibly. "He plans to run down and see you as soon as he returns from his western trip." Whitney's dark eyes lit up, and his whole expression brightened. "I'll sure be glad to see him," he admitted huskily. "Say, sister, who gets Uncle Jim's money?" Harriet drew back. "I don't know, dear. He probably left a will." She paused as a sudden thought occurred to her. "Oh, I wonder if Mr. Terry has it." Whitney looked up at her under furrowing brows. "Do you know Ned Terry?" he asked, and she wondered at the sudden sharp intonation in the abruptly put question. "I met him this afternoon," she explained, "and he very kindly brought me out here. Oh, good gracious, I am keeping him waiting." She drew on her coat, which she had thrown off upon first entering. "John, when can I see you again?" "Whenever you can run out," he responded, kissing her warmly. "But remember, no visitors are allowed after 9 p.m. Say, what did Uncle Jim die of?" Harriet paused. It was the question she dreaded. He was stabbed through the heart," she stammered. Whitney rose on his elbow, and his mouth dropped open. It was some seconds before he regained his voice. "Good God! Harriet!" he gasped. "Who killed him?" "The police haven't found out." Harriet bent down and kissed her brother again. "How feverish you are, dear!" and she stroked his cheek softly. "Just a cold," he answered gruffly. "This beastly weather. Hot one day, cold the next. Sister, come as often as you can." "I certainly will." She gave him a reassuring hug. "They will be putting me out next. Goodbye, dearest," and she was gone. Harriet lost her way in the various runways, and but for a white-coated hospital orderly would have been much longer in reaching her destination. Terry was smoking a cigarette in the coupe and did not notice her approach until the orderly had the door open. "I'll sit here, if I may," suggested Harriet, pulling up the folding seat on the right of the driver. "It will be so much easier to talk sitting here by your side." Terry drove the car around the circle in front of the administration building and so on out of the hospital grounds before addressing her. "How is your brother, Miss Whitney?" he asked as she kept silent. "He seems to have taken a slight cold," she replied, "and except that he is thinner, I think he is looking remarkably well." "I am delighted to hear it." Terry swung into 16th Street and slowed up. "There's a new driveway into Rock Creek Park just opened up. Have you time to drive through the park? The snow is not too deep for that." Harriet considered for a second. "I'd love to go," she admitted. "The fresh air is wonderful after Uncle's gloomy house." Terry waited to hear no more, but turned into the driveway which led downward rather precipitously with many turns, and his entire attention was required to drive the car. The natural beauty of the park was enhanced by the freshly fallen snow which had transformed the trees and shrubs into marvelous shapes of glittering white beauty. From admiring the out-of-doors, Harriet soon changed her attention to the coupe and its appointments. "You must be very proud of this car," she said, breaking the rather lengthy silence. Isn't it new?" "Yes." Terry cleared his throat. "Got it last night." "And you bring it out in this weather?" Harriet laughed for the first time. "Mercy, I would wrap it up in cotton batting and nurse every spot on it. It certainly is a shame that the dash got all scratched up." Her eyes had fallen on the metal dash in front of her. "See?" Terry looked where she pointed. "Too bad," he said. "I hadn't noticed it before. The workman must have let his tool slip when he was putting in the cigarette lighter." Harriet laughed again. "He certainly had a careless hand. But see, it isn't just a lot of irregular scratches. They form 3 squares." Terry slowed up and bent down. Harriet was right. The scratches on the instrument board, cut quite deep, were not joined or straggly, but formed 3 small perfect squares, with a faint dot in each. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Detective Barlow Grows Inquisitive. The curtains parted, then fell into place as Mrs. Ruggles stepped back into her bedroom. From her vantage point in the window, she had watched Harriet Whitney and Ned Terry enter the blue coupe. She had been entirely too far away to read their expressions, but she noted Terry's graceful gestures and Harriet's ready acceptance of his aid as she entered the car, and her steel blue eyes hardened. She remained where she was until the coupe had turned a corner and vanished from view. The room, large and rectangular in shape, was furnished as bedroom and office combined, and Mrs. Ruggles used it in both capacities, although Commodore Ruggles had tried to induce her to accept a suite of rooms on the 3rd floor where she would have had much more space to herself. The room, over an L extension, had 2 entrances, one from the main hallway and the other directly from a landing on the back stairs. This, as Mrs. Ruggles pointed out, made her work as housekeeper easier, as it gave her direct communication with the servants, and, with her records in a large mahogany desk and several filing cabinets, enabled her to have all household details immediately at hand. She had ruled the servants with a rod of iron, supported absolutely in her autocratic sway by Commodore Whitney, who believed in what he termed, quote, quarter-deck discipline, end quote. Mrs. Ruggles had not deemed it necessary to inform him that by paying exorbitant wages only were the servants induced to stay in his employ, with but one exception. That exception was his body servant and houseman, Mose. Mrs. Ruggles continued to stand in the center of the room in profound thought for nearly 5 minutes. She was roused from her meditations by a timid knock on the door at the farther end of the room, followed immediately by the appearance of Anna. The maid showed her agitation by the frightened roll of her black eyes and her grayish complexion. She was generally ebony in color. "Law, Miss Ruggles, ma'am," she began, "how come yo' is up?" With a glance at the couch and the tumbled pillow and eiderdown quilt, which she had thrown over Mrs. Ruggles 3/4 of an hour before. "Didn't Miss Harriet say you all was to lie quiet?" All her ladies, whether married or single, were Miss to Anna. "It was torture to me to keep still," admitted Mrs. Ruggles sadly. "Oh, Anna, I cannot realize my bereavement." She raised her damp handkerchief to her eyes and sobbed aloud. Anna's eyes gathered a sympathetic moisture, and she felt for the corner of her starched apron. "The Commodore was a good man, Anna, and a generous master," went on Mrs. Ruggles a moment later. "His courtesy, his tenderness, his very presence, oh, it is unbelievable." Her voice broke. "I can see him coming through that door now." Anna threw a horrified look over her shoulder and was thankful to view only the panels of the closed door. Mrs. Ruggles had spoken with dramatic realism. There, Miss Ruggles," she exclaimed soothingly. "Yo' just set in that tufted chair, and I'll bring yo' some tea." "Tea? Oh, no." "Yes'm, tea," with a touch of stubbornness. "We all got ter eat, even though poor marster's daid." She shuddered and added in a half-whisper, "'Twouldn't have been so bad if he'd gone off in bed." But in the library, in the dead of night. Anna's voice rose. I don't know how I's ever going to clean that library again. No, Miss Ruggles, I expect it's gwine stay dirty. Mose will attend to the library, Mrs. Ruggles spoke with decision, and Anna brightened. She was conscientious, as darkies go, extremely religious, and a firm believer in the supernatural. Is Parthenia in the kitchen? Yes'm. Anna sidled toward the rear door. Parthenia done asked me to inquire about dinner. Does yo want her to prepare it? Most certainly. Mrs. Ruggles' austere tone caused the maid to blink her eyes rapidly. The household affairs are to go on as usual, Anna, and my orders are to be carried out, with marked emphasis. You will serve dinner in the dining room at the customary hour. Yes'm. Anna's repetition of the words were spoken more rapidly than formerly. Does yo calculate Miss Harriet and yo son will be here to dinner? You can set places for them. Mrs. Ruggles sat down in the tufted chair and leaned back wearily. What was Mr. Rudolph's exact message? He done say to give you his love, and he'd be over directly. Anna paused. I done told the policeman at the door to let him come right up here that you was 'specting your son. Thank you, Anna. Her tones softened, and Anna, highly pleased, showed her white teeth in an expansive, if timid, smile. She stood in awe of Mrs. Ruggles, in spite of her 3 months in Commodore Whitney's employ. I believe I would like some coffee, so bring that up instead of tea, Anna. Also a cup for Mr. Rudolph. He may be here by the time you return with the coffee and sandwiches. Toast, supplemented Anna, rather alarmed by the development of her plan for preparing just a cup of tea. Parthenia makes awfully good cinnamon toast, and I specs Mr. Rudy am mighty fond of it. Very well, bring that, and Mrs. Ruggles closed her eyes to end both the argument and the interview. The hint was not lost on Anna. Without wasting words, she was off to the kitchen and the irritable companionship of a frightened Parthenia, the black cook. After the maid's departure, Mrs. Ruggles remained where she was for fully 10 minutes. Then, rising, she went over to her desk and, manipulating a concealed spring with deft fingers, she took, from the opening revealed, several papers and a small trinket. Closing the secret compartment, she slipped the papers into a pocket in the silk lining of her quilted negligee and resumed her seat just as Anna reappeared. Placing a small table by her side, Anna arranged the tray with its tempting hot coffee and toast within easy reach. She did not at once leave the room, but instead busied herself in tidying the couch on which Mrs. Ruggles had lain down for a brief time. The housekeeper watched her movements as she sipped her coffee, which, hot and strong, acted as a powerful stimulant and steadied her nerves. Your suggestion was a wise one, Anna, she said graciously, as the maid paused at the other side of the small table. Tell Parthenia the coffee is delicious. Yes'm. Anna straightened her cap, which had been disarranged by her vigorous shaking of the eiderdown quilt before she folded it and placed it again on the foot of the couch. Mose done gone out, she announced, dropping her arms to her side. He certainly is one trifling man. Mrs. Ruggles frowned. When he returns, send him to me, she directed. Hark, Anna, is that someone at the door? The maid darted across the room and opened the door leading into the main hallway and peered outside with some trepidation. Her nerves were still on edge. The sound of voices came from the lower hall. As the words became audible with the approach of the speakers, Anna caught what was said and shrank back. She was entirely out of sight when the coroner, Dr. Penfield, and his assistant, followed by Detective Barlow, reached the second floor and went immediately into Commodore Whitney's study and closed the door. Anna emerged from her post among the brooms in the maid's closet in time to encounter the man she had been expecting as he mounted the staircase. "Mr. Rudy, sir," she exclaimed softly, "your ma's in her room a-waiting for yo." And Anna beat a quick retreat to the regions below. Mrs. Ruggles turned as the door of her bedroom opened, and her face lightened with relief. Rudolph, my dear boy, thank heaven you have come." And springing up, she embraced her son with unwonted tenderness. "Let me help you with your overcoat." "Nonsense, mater, don't trouble," and young Ruggles gently pushed her back in her seat. It took but an instant to divest himself of his overcoat, which he laid neatly on the couch and then drew up a chair by his mother's side. "The news of the Commodore's death bowled me over. It's ghastly, mater." "There, I didn't mean to make you cry." "I can't help myself," gasped his mother. "Oh, Rudy, it's something dreadful." Mrs. Ruggles seldom used the old childish nickname, but preferred always the more stately Rudolph. His name was one of the minor tribulations of young Ruggles' life, his greatest tragedy being that he was a hunchback. Ruggles leaned over and stroked his mother's hand. "Tell me all about it," he begged sympathetically. "That is, if you feel equal to it." It was some moments before she could control her voice sufficiently to reply. "My note gave you the few details that I know," she explained. "Mose found the Commodore this morning lying in the library, stabbed to death. Oh, why was I not here last night? It might never have happened," and she wrung her hands in impotent grief. "Beg pardon." The words came from the direction of the door, and Mrs. Ruggles twisted about in her chair with a violent start. Paul Barlow was regarding her apologetically on the threshold, one hand still on the knob of the door. "I knocked and understood you to say, 'Come in.'" "Pray do so." Mrs. Ruggles' voice and manner expressed cordiality itself. "My son, Detective Barlow." Then, as the two men shook hands, she added, "Draw up a chair, Mr. Barlow. Did Anna give you my message?" "Yes." As Barlow shut the bedroom door, he took quiet note of the brass night-latch chain attached to the inside of the door jamb. Without comment, he accepted the chair young Ruggles placed for him and waited until the hunchback had resumed his seat before addressing Mrs. Ruggles. "The maid told the policeman, O'Rourke, that you wished to see me before I left the house, and so—" An expressive gesture completed the sentence. "I am delighted you are here," declared Mrs. Ruggles with emphasis. "Suspense is unendurable," she faltered. "Please tell me the result of the autopsy." Barlow crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. "The coroner and Dr. Conrad found that Commodore Whitney was stabbed through the heart," he stated slowly. "From the nature of the wound, death must have been instantaneous." Mrs. Ruggles covered her eyes with her hands. "Frightful," she stammered. "Frightful." There was silence for a minute, and Barlow transferred his gaze from Mrs. Ruggles to her son. The detective judged him to be between 23 and 25 years of age. His light hair, worn in the fashion of the hour, presented a tendency to curl at the edges, a tendency checked elsewhere by plentiful applications of slickum. His eyes, set wide apart under a broad brow, were very like his mother's, only a shade deeper blue, and the budding mustache adorned, but did not cover, a large and humorous mouth. It was a face which Barlow found worth studying. Ruggles dressed with fastidious taste, and his misshapen back was less noticeable owing to the careful measurements of an expert tailor. "Mrs. Ruggles." She started at the detective's sudden pronouncement of her name. "How long have you been an inmate of Commodore Whitney's household?" She paused to consider. "A year and a day," she replied. "To be exact, I came here on December 31st, 1923, when Commodore Whitney was still in Europe." "In Europe?" Barlow looked at her with lively interest. "Then how—" "Did he come to engage me as his housekeeper?" she asked. "The Commodore had decided to open his Washington home, and he learned of me from a mutual friend and offered me the position. I came to Washington, took over the house from Mr. Edward Terry, Sr., who had charge of all Commodore Whitney's financial and legal affairs, and awaited the Commodore's return." "And when did he reach here?" asked Barlow, as she paused. "Last October," briefly. Then she added, On the eve of sailing the first week of January a year ago, the Commodore was taken ill while in Paris with a serious attack of inflammatory rheumatism. As he grew better, the physicians advised him to take a treatment at Carlsbad, which he did and postponed his return until the following fall. Then you lived here in the house fully 9 months before the Commodore arrived? Questioned Barlow. He had taken out a small memorandum pad and was jotting down some notes. Yes, about that length of time. Mrs. Ruggles twisted her handkerchief in and out of her fingers. It was a nervous habit she had. Barlow eyed her speculatively. Were you not afraid to stay alone in this large house? He inquired. Oh, I was not alone, explained Mrs. Ruggles. I had the servants, and Commodore Whitney very considerately permitted me to have my son, Rudolph, with me. Ah, then you reside in this house? Barlow addressed young Ruggles directly for the first time after shaking hands with him. Not now, responded the younger man. I went back to Mother's apartment when the Commodore returned. The detective considered mother and son attentively before asking another question. I understood you to say in the library, Mrs. Ruggles, that you and Commodore Whitney were to be married? And so we were, she broke in excitedly. We became engaged a month ago, and the date set for our wedding was January 8th, a week from today. Mrs. Ruggles picked up her bottle of smelling salts, which Anna had thoughtfully placed close at hand, and sniffed it. We were so happy. She stopped, unable to go on. Then the Commodore was entirely happy, began Barlow, but got no further. Mrs. Ruggles regarded him with flushed cheeks and hostile eyes. Of course he was happy. Who has dared to tell you otherwise? She demanded breathlessly. No one, explained Barlow. You must remember, Mrs. Ruggles, that where there is apparent crime, the police have to consider the possibility of suicide. His smile was conciliatory, but Mrs. Ruggles was blind to it. Suicide, she stammered. The thought is shocking. But not more so than murder, broke in young Ruggles. I assure you, Mr. Barlow, that Commodore Whitney was most lovable and generous to a fault. I cannot conceive a man of his temperament and nature having an enemy in the world. And yet he had, or he would be alive today, commented Barlow dryly. Where were you last night, Mrs. Ruggles? In Baltimore, promptly. I had gone over to do some shopping. The Commodore wanted to match some Kirk silver, and I took over a sample and spent the night with my sister. Commodore Whitney drove me to the train. He was in high spirits and, with a withering look at the detective, very happy. Barlow rubbed his chin reflectively. High spirits, he muttered. Then, in a louder key, why didn't he accompany you to Baltimore? Because his niece Harriet was expected from New York on the 4 o'clock train, explained Mrs. Ruggles. Frankly, I chose yesterday for my trip so as to give uncle and niece an opportunity to be together. They had not met in a number of years. Why was that? Demanded Barlow sharply. Mrs. Ruggles shrugged her shapely shoulders. Commodore Whitney and his brother have been estranged ever since the close of the war. I do not know all the details, but understand the break occurred over financial matters. The Commodore wished his niece to be here for the wedding. Ah, then he notified his brother of your engagement? I presume so, coldly. Probably at the time he wrote to my son. Barlow turned to young Ruggles. How was it that he did not tell you in person? He asked, and a sharp look accompanied the question. I was in Richmond, where I had gone to do some work for my office, the latter responded. I was detained and spent part of the holidays there. Ruggles drew out a small package of papers and ran through them. Here is the Commodore's letter. Barlow took it from him, and after reading the address, in a bold, distinctive handwriting, Rudolph Ruggles, Esquire, the Jefferson, Richmond, Virginia, pulled out the note and scanned its contents. Dear Rudy, your mother has honored me by promising to become my wife, and I am therefore the happiest of men. I have persuaded her to set the wedding for January 8th. At our age, there is no object in waiting. Come back as soon as you have completed your work for the Terrys, and remember that you are to dine with us on New Year's. My niece and nephew, Harriet and John Whitney, will be here to complete the family party. Now, dear lad, may I soon sign myself your attached father, James Whitney. The detective returned the note to Ruggles. What does he mean by your work for the Terrys? He asked. I am studying law in Mr. Terry Sr.'s office, replied Ruggles. His son sent me to Richmond to secure affidavits in a lawsuit, and I returned on the 27th. A loud knock on the hall door, repeated with some insistence, was immediately followed by Anna's entrance. "'Scuse me, Miss Ruggles," she began confusedly. "De gemman down by de door done ax to see Mr. Detective Barlow to onst." And having delivered her message in breathless haste, Anna disappeared as abruptly as she came. Barlow rose and bowed formally to Mrs. Ruggles. "You have been very patient and helpful," he said. "I will try and not bother you in the future." Mrs. Ruggles rose also. "Come to me at any time if I can be of assistance," she begged. "Commodore Whitney was very dear to me, and I will leave no stone unturned to assist justice." She threw out her hands passionately, no matter who the criminal should be. Barlow bowed low. "Rest assured, madam, the police are doing everything within their power to solve the problem of the Commodore's death." He paused and added with more vehemence, "The criminal will be apprehended within a very short time, if I have good fortune." The hunchback looked up. "As you go out, you had better touch me for luck," he suggested mildly. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. A Hooded Face. Harriet looked at the maid in shocked surprise. "Dress for dinner tonight?" she exclaimed. "And Uncle Jim lying dead in his room? Are you crazy, Anna?" The colored girl shook her head violently. "'Deed I ain't," she retorted with equal vigor. "The last lady I lived with, she always said, 'Anna, her own self-respect makes a woman dress her best, even when she's alone. And I knows, Miss Harriet, ma'am, that yo's got plenty of respect for yourself and your family. And I dress well tonight, if you'll excuse me saying it.'" Harriet continued to regard the maid in puzzled wonderment as that worthy, apparently taking her consent for granted, laid a black evening dress on the bed. There was something in Anna's manner which she could not quite fathom. Upon her return from her trip to Walter Reed Hospital with Ned Terry, she had planned to have dinner in her room, or else go without it entirely. But Anna, arriving 10 minutes earlier, had wheedled her into promising to go downstairs and dine at the regular hour of 7 o'clock, of which it still lacked 20 minutes. Harriet put her hand to her aching forehead. She was utterly weary, and, racked into nervous tension by all that she had undergone, she felt that she could stand no more. She opened her lips to speak, but Anna's pleading expression checked her refusal. After all, the line of least resistance was the easiest to maintain in her frame of mind, and dinner would not last forever. "I will wear the dress," she said, and Anna's expansive smile showed every tooth in her head. She waited while Harriet arranged her hair and then assisted her to dress. 10 minutes later, the maid departed, well satisfied with the result of her handiwork. Left to herself, Harriet paused for a last look in the mirror. She was half ashamed to gaze at her own reflection, but conquering her aversion, did so and drew a long sigh of relief. The low-cut evening dress, after all, was a very simple one, and its somber tone, unrelieved by any color, would not give, even to the most hypercritical, the impression that she had shown a lack of respect for her uncle's memory by wearing it that night. Wishing the evening was well over, Harriet picked up a handkerchief, but the perfume upon it caused her to lay it aside and seek another in her traveling bag. She disliked all perfumes and wondered where and why Anna had so plentifully saturated her handkerchief with it. A hasty search in the bag failed to locate another one, and the hands of her watch warned her that she could not linger and still be on time for dinner. The drawing-room entrance was to the left of the staircase, and as Harriet crossed the square hall, she caught the murmur of voices which grew louder, then ceased as she entered the room. Mrs. Ruggles and Detective Barlow were standing near the piano, and both regarded the young girl with fixed attention as she walked toward them. With a low "Good evening," she would have passed further down the room, but Mrs. Ruggles checked her with a gesture. "Harriet!" The use of her given name by a woman she had met only that morning brought a stiffening of Harriet's back and a sparkle to her eyes which, had she but known it, enhanced her beauty. "I wish my son to meet you. Rudolph?" With a surprised glance around. "Where have you gone?" The hunchback emerged from his retreat behind a wing chair, and Harriet almost gave vent to a startled exclamation. Until that instant she was unaware of his existence. Mechanically she put out her hand and murmured a conventional greeting. If young Ruggles divined the shock he was to her, there was no indication of it in his quiet reply. "You must be very tired, Miss Whitney," he added. "Won't you sit down?" "Thanks, but I prefer to stand." "You can't do either just now," broke in Mrs. Ruggles, as Anna opened the door leading into the dining room and announced dinner. "Mr. Barlow," with an ingratiating smile, the housekeeper turned to the detective. "We will be very happy to have you join us. Please do," as he demurred. "We are quite informal tonight," and taking his acceptance for granted, she led the way into the dining room. Harriet's cheeks were burning as she followed Mrs. Ruggles and the detective. Had the woman no sense of the fitness of things? To invite a man to dinner with Commodore Whitney lying dead upstairs? Also, how dared she play the hostess in her uncle's house when the latter's own blood kin was present? Was it Mrs. Ruggles' intention to humiliate her? Mrs. Ruggles paused at the head of the table. "Sit on my right, Mr. Barlow," she said, indicating the place. "Rudy, take the foot of the table, please." Her son, who had walked in silence by Harriet's side, stepped forward and drew out the chair at the foot of the table. "Sit here, Miss Whitney," he said courteously, ignoring his mother utterly. But instead, Harriet slipped into the seat at the side of the table and on Mrs. Ruggles' left. "Pray do as your mother asks, Mr. Ruggles," she exclaimed, and her tone was a blending of mockery and mischief. "I am glad to have you on my left hand, for, like Lucullus, where I sit is the head of the table." And leaning back in her chair, Harriet faced Mrs. Ruggles' enraged glare with outward composure. Barlow's mild voice broke what threatened to be an awkward pause. "The drive did you good, Miss Whitney," he remarked. "If you will permit me to say it, you appear more rested." "Being out of doors always agrees with me." Harriet looked across the table at her opposite neighbor. It was hard for her to believe that the commonplace little man was a detective. Under the mellow light from the shaded lamps, Barlow seemed less emaciated and more human. Even the lines about his mouth had softened. There was no doubting the enjoyment with which he was eating the very excellent dinner which Parthenia had cooked in much tribulation of spirit. "Were the streets very bad going?" inquired the hunchback. "Usually a snowstorm here cripples motor traffic." Harriet shook her head. "We had no difficulty whatever, even in Rock Creek Park." "So you came in that way from Walter Reed." Mrs. Ruggles broke into the conversation without giving Harriet a chance to complete her sentence. "How did you find your brother?" "Much better," responded the girl, "except for a cold which is keeping him in bed." She looked at the housekeeper curiously. "May I inquire how you knew I went to Walter Reed this afternoon?" "Did you not wish it known?" Mrs. Ruggles's voice conveyed the proper amount of surprise and regret, and Harriet's desire to slap her was intensified. Your brother's nurse telephoned me after you left that she had found a key that you must have dropped. By an effort, Harriet kept her expression one of polite attention, while Barlow's face, seemingly distorted and horrible, swayed before her vision. Her feeling of faintness lasted but an instant, however, and she was herself again. The nurse said that she would mail it to you, ended Mrs. Ruggles. I trust that the loss of the key will not inconvenience you tonight? Oh, no, my trunk is already unpacked, she answered suavely. As she caught Mrs. Ruggles's unfriendly stare, Harriet regained her poise. Her fighting blood was up. No matter what the provocation might be, she would keep her temper and remain mistress of the situation. Harriet had been born with the power of fascination. That, coupled with a ready wit and a keen sense of humor, made her an ever-welcome visitor among a host of friends. Quietly, without appearing to do so, she turned the channel of the conversation, and soon both men were chatting with her, even Barlow exerting himself to be agreeable. It was not until they were again in the drawing-room that Mrs. Ruggles, who had maintained a tearful silence all through dinner, addressed her son. Rudolph, she laid her hand affectionately on his shoulder, I have told Anna to prepare a bedroom for you, for I want you to stay here tonight. Harriet caught Ruggles's slight hesitancy and interpreted it rightly. Whatever stratum of society his mother had come from, the hunchback was innately a gentleman. I hope that you can remain, Mr. Ruggles, she exclaimed. It will be a relief to your mother and to me to have a man in the house. In that case, Ruggles helped himself to a cup of coffee from the tray Anna had just brought in. I will gladly stay, but I'll have to go back first to my apartment and get some sleeping togs. Mose will run you over, interposed his mother. Anna, when you go downstairs, tell Mose to bring the car around for Mr. Rudolph. Mose ain't never come back, replied the maid, pausing on her way out of the room. Shall I call a taxi for yo, Mr. Rudy? Later on, yes, thanks. The hunchback turned to Harriet, who had remained standing. Aren't you taking coffee? Not tonight. I am nervous enough already. Her glance swept her three companions, and she addressed them impersonally. I am very tired. You must excuse me if I retire now. Good night. And she was gone. Her foot was on the bottom step of the staircase when she heard her name called, and, looking over her shoulder, saw Barlow coming toward her. Just a second, Miss Whitney, he began depreciatingly. There are 2 or 3 questions I must ask you. Tonight? Yes, he came close to her side. Will you step into the library? Harriet shrank back against the wall and pulled her chiffon scarf about her shoulders. She felt suddenly cold. I prefer to remain here, she stated determinedly. What is it you wish to know? Did you hear any noise last night, Miss Whitney? Any unusual noise, with more emphasis? She shook her head. No, I didn't. In fact, her charming smile disarmed criticism. The very stillness, after New York, kept me awake. His expression altered. And you, awake in the room above, heard no unusual noise, while your uncle in the room below was being murdered? Barlow asked, and his voice grated on her high-strung nerves like a frightful discord. You heard no struggle? There was none, she answered swiftly. No indication of one, I mean, she interpolated, while the color raced to her white cheeks. And I heard none. Barlow looked at her queerly. Your statements conflict, he said, and his voice deepened, holding a menacing note. In the library you said your slumber was dreamless. True, was her swift rejoinder, when I finally fell asleep long after midnight. Barlow's gaze held hers for an intolerable minute. Miss Whitney, he asked, leaning closer, so that he almost whispered the words, was your uncle happy last night? Harriet regarded him intently, one hand holding the scarf tight about her throat. Happy, she repeated. You ask if he was happy? Yes, as she paused. Then I should say, she straightened up, That Uncle Jim was entirely, even extravagantly happy. Why, he was going to be married, and before the detective could question her further, she had fled up the staircase. Barlow stood where he was for some minutes. Then, drawing aside the portieres, he slipped into the library, having first switched on the lights. Behind the portieres were folding doors. They moved easily and without noise as he closed them, making certain that the latch fell securely into its slot. The dead man's body had been removed. Otherwise, nothing else in the room had been touched. Barlow sank down on one of the chairs and, plunging his hands in his pockets, looked thoughtfully about him. He viewed the room from every angle, trying to visualize the crime of the night before. If the furniture could only speak! Barlow struck his hands together in impotent wrath. "Not a finger mark," he muttered, "but by God, there's a clue in this room somewhere. Somewhere!" The detective rose abruptly and walked over to the windows. There were 3 on the north side of the room and 2 on the west facing the street. A careful examination showed him that the 2 street windows were locked, as he had found them that morning. The 3 French windows, with their long brocaded curtains set in deep alcoves, opened into the garden and were secured by specially constructed locks. They also were locked on the inside. The detective turned one of the keys and, opening the French window, stepped outside. Faint moonlight converted the trees and bushes as well as the snow-covered ground into fairyland, and Barlow paused to enjoy the picture. As he gazed about him, something moved under a cedar, and a figure came toward him. At the sight of the chauffeur's uniform, Barlow's fingers relaxed their grip upon his revolver in his hip pocket. "Ah, Mose, come inside," he directed softly. "I want a word with you." And he waited until the servant had passed into the library before closing and locking the French window. Mose was not, as his name implied, a Negro. Somewhat swarthy as to complexion, with black hair worn longer than customary, and with prominent nose and high cheekbones, he looked extremely trig in his natty chauffeur's uniform. "I sent for you several times," went on the detective, seating himself near the center of the room, "but you had not returned." "I took the car to the shop," explained Mose, "to get the carbon ground out." "On a holiday?" "Yes, sir." Mose advanced a step or 2, then stood at ease, looking down at Barlow. "The Hamilton garage gives continuous service day and night, and I knew the ladies would need the car tomorrow. There was only one man on duty today, however, and I had to wait my turn. I am sorry not to have been here when you wanted me, sir." "That's all right." Barlow drew out an envelope, on the back of which were many penciled notes. "Tell me again about finding Commodore Whitney lying here dead." Mose cleared his throat. "I'm houseman, and it's my duty to take care of this floor, opening the windows and airing the rooms in the morning and tidying them up. I was late this morning." "How was that?" prompted Barlow as the man hesitated. A sheepish grin was Moses' sole reply, and he slapped his cap against his thigh in embarrassment. "I was out with Isabel," he explained after a minute. "'Twas New Year's Eve, and after a movie, we just hung round. It had stopped snowing by that time, and I drove her out to Hyattsville and stayed all night with her people. This morning, I overslept, and it was close on to 9 o'clock before I got back. I stopped to change my clothes and fetch some firewood, and then came in here." His voice rose, charged with excitement. "By God, sir, it was an awful sight to see the master lying there." Moses' gesture was expressive as he pointed toward the fireplace. "And it done me up." Barlow nodded his head sympathetically. "Naturally," he agreed. "But how was it that the body was not discovered until you got here?" "Because the Commodore told Anna to keep out of this room. 10 days ago, she broke a vase when dusting, and he was upset about it, said he wouldn't have that clumsy nigger let loose among his valuables again." Mose smiled involuntarily at a sudden recollection, then sobered instantly. This morning, I ran out of here and into the pantry to find Anna, but she wasn't there. So I hustled into the kitchen, and Parthenia gave me a scalding drink of coffee and said Miss Whitney was to breakfast in her room, and probably Anna had taken the tray up to her. Then I busted upstairs and told Miss Whitney about her uncle." "And how did she receive the news?" asked Barlow, replacing the envelope in his pocket. Mose had not deviated one iota from his first account of the tragedy. "It knocked her out for fair," responded Mose. "She went dead white and reeled up against the wall. When I come back with a glass of water, Miss Whitney was sitting in a hall chair and shaking all over. She told me to call the doctor and the police, and then went back to her room, and I done what she told me." Barlow heard the servant's detailed statement with critical attention. "Did Miss Whitney evince any desire to go to the library?" he asked. "I told her not to," Mose stated frankly. "'Twasn't no sight for a woman." He shifted his weight from one foot to another and cast a glance at the door leading into the hall, but apparently the detective was blind to his evident desire to depart. "When you found Commodore Whitney, did you examine the windows?" questioned Barlow suddenly, after a brief silence. "No, sir. I just bolted out of the room," admitted Mose with some reluctance, then added with more rapidity, "I know they were locked last night before I left. That is, just before dinner, 'cause the Commodore and me fastened them all 5. "I see." Barlow ran his fingers over his chin reflectively before asking another question. "Was the Commodore in good spirits last night?" "Yes, sir. Very happy, apparently." Barlow smiled wryly. "So I should infer from what everyone says," he admitted. "Did you ever hear anybody threaten to kill him, Mose?" "No, sir." The servant spoke with convincing emphasis. "Commodore Whitney was always mighty popular." He shook his head sorrowfully. "He was a kind master, and I ought to know," observing Barlow's interest. "I've worked for him for 5 years or more." "Indeed." Barlow stood up. "What's your name?" "Moses Thomas," briefly. Barlow looked at him attentively. "Is Thomas your last name?" "Yes, sir." The servant moved back as Barlow crossed the room, and, pausing in front of a small glass table in which lay several miniatures in jeweled frames and exquisitely carved ivory curios, turned a key and lifted up the glass top of the table. On the white velvet lining lay a blood-stained dagger. "Ever see that before, Mose?" he asked. The servant peered curiously at the weapon. "Never, sir," he said. "I'm sure I'd have remembered that handle if I had." He bent closer. "Gee, that's a skeleton carved on the hilt." So absorbed were both men that neither heard the gradual opening of the library door nor saw a head inserted in the narrow opening. Their voices, slightly raised, were perfectly audible to the listening ears. When Barlow straightened up and shut down the top of the table, they were again alone. "I believe Mrs. Ruggles wishes to see you, Mose," he remarked. "She is in the library with her son. Good night." "Good night, sir." But Mose lingered at the library entrance. "Shall I close the folding doors again, sir?" "No, leave them open. I'll only be here a few minutes longer." Barlow lingered a moment by the side of the glass table as he watched Mose open the folding doors and push them back into place, then walked softly across the room and stood by the portieres. From there, he saw young Ruggles come out of the drawing-room in time to encounter Mose in the act of drawing the shades of the hall window. At Ruggles's peremptory order to bring around the Whitney car, Barlow stepped into the hall. "I am just off to my apartment," explained Ruggles. "Can I give you a lift, Mr. Barlow?" "Thanks, no. I want to see your mother a moment." At the answer, Ruggles frowned. "You will find her in the drawing-room," he said, and his voice was not quite so gracious. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Not a thing. I'll see you in the morning." And Barlow helped the hunchback into his overcoat and watched him go slowly down the terraced steps toward a motor car standing at the curb. Without loss of time, the detective hurried into the drawing-room, only to find it empty. Evidently, Mrs. Ruggles had gone upstairs by way of the dining room and the back stairs, which led directly to her bedroom. Barlow returned to the square hall, took up his overcoat and hat, and going to the front door, pulled it open. A second later, it closed with a resounding bang, but the detective, still inside the hall, slipped unseen back inside the library, putting out the electric lights as he entered it. Barlow selected one of the comfortable high-backed chairs and prepared for a long vigil, first depositing his hat and coat out of sight. As the minutes passed and the clock ticked off an hour and then another, he heard the closing of distant doors upstairs and concluded the household had retired for the night. A subdued ringing of the front doorbell startled him for a second. Then the sound of someone coming downstairs was distinctly audible. A minute or so later, he heard the front door opened and Mrs. Ruggles talking to her son. As the latter paused to remove his coat and hat, the detective caught his name and a word or two of their conversation conducted in subdued tones. "He's left," he heard Mrs. Ruggles say. "Went out right after you did. Come into my room a minute." Then the conversation died out as mother and son disappeared up the staircase. The hands of the clock on the mantel crept onward on their appointed way. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Barlow stretched his cramped limbs and sought an easier position. His eyelids seemed leaded, and he rubbed his fingers across them. He could not shake off an overpowering drowsiness, and he had taken 2 cups of coffee to drive away any inclination to sleep. He was still cursing inwardly when his eyes closed and he nodded in his chair. Suddenly he sat erect, struggling to collect his sleepy faculties. He could see next to nothing in the inky blackness of the night, strain his eyes as he did, but a sixth sense warned him he was not alone in the library. Barlow sat taut in his chair, while one hand sought his electric torch and the other his revolver. Both were missing. Barlow broke out in a cold perspiration, and he passed his tongue over his dry lips. A tinkle of glass broke the stillness. Then silence. Barlow rose and launched himself forward as a shadowy form brushed by him. His clutching fingers closed on something soft and silky just above the intruder's head, but the latter, with an agile spring, ducked beyond his reach. The detective's rush for the hall was momentarily checked by collision with a chair. A second later, he reached the electric switch outside the library door and turned on the lights there as well as in the hall. Not a soul was in sight. Not a sound reached his ears. Barlow swung back into the lighted library and looked eagerly about. Ah, the tinkle of glass! He rushed to the small glass table. The top was broken, and the blood-stained dagger no longer lay on the white velvet lining. The detective transferred his gaze to an object which he still clutched tightly in his left hand. "By God, it's a woman's stocking," he gasped, "used as a mask." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Warning. Parthenia favored Detective Barlow with a timid smile. Her alarm at finding him in her kitchen had not entirely abated in spite of his reassuring manner and pleasant greeting. "I'll fix yo' some coffee, certainly, sir," she made haste to say in answer to his request. "But maybe you better wait in de parlor, 'cause I's got to get de fire started first." "Mose did that," replied Barlow, as Parthenia, hastily tying on a clean apron, which she took down from a hook on the back of the door, advanced further into the kitchen. "But neither of us could find your coffee pot," with a comical glance at the array of pots and pans neatly in place in the corner cupboard. Parthenia paused in the act of replacing the stove lid, which she had removed to add some coal to the freshly kindled fire in the large range, and glanced about her orderly kitchen. "I specs Anna done carried it up to Mrs. Ruggles last night," she exclaimed in a vexed tone. If Mrs. Ruggles gwine stay up late, she has de pot in her room and she heats what coffee left over from dinner on her little electric stove. It's kind of early to wake her up, sir," with an apologetic look at the clock. "I can boil some coffee in a saucepan." "But I like dripped coffee," objected Barlow, "such as we had last night after dinner," with a sharp look entirely lost on the cook. "Isn't Mrs. Ruggles ever awake before 7 o'clock?" Parthenia shook her head. "We's got orders never to disturb her," she admitted stubbornly, "and Mrs. Ruggles, she's mighty sot." Her expression brightened as an idea came to her. "Anna'll be down treckly, and she'll peek inside Mrs. Ruggles' door. Land's sake, who dat?" The side door, which gave upon the garden, had opened from the outside, and a blue-coated policeman stepped inside the kitchen. He touched his cap at sight of Barlow, and, ignoring Parthenia, addressed him. "Coroner Penfield wants everyone at the morgue at 10 o'clock, sir," he said. "Here are the summons." Barlow ran his eyes down the papers before returning them to the policeman. "Okay," he said briefly. "In serving the papers, you can commence with Parthenia," waving his hand toward the cook, whose eyes were open to their widest extent. "Hurry breakfast, Parthenia," and not waiting to hear her frightened protests as the policeman placed a paper in her hand, the detective walked down the short passageway which led to the pantry. The sound of running water came through the partly open pantry door, and, instead of continuing along the passageway and through the entrance leading to the central hall and the front door, Barlow turned into the pantry. Harriet Whitney, in the act of drying her hands, paused to glance over her shoulder at the sound of his entrance. "Good morning, Mr. Barlow," she said, replacing the towel. "You are an early visitor." "And you an early riser," the detective retorted. "Ah, I see you have the coffee pot." The satisfaction in his voice brought a surprised look from Harriet. "I couldn't find it in the kitchen." "The pot was upstairs on the table outside Mrs. Ruggles's bedroom door," explained Harriet, "so I brought it down." "And washed it," broke in Barlow, turning back the lid. He eyed the clean interior of the pot with mixed feelings. There was not a doubt in his mind but that the after-dinner coffee he had drunk the night before had been drugged. Hence, his intense desire to secure the coffee pot and have its contents analyzed. Had Harriet, by washing the pot, frustrated his plan willfully or accidentally? He had crept through the house a dozen times after the disappearance of his nocturnal visitor in the library, only to find that the various members of the household were soundly sleeping, judging from the snores that greeted his ear when applied to the keyhole of the different bedrooms. The coffee pot had most certainly not been standing on the hall table during any of his trips to the second floor. "Is cleanliness a crime?" asked Harriet, a trace of amusement in her soft voice as the detective continued to regard his reflection in the aluminum pot. He brushed aside her levity with brusque impatience. "How did you sleep last night?" he demanded, ignoring her question. "Surprisingly well," admitted Harriet. "I was just too tired to stay awake and slept like a top." "Of course, the coffee." "But I didn't drink any." "So you didn't." The detective wrinkled his forehead in thought as he transferred his attention from the coffee pot to Harriet. The girl undoubtedly looked better. The night must have brought her refreshing slumber, for her eyes were clearer and her cheeks a healthier color. "Miss Whitney, why did you take the trouble to bring down the coffee pot and wash it?" "A whim." Harriet's graceful gesture amplified her brief rejoinder. "I had nothing to do, and breakfast is several hours off." "On the contrary, breakfast will be served very soon," declared Barlow, "for word has just come that Coroner Penfield will hold the inquest at the morgue at 10 o'clock. The color which Barlow had admired a second before drained from Harriet's cheeks, leaving them ivory white. "An inquest?" she faltered. "Why, I understood there would only be a preliminary hearing here in the house." Barlow shook his head. "Your informant was wrong," he said curtly. "Will you kindly notify Mrs. Ruggles?" In silence, Harriet picked up her knitting bag and, with a slight bow to the detective, hurried from the pantry. At the entrance to the library, she paused in apparent uncertainty. Then, with a shudder which she could not control, she ran upstairs. 3 minutes later, a sleepy maid poked her head outside her bedroom door in answer to Harriet's imperative but low-voiced hail. "Dress at once, Anna," she directed, "and tell Parthenia to serve breakfast as quickly as possible. Also, call Mrs. Ruggles and her son." And not waiting to hear the maid's startled rejoinder, Harriet went back to the front of the house. A glance at her wristwatch showed that it was not yet 7 o'clock. Commodore Whitney's breakfast hour had always been 9 o'clock. Harriet's lips twisted into a queer smile. Her uncle's leisurely household had been shaken to its foundations, apparently. Would it take kindly to earlier hours? She passed by her own bedroom and stopped before the closed door leading to her uncle's study. A turn of the knob showed her that it was unlocked, and she stepped inside the room. Carefully shutting the door, Harriet crossed over to the telephone. No need to consult the directory. The number she wanted had been indelibly impressed upon her mind the day before. "North 5520 Central," she called, "and please hurry." In spite of her admonition, however, Harriet was kept waiting for several minutes before a masculine voice answered her hushed hello. "Mr. Terry," she stumbled over the words in her haste, "the inquest is to be held at the morgue at 10 o'clock. Can you be there?" Terry's emphatic answer brought a wave of color to her cheeks, which was intensified when, upon raising her head, she encountered the steady regard of a pair of blue eyes. The receiver dropped back on the telephone hook from her nerveless fingers, cutting short Terry's continued conversation. "Mr. Ruggles," she gasped, "I had no idea. I thought I was alone." The army blanket on the leather couch in the opposite corner, which Harriet had hardly seen, taking it for granted from its tumbled appearance to have been thrown there hastily, had been thrust back, and Rudolph Ruggles raised himself from his reclining position on his elbow and sat upright. "I am sorry to have startled you," he apologized contritely. The hunchback rose slowly, and she saw he was fully dressed except for his collar and coat. The undertaker chap seemed not to relish his job of remaining up all night in the Commodore's room, indicating with a wave of his hand the closed door communicating with the adjoining bedroom. "And so I passed the night here, but I expected to be away before anyone came in. Aren't you early astir?" "Yes, I suppose so," admitted Harriet mechanically. She was inexpressibly annoyed to have had her conversation with Ned Terry overheard, and especially by a member of the Ruggles family. She had telephoned on impulse, the desire strong upon her to have someone upon whom she felt she could rely present at the inquest. The blanket must have been thrown completely over the hunchback. Had his head been exposed to view, she would surely have seen him. Instinctively, she looked at the windows. Both were closed. Therefore, no draught could have blown upon him. Had the hunchback purposely ducked under the blanket with a desire to conceal his presence when he first heard her open the door? With uncanny intuition, Ruggles divined her thoughts. "I always sleep with my head covered," he remarked genially, "on account of sinus trouble." He crossed the room and stood near the flat-top desk by which she was sitting. "I could not help overhearing what you said," he continued. "Does Mother know that the inquest is to be held early this morning?" "I sent word to her before coming here." Harriet considered her companion attentively. Was the intense dislike she felt for his mother influencing her judgment of the housekeeper's son? His friendly smile was very captivating. "Mr. Ruggles, who killed my uncle?" she demanded breathlessly. The hunchback continued to arrange his collar and tie deliberately. She failed to fathom the peculiar light in his blue eyes, which did not waver before her excited scrutiny. "I'm inclined to think you can supply the answer to that question," he suggested dryly. "Will you try? At the inquest?" "You are wrong," she cried passionately. "I have no idea, have formed no theory." In her excitement, she struck the desk a glancing blow with her clenched fist and dislodged a pile of proof sheets precariously balanced near the edge, and they scattered in every direction on the floor. "Oh, don't mind to pick them up." But Ruggles did not heed her petulant outburst and continued to retrieve each sheet with maddening slowness. "The Commodore's heart was in his book," he commented, sitting down and arranging the sheets in their proper sequence. "Did he tell you his memoirs were to be published soon?" "Yes," replied Harriet wearily. The reaction had set in. Her plan to startle the hunchback into making some illuminating observation on her uncle's death had failed utterly. On New Year's Eve, Uncle Jim read aloud some of the chapters. "How did you like them?" questioned Ruggles, as he shook the sheets together to make the pile uniform in length. "Frankly, I found the book utterly dull." She colored a trifle as she caught his covert smile. "Perhaps I was not in a mood to enjoy his technical descriptions of naval maneuvers. I was a bit tired from my railroad trip, and it struck me that Uncle Jim was very long-winded and his writing perhaps crude." "That is a charge that can be laid at the door of every new author," retorted Ruggles. He placed the proof sheets carefully on the desk and rested a heavy paperweight upon them. "However, the book was the Commodore's hobby, and he did not care at what cost it was published." "Good gracious, was he paying for its publication?" A faint smile brought out Harriet's pretty dimples. "That bears out my opinion that the chapters I heard were undeniably dull. Have you read it?" The hunchback shook his head as he rose. "Only a page or two here and there to which I was, like yourself, an enforced listener." He turned the corners of the sheets and let them slide through his fingers back on the table. "Who knows, Miss Whitney, but that this proof holds the key to the mystery of the Commodore's tragic death?" "Well," declared Harriet, "to be downright honest, even that suggestion doesn't tempt me to read it now." She sprang up, unable longer to dissemble her indignation at his bantering tone. "Mr. Ruggles, I understand you are wanted at the inquest." Ruggles bowed deferentially. "Then, if you will excuse me, Miss Whitney, I'll hurry along and get ready for breakfast." And waiting for no reply, he left the room. Harriet's cheeks were still flushed when she resumed her seat. The mockery in the hunchback's manner rankled more than she was willing to admit. With an effort to dismiss so disagreeable a subject from her mind, she studied her surroundings. It was typically a man's room, the big leather-covered lounge and easy chairs, with reading lamps in close proximity, smoking sets, magazines in a small revolving bookcase, all suggested homely comfort. Several marine scenes, well painted and artistically framed, hung on the walls, which were also ornamented with a number of family portraits done in oil. The windows faced south, and the sunshine creeping through them was reflected in the shining brass fire irons on the hearth, before which the Commodore's favorite chair still stood where he had last occupied it. Involuntarily, Harriet faced toward the door leading to what had been her uncle's bedroom, her once gay and gallant uncle. If the dead could speak! Harriet rested her elbows on the desk and cupped her hands about her face. The agonizing pain in her throbbing temples was hardly greater than the ache in her heart. She had told the truth to Detective Barlow. Nature had demanded its toll, and she had slept the long night through, the sleep of utter exhaustion. Harriet's thoughts shifted from the dead man in the next room to the inquest, and her active imagination conjured up scenes which whitened her lips. Suddenly she sat erect and brushed the soft hair back from her forehead. She could not afford to let her mind dwell on possibilities. It was rank idiocy. The opening of the hall door caused her to start violently, and her agitation brought an apology from Mose for his unceremonious entrance. "Excuse me, Miss Whitney," the chauffeur exclaimed. "I thought the study was unoccupied, or I wouldn't have intruded so sudden-like." He glanced down at the basket of firewood he was carrying. "I came to bring this." "It was foolish of me to jump," declared Harriet, trying to cover her nervousness with a tremulous smile. "But my nerves are—" are a bit shaky." "I understands, miss." Mose placed the wood basket on the hearth and, taking up a small brush hanging on the stand with the brass fire tongs, swept back the ashes which had sifted beyond the grate. When the hearth and the andirons were both arranged to his satisfaction, he straightened up and drew his palms across each other to shake off any possible particles of dust. At the sound made by the snapping of his fingers, Harriet looked inquiringly at him. She had paid but scant attention to his efforts to clean the fireplace, her thoughts having journeyed to her father. How she longed to have him there! And yet— She caught her breath sharply. "Have you any orders, miss?" Then, meeting her blank stare, Mose added, "Do you want the car this morning?" "Yes, we shall want you at—" She hesitated. "How long will it take to drive to the city morgue from here?" "About 15 minutes, miss." "Then be at the door at 9:45. "Very good, miss." Mose's forefinger sought his forehead as he ducked his head in respectful salute. He was halfway to the door when he turned back. "Beg pardon, Miss Whitney, have you a minute to spare?" "Yes, certainly, Mose." A spasmodic twitching of the man's eyelids focused Harriet's attention. She had never noticed the peculiarity before, but then she had only seen Mose a dozen times in her life, and had never bestowed more than a cursory glance on her uncle's excellent chauffeur. "Be ye going to keep the house open, miss?" asked Mose, lowering his voice to a confidential pitch. "If so, I hope she'll keep me on, miss, as chauffeur. I served your uncle faithful." The man cleared his throat of a suspicious lump. "I am sure you did," exclaimed Harriet warmly, touched by the servant's evident emotion. "I don't know what will transpire eventually, but I am sure there will be no immediate change, and this house will remain occupied by some member of my family." Mose's face lightened with relief. "Thank you, miss." He spoke somewhat huskily and again paused to clear his throat. Suddenly he edged nearer until he almost touched Harriet. "You want to watch out, miss. Them that done for the Commodore has it in for you." And, with a rapidity which left Harriet gasping, Mose vanished. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Preliminary Hearing. The cobblestone street leading to the District of Columbia morgue had a thin coating of ice on top of the snow, making it extremely precarious for pedestrians and equally dangerous for motor traffic. The sudden application of brakes to avoid striking a woman crossing the street caused the Whitney limousine to skid badly and brought a muttered oath from Mose, addressed to an offending Ford which had stopped without warning, while the occupants inside the limousine were thrown violently against each other. Parthenia, sitting like a mouse alongside her more voluble companion, clutched Anna instead of Mose, whose surly temper kept the cook in constant dread of his outbursts of rage. The two servants had been piled willy-nilly into the seat alongside the chauffeur by Detective Barlow, who had then proceeded to bundle Mrs. Ruggles, the latter's son, Harriet Whitney, and himself into the car. To Mrs. Ruggles's vehement protests that the Whitney mansion must not be left untenanted, the detective had briefly stated that he had stationed a number of plainclothes men on duty in the house, a statement which had robbed Mrs. Ruggles's cheeks of the natural color underlying her rouge. As Mose brought the limousine to a halt in front of the old-time horse block lying at the curb near the morgue, the car door was opened by Ned Terry, whose cordial greeting received but a curt response from Mrs. Ruggles and a warm handclasp from Harriet. "You will all have to remain in this outer office," explained the assistant morgue master as Barlow led the small procession inside the building. "When you are wanted by the coroner, you will be called. Pray be seated, madam," and he dragged forward a wooden chair for Mrs. Ruggles and placed it near the large stove by which the room was heated. Harriet, wedged between young Ruggles and Ned Terry, was acutely conscious of the hunchback's presence. Opening her handbag, she thrust into it 2 letters handed to her by the postman just as they were leaving the Whitney mansion. One she knew from the weight of the envelope and its return address in the left-hand corner, Walter Reed General Hospital, Tacoma Park, D.C., must contain the key which she had dropped in her brother's room the day before. The other bore her name and address in her mother's familiar handwriting. She forbore opening either letter in the limousine, wishing to be alone when she did so. The clasp of her handbag refused to snap securely, and Terry, observing her fumbling efforts to close it, took the bag from her. "Let me try," he suggested, and she watched him dexterously bend the metal fastening back into shape. "Miss Whitney, ma'am." Parthenia's husky tones sounded almost in Harriet's ear, and she turned her head to the left to find the cook standing behind her shoulder. "Does yo' expect they's gwine to keep us here long?" "I'm sure I don't know, Parthenia. Probably throughout the morning." Parthenia's loud groan expressed utter consternation. "Laws, miss, dat ar 'tective upsot me so I clean forgot I put some pork to roast in de oven for our dinner," she wailed. "Don't yo' expect he'll let me go home and take it out, 'stead of waiting here?" "I'm afraid not, Parthenia," replied Harriet. "Don't look so worried. There won't be any great harm done if the meat is burned." Parthenia subsided into the chair which Anna pushed toward her. "Sit down, nigger," the latter hissed. "We can get some more pork on the way home. Don't yo' see you's tracting tension?" And Parthenia, tardily conscious of Mrs. Ruggles' frown and the grins of several nearby policemen, maintained an abashed silence thereafter. "Mr. Terry!" The hail came from Barlow standing in the doorway of the next room. "This way, sir." And Terry hastily laid Harriet's bag in her lap. "I'll join you later," he promised, then leaned across her to speak to Ruggles. "Did you tell Mose to come here after he found a parking place?" he asked. "Mr. Barlow done told him," broke in Anna, whose bright black eyes and keen ears were missing nothing of the scene about her. "Want me to go out and get him, Mr. Terry?" "No," responded Terry shortly, and with a curt nod to Ruggles, who returned it with a bland smile, the lawyer left his seat by Harriet and sought Barlow in the next room. The room used for inquests was but scantily filled, and Terry judged the few spectators were from the neighborhood. Evidently the news of the preliminary hearing had not gotten abroad, and the morbidly curious, who might have been attracted there by the social prominence of the Whitney family, were missing. Detective Barlow, summoned to the raised platform at the further end of the room a second before Terry's entrance, broke off his conversation with Coroner Penfield as the 6 men comprising the jury filed into the room. They were being sworn in by the morgue master when Barlow, handing several papers to Penfield, left the platform and took an unoccupied chair by Terry, who was sitting halfway down the room on a side aisle. "Did I understand you to say on the telephone this morning, Mr. Terry, that you are acting as Miss Whitney's lawyer?" he inquired. "Yes." "At her request?" The coroner's gavel fell on the desk before him with a resounding bang and drowned Terry's low-spoken monosyllable. In the silence that ensued, Coroner Penfield explained the necessity of calling the inquest and then looked toward the jury. "Have you visited the Whitney house and viewed the body and the scene of the tragedy?" he asked. "We have, sir," responded the foreman of the jury, and, somewhat embarrassed by the attention showered upon him, subsided into his seat. Penfield exchanged a few remarks in an undertone with his assistant as the latter arranged the writing materials on the table in front of him, preparatory to taking down notes of the inquest, then beckoned to the morgue master. "Call the first witness, Hume," he directed. "Mr. Bates." A thick-set burly man of middle age followed the morgue master back into the room and, with a businesslike air, took his place in the witness chair on the platform. Hume's sharp rebuke brought him to his feet again as that official held up the Bible. "You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." The sing-song voice of the morgue master and the gruff tones of Bates were audible to Mrs. Ruggles, who had moved her chair close to the communicating door, which a belated reporter, in haste to reach the bench reserved for the press, had left open. As she turned her head, the better to catch what was said in the inquest room, she saw Mose come inside the front door. With a quick glance about him, the chauffeur slid into a seat not far from Harriet Whitney and, crossing his arms over his chest, sank his head forward until his chin rested on his stiff collar. The housekeeper's eyes sparkled with a blending of anger and speculation. Where had Mose procured the extremely natty new chauffeur's uniform he was wearing? In the next room, Coroner Penfield waited until Bates had taken his seat on the platform before addressing him. "Your name and occupation?" he asked, adjusting his eyeglasses. "William Bates," promptly, "night watchman." "And were you employed in that capacity by Commodore Whitney?" "Yes." Bates settled back in his chair with somewhat regained assurance. It was his first appearance as a witness in any court, and he had approached the platform with outward swagger, but inward trepidation. "I worked for the Commodore for nigh 10 years. In fact, ever since he come to own the house." "Where were you on New Year's Eve?" questioned Penfield. "At the Whitneys?" Bates' weather-beaten face turned a deeper shade of red, and his hands, holding each lapel of his coat, tightened their grip. "I stopped working for the Commodore when I went off duty on Wednesday morning, the 31st, he stated slowly. Penfield eyed him with interest. "You mean that you quit working for him less than 24 hours before he was found dead?" "Yes," replied Bates sullenly. "That is, I didn't quit. I was fired." "Oh!" Penfield straightened up. "And why were you discharged?" "I don't rightly know," admitted the watchman. I... He hesitated, then gathered courage. "My wife's been ailing this winter, and with doctors' and nurses' bills, I got behind in my rent. And... So I used to ask the Commodore for a bit in advance now and then. And..." In a sudden burst of confidence, "I reckon that riled the housekeeper." "What had she to do with it?" "Mrs. Ruggles?" with a surprised glance at the coroner. "The Commodore left running the house to her, the expense and everything." Bates' tone grew grim. "She's tight-fisted, all right. Wouldn't give nothing to nobody." Penfield considered Bates in silence for a moment. "You state you were employed by Commodore Whitney for nearly 10 years. Surely he would not have dismissed you for so trivial a cause." Bates fidgeted in his chair. "Last payday, Mrs. Ruggles deducted what she said I owed for an advance I had in October. I'm most sure she took that out in November. We argyfied about it for quite some time, and I got real het up." Bates passed a moist hand over his forehead and hair. "I specs Mrs. Ruggles repeated what I said to the Commodore. Anyway, 2 days after Christmas, I got this note." He fumbled in his coat pocket and produced a much-soiled sheet of writing paper, and, tipping forward in his chair, handed it to the coroner. Clearing his voice, Penfield read aloud the brief note penned thereon. "Bates, your services as night watchman will be no longer needed after the night of the 30th. The enclosed check is payment in full to 7 a.m. December 31st. James Whitney." Penfield laid the sheet of paper on top of his briefcase. "With your permission, Bates," he said, "I will keep this paper for a short time. I see," he added, "that the body of the letter is in one handwriting and the signature in another." "The Commodore signed it," explained Bates. "I know his writing, and I specs the housekeeper, Mrs. Ruggles, wrote the rest." The man drew a long breath. "It kind of hurt to be turned off like that." "Did you speak to the Commodore on the subject?" "Nope." Bates' hands were again clinging to his coat lapels. By an effort, he had remembered not to stick his thumbs in the armpits of his vest, their habitual resting place. "I was too busy hunting for another job." "Have you secured one?" "Yes, over at Mason's warehouse. Started there New Year's night." "Indeed." Penfield glanced at the clock on the wall and back at the watchman. "Then I presume you got an entire night's sleep on New Year's Eve so that you could then start fresh on your new job." Bates shook his head. "I hadn't told my wife about the Commodore firing me," he admitted. "She's been in bad shape, and I was afeard worry would make her wuss. So I went out as usual that night and didn't come home till morning, so she wouldn't suspect nothing." "I see. Very thoughtful of you," commented the coroner. "Would you mind telling us where you did spend New Year's Eve?" "Sure." Bates' smile was apologetic. "I went uptown for some of the celebrating early in the evening, but habit's a queer thing, and round about midnight I wandered on in the direction of Commodore Whitney's house, and, like a plumb fool, took up my regular beat and only quit about 2 o'clock when it started snowing again mighty hard." "Did you observe anything unusual going on at the Whitneys between midnight and 2 o'clock?" demanded Penfield swiftly. Bates shook his head. "Not a thing," he said slowly. "The house looked just as usual. No lights in any of the windows. No sign of anyone being up." He hesitated a moment and rubbed his forehead reflectively. "The last time I passed along the street, I saw a closed automobile standing part way down the block from the house." "Was anyone in it?" asked Penfield. "No." "Did you get the license number?" Again Bates shook his head. "The snow was blowing that way," he explained, "and the tag was covered." Detective Barlow, who had followed the watchman's testimony with absorbed attention, moved involuntarily when a loud sneeze sounded in his right ear, and turning, he saw Ned Terry trying to smother a second sneeze in a large handkerchief. "Catching cold?" inquired Barlow. "There's a draft somewhere." His eye lit on the partly open door behind them leading to the outer room, and getting up, he went back and closed it, thereby cutting off Mrs. Ruggles's excellent vantage point for listening in. Coroner Penfield tapped on the table by which he sat to emphasize his next remarks. "What kind of car was it, Bates?" he inquired. "A coupe," answered the watchman. "I didn't notice the make." "But a car parked there at that time of the night—" "Didn't mean a thing," retorted Bates. "Thousands of people here leave their cars in the streets all night. It's nothing to get excited about. The police can't prevent it." Penfield paused and turned over several pages in his memorandum book. "Have you noticed any unusual occurrences at the Whitney house since the Commodore's return from Europe last fall?" he asked. Bates studied his shoes for some seconds. "No, I can't say I have," he replied. "I thought the Commodore had aged a whole lot in the time he was away. Said he'd been sick with rheumatics, and that's why he carried a cane. He showed it to me once, a corker." Bates' eyes brightened, and his manner became more animated. He unscrewed the gold top and pulled out a knife. "A sword cane!" ejaculated Penfield. "Had the Commodore carried it long?" "I never saw him with it until this fall," declared Bates, and would have added more, but the coroner interrupted him with another question. "When did you last see Commodore Whitney?" he demanded. "Christmas Day." Bates' eyes shifted from Penfield to the foreman of the jury. "He had a $20 gold piece for me and the missus." "Was this before or after your interview with Mrs. Ruggles?" "After," shortly. "I saw her 2 days before Christmas." Penfield laid down his pencil, with which he had made several entries in his memorandum book. "What did your duties as night watchman comprise?" he asked. "I went on duty at 10 o'clock at night and quit at 6 in the morning," the man explained glibly. "Most generally, I had other houses to look after in the neighborhood, and I patrolled a regular beat." "You did not, then, spend a part of each night in the Commodore's house?" "Oh, no, sir. I was just around the grounds." "Did anyone ever try to break into the house, to your knowledge?" "No." Penfield pushed back his chair. "You can leave now, Bates. Much obliged to you." He turned to the morgue master, who was occupying a chair close to the short flight of steps leading to the platform. "Hume, ask Mrs. Ruggles to come here." So quickly did Mrs. Ruggles respond to the summons that Bates, who had paused to put on his overcoat, and she almost collided in the center aisle. Her look of repugnance was met by a defiant sneer as the watchman brushed by her on his way out of the room. The small scene was not lost on the coroner, who stood impassively waiting while the oath was being administered to the housekeeper. "Your name, madam?" he inquired, and Mrs. Ruggles, sitting down, threw back her coat. Her severely plain morning attire was more becoming than some of the extreme styles for which she always had a dedicated preference. "Mary Rogers Ruggles," she explained. "My husband, Daniel Ruggles, died 8 years ago. In his lifetime, we resided in New York." "And what brought you to Washington?" "I came as a war worker in the Department of the Food Administration." Mrs. Ruggles took out a heavily scented handkerchief and patted her lips with it. The stuffy room, badly ventilated and overheated, made her feel slightly faint. "After the armistice, I took an apartment, furnished it, and rented the spare room to a naval officer, a Captain Philip Berry. The captain was later sent abroad and in London met Commodore Whitney, who was then planning to return here and open his house. In the course of their conversation, Captain Berry gave him my name and address." Mrs. Ruggles paused a moment before adding, "That is how Commodore Whitney came to engage my services as housekeeper while in Europe." The coroner referred to the written notes handed to him by Detective Barlow before the opening of the inquest, and then looked over his spectacles at Mrs. Ruggles. "You occupied his house for nearly a year before the Commodore's return last fall," he said. "Did you not?" "Yes, She was checked by the coroner's upraised hand. "Oblige me, madam, by answering simply yes and no," he said, and she flushed angrily at his tone. "You and Commodore Whitney became engaged to be married a short time ago?" "Yes." Mrs. Ruggles placed her hand over her heart and drew a deep breath. "We would have been married on January 8th, but for his dastardly murder." The tapping of the coroner's pencil on the bare table cut her short. "Where were you on New Year's Eve?" he asked. "In Baltimore." "And when did you learn of the Commodore's death?" "Mose, our chauffeur, told me when, after reaching Washington, I telephoned from Union Station to have him bring the car there. The shock!" She closed her eyes and leaned back. "Oh, gentlemen!" She stopped again, overcome by emotion. Turning hastily, Penfield filled a paper cup from the water pitcher standing on his desk and gave it to the housekeeper. "Drink this, madam," he suggested kindly, and after she had taken a swallow or two, he tossed away the cup and resumed his examination. "Why did Commodore Whitney dismiss his night watchman, William Bates, so peremptorily?" The change of topic in a measure restored Mrs. Ruggles's composure. "I found he was trying to overcharge the Commodore," she explained. "Also, that Bates was not always sober and therefore necessarily untrustworthy as a watchman." Penfield eyed her keenly. "How did it happen that under those circumstances Commodore Whitney gave him and his wife each a $20 gold piece for Christmas?" "The Commodore was very tender-hearted, and Bates had been faithful before he took to drinking," responded the housekeeper. "So for the sake of old times, he gave him his customary Christmas present." Penfield again consulted his notes. "Why did Commodore Whitney carry a sword cane?" he asked. Mrs. Ruggles's figure stiffened until she sat upright, and the coroner smiled, well pleased. Evidently, the question was unexpected. "I wasn't aware that he did," she exclaimed tartly. "He used a cane, yes, because the attack of inflammatory rheumatism had left him slightly lame." "Describe the cane," directed Penfield quickly. "It was, what do you call it?" Mrs. Ruggles pressed her fingers to her temples. "Something like bamboo." "Rattan?" suggested the coroner, and she nodded, smiling, but the smile faded at his next words. "Had the cane a gold top?" "There was some gold on it," she replied, "enough to bear the Whitney crest, but," with a certain grim obstinacy which brought a sharp look from the coroner, "it was not a sword cane. I have examined the gold crest, a perfect piece of engraving, too often not to be certain of my statement." Penfield looked down at his penciled memorandum. William Bates, in his sworn testimony, stated that the Commodore unscrewed the top of the cane and showed him the concealed sword. The housekeeper's eyes flashed. "Is it to be a question of veracity between a discharged servant and myself?" she demanded heatedly. "You are insulting, sir." The coroner beckoned to the morgue master. "The matter is easily decided, madam," he said. "Hume, telephone to Inspector Mitchell at the Whitney home and ask him to bring the Commodore's gold-headed rattan cane here immediately. Now, Mrs. Ruggles," he rose, "I must ask you to wait in the outer room. Thank you." Mrs. Ruggles, startled by her abrupt dismissal, sat still for a second. Then, with a slight inclination of her head, she hurried from the platform. The coroner waited until the door had closed behind her retreating figure before calling the next witness. "Detective Barlow." And as his name was pronounced, Barlow left his seat by Ned Terry and mounted the platform. Additional spectators had slipped inside while the inquest was going on, and 3 or 4 men, taking advantage of the lull in the proceedings, moved further down the room and occupied seats just in front of Terry. A friendly policeman who had observed him with the detective caught his eye and beckoned to the lawyer to take the seat he was just vacating in the front row. "I'll stand in the back," he whispered as Terry murmured his thanks. From his new seat, Terry had an uninterrupted view of Barlow, and his wonder grew as he stared at the queer figure in the witness box. Barlow looked like an underpaid country curate. To think of him as a clever detector of crime? Terry almost laughed aloud. There was a second's pause after the oath had been administered before Coroner Penfield started his examination. With clarity and precision, Barlow told of his summons to the Whitney house and described with minute detail his first view of the dead body lying on the floor before the fireplace. "This dagger," he added, taking it from the oilskin wrapper in which he had carried the weapon, was standing upright in the dead man's chest. Penfield took hold of the oilskin gingerly, and holding it and the dagger in the palm of his hand, showed it to the jury. "Are there finger marks on it?" inquired the foreman of the jury, and alarmed at the sound of his own voice in the stillness, he crimsoned hotly. The detective shook his head. "We could find no identifying marks on the steel," he admitted, as the coroner returned to his chair and placed the dagger in plain sight on the table by him. "Describe the position of the body," Penfield directed, taking up his pencil and drawing a pad toward him. "The body was twisted, evidently a death convulsion." Barlow spoke slowly, and his clear voice carried distinctly to every person in the room. "Commodore Whitney must have fallen backwards and then turned partly on his right side, for his right hand, thrust in the pocket of his smoking jacket, was caught between his body and the floor." "Well?" demanded Penfield as the detective paused. "On examination," went on Barlow, still more slowly, "made upon the arrival of Dr. Leonard McLean, the family physician, and Dr. Conrad, the assistant coroner, when we moved the body, we found that inside the pocket of his jacket, Commodore Whitney's fingers were closed over the handle of a cocked revolver." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Lies and Lies. From one of the pockets of his coat, Detective Barlow produced a revolver and turned it over to the coroner. "It has a safety device," he explained. "The only fingerprints on it were evidently made by Commodore Whitney himself, judging from our tests." Reporters as well as the jury leaned forward in their seats to get sight of the weapon which Penfield laid down by the dagger with its sinister stain. Commodore Whitney's left hand was outflung and rested in an unnatural position, continued Barlow. When the hand opened, this paper was found in its palm. The coroner took the torn scrap of paper and regarded it thoughtfully before showing it to each member of the jury. "Who wrote this capital I?" he inquired, turning back to the detective. Barlow shook his head. "Evidently not the Commodore, for it isn't in his writing," he answered evasively. Penfield turned and consulted his assistant, then again faced the detective. "That's all now, Barlow. Dr. Conrad, take the stand." The assistant coroner's testimony was brief and to the point. "The autopsy proved conclusively," he ended, "that Commodore Whitney died from a dagger stab which pierced his heart. Death must have been instantaneous." "In your judgment, could the wound have been self-inflicted?" asked Penfield, and his assistant paused to consider his answer. "It might," he said cautiously, "but it is not probable, in my opinion. The dagger was driven with great force, so that the skin of the chest was bruised by its hilt." "Thanks, Doctor. You may retire." The assistant coroner's place was taken first by Anna, the maid, and second by the chauffeur, Mose. Anna's testimony produced nothing of interest beyond the fact that life at the Whitney mansion had been both happy and uneventful, that she had never heard a cross word exchanged by the Commodore and his housekeeper, and that nothing had disturbed her heavy slumber throughout Wednesday night. When questioned about the Commodore's use of a rattan cane, she declared that he generally carried it, laying it on the foot of his bed at night. Mose gave his testimony with brevity and dispatch, and Barlow, who had found a vacant chair next to Terry, again noted that the chauffeur did not swerve in the slightest particular from the account he had twice given him of his whereabouts on New Year's Eve, and the discovery the next morning of his master lying dead in the library. In substance, Mose corroborated Anna's statements as to the tranquility prevailing in the household. "The master," he added, "spent hours at a time working over the book he was writing and reading proof. He didn't pay attention to much else." "Not even to his fiancée, Mrs. Ruggles?" asked Coroner Penfield. "They worked together, sir." Mose looked down at his well-polished shoes and puttees. Their luster pleased him, and unobtrusively he turned his foot this way and that. Then his gaze strayed to his neatly fitting breeches. He had not felt so well dressed in a long time. The coroner's next words brought his head up with a jerk. "William Bates," the latter said, "testified that Commodore Whitney carried a sword cane." Mose's broad smile proved irritating, and Penfield did not complete his sentence. "Did Bill Bates tell you that?" asked Mose. "The poor old drunk." Penfield's feeling of irritation was intensified. Mose was certainly the most exemplary of witnesses, but there was an intangible something about the chauffeur that annoyed the coroner. "Did the Commodore ever open the cane for you?" he asked. "No, sir." Coroner Penfield's attention was attracted by a tall man who had entered the room unobtrusively several minutes before and stationed himself near the platform steps. "Ah, Inspector Mitchell," he exclaimed. "You have brought the cane?" Mitchell shook his head. "I'm sorry, Dr. Penfield, but we searched the Whitney house from top to bottom. The gold-headed rattan cane is not to be found there." Penfield stared blankly at the inspector and then transferred his gaze to Mose, who returned his look in apparent astonishment. "When did you last see that cane, Mose?" the coroner demanded quickly. "The Commodore had it Wednesday afternoon when he returned from the Union Station with his niece, Miss Harriet Whitney," declared the chauffeur. "I carried her bag up to her room, and when I come down, her uncle was using the cane to point out the view of the Capitol from our front portico." Penfield stepped to the edge of the platform and held a whispered conversation with Inspector Mitchell. Then, as the latter left the room, he dismissed Mose. The chauffeur's place in the witness chair was taken by Parthenia. After the cook was sworn in, it took a good 5 minutes to extract her full name and other personal facts from her. "I dunno what for you axes all dat," protested Parthenia tearfully. "I's a perfectly 'spectable colored lady." Well, Parthenia, suppose you tell us all you know about the death of Commodore Whitney, suggested Penfield in as soothing a tone as he could command. I dunno nothing, protested Parthenia. I went to my bed about 11 o'clock Wednesday night, and the Commodore was occupying as loud as could be. He wa'n't dead then, no, sir. He was arguing, you say? Demanded the coroner quickly. Who with? With poor Miss Harriet, his niece. And what about? I don't know, sir, declared Parthenia. It was this-a-way. I was putting the pitcher of ice water on the hall table outside the study door, where the Commodore mostly sits at night, and the door was partly open like this, demonstrating her meaning. Go on, directed the coroner as the old woman paused. I heard a kind of pitiful little cry, continued Parthenia, gathering courage from the coroner's sympathetic tone and manner, and I pokes my head a little way inside. She paused. There stood poor Miss Harriet as white as a ghost, and the back of her hand pressed against her lips. She spoke sudden-like, saying, I knows yo' lie. What happened then? Urged Penfield, who, with everyone else in the room, was regarding the witness with breathless interest. The Commodore raised his cane. His face was awful. Go, he says, convulsed-like. Go, and believe me, I went, ended Parthenia. He scared me so I slept with my head under the pillow, and I ain't been the same woman since. Penfield pushed back his chair, preparatory to rising. You may go, Parthenia, he said. I am much obliged to you. Yo's entirely welcome, sir. And Parthenia, in a panic for fear the coroner would change his mind, scurried away. Call Miss Harriet Whitney, Hume, directed Penfield, and there was a stir of interest throughout the room. Representatives of the afternoon newspapers were writing feverishly to get their copy in for the early editions, but as Harriet followed the slow-moving morgue master up the center aisle to the platform, every reporter ceased writing to stare at her. Harriet had removed the gaily colored flower from her toque, and under her fur coat she wore a simple black gown, unrelieved by any ornament or bit of lace. It was seldom that Coroner Penfield had seen a face of such haunting beauty, and his interest in the Whitney mystery rose to fever heat. While Harriet was being sworn, Penfield sorted the papers on his table until he had them arranged to his liking, then turned his chair about so as to directly face the witness. Miss Whitney, he began, kindly tell us the names of your parents and their place of residence. I am the daughter of Charles and Sarah McCoon Whitney, replied Harriet. Her voice, though low, held a carrying quality, and her words were easily understood by the belated spectators who had drifted in during the progress of the inquest until every seat was filled. I reside with them at number 10 East 82nd Street, New York City. Penfield made a note of the address. And you came here Wednesday afternoon to visit your uncle, Commodore Whitney? Yes. Had it been some time since you had seen him? Yes, we had not met for several years. Why not? Asked Penfield bluntly. Because Uncle James was in Europe for over a year, and before that I spent a winter in California. Harriet had permitted her gaze to leave the coroner, and as she looked about the large square room into the upturned faces, her heart sank and her hands clenched themselves in sheer nervousness. The publicity was horrible to her sensitive nature. Did you find your uncle altered in appearance or changed in manner? Questioned the coroner. He appeared older, much older, she admitted, but he was in high spirits and his dear affectionate self. Penfield ran his fingers over his Van Dyke beard and regarded Harriet with disconcerting steadfastness. His dear affectionate self, he repeated. Exactly what do you mean, Miss Whitney? Harriet's pale cheeks turned a delicate pink. Uncle Jim was always very kind and affectionate in his manner to my brother and to me, she explained. Except for Father, we are the only near blood kin he had. Where is your brother now? John is a patient at Walter Reed Hospital. Harriet dropped her eyes that the coroner might not see the sudden tears that dimmed them. Any mention of her soldier brother and his condition unnerved her. The coroner, to her relief, did not question her further on the subject, asking instead, "Did you know that Commodore Whitney planned to marry Mrs. Mary Ruggles?" "He told me." "When?" "After dinner." "At what hour?" Harriet eyed the coroner in some perplexity. What was he driving at? "I do not recall the exact hour, but it must have been after 9 o'clock, she said. "In the early part of the evening we listened in on the radio." "Were you surprised by the news?" "Yes, it was, stumbling in her speech, "a complete surprise." "An agreeable surprise, Miss Whitney?" Harriet's eyes flashed with anger. "I consider that question an impertinence, Mr. Coroner, and one that has no bearing on my uncle's death." "That is for me to say, Miss Whitney." The coroner was equally angry, but to the disappointment of the reporters, he did not repeat his question or insist upon an answer to his first one. "Where is the radio located?" "In my uncle's study." Penfield turned back to his notes. "You told Detective Barlow that you left your uncle in the library downstairs about 10 o'clock Wednesday night, that you kissed him good night and retired." "So I did." Harriet opened and closed her bead bag with nervous rapidity. "We went downstairs as Uncle Jim wished to show me some curios he had recently purchased." The coroner snatched up the dagger and held it almost under Harriet's nose. "Was this among them?" "No." "Did he show you his cane, then?" "His cane?" in astonishment. "Do you mean the cane he carried around with him?" Then, as Penfield affirmatively, "No, why should he have shown it to me?" Her question received no reply, for the coroner was busy reading a penciled note brought to him by the morgue master. Twisting the note into a small compass, Penfield looked down at Detective Barlow, sitting almost beneath him, and bowed gravely. "Miss Whitney," the coroner turned briskly back to Harriet, "when did you last see your uncle alive?" "That information is given in my statement yesterday to Detective Barlow, which you just quoted," she replied swiftly, "that I kissed my uncle good night in the library and retired." "That statement, Miss Whitney, was not made under oath." Penfield rose in his earnestness and rested one hand on the table. "Here you have just sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth." "Do you mean to infer that I lied?" Harriet was white to the lips. Her bead bag slipped from her lap and lay unheeded on the floor, its clasp unfastened and its contents scattered about. "No, only that you did not tell the whole truth." Bending forward, Penfield spoke with stern emphasis. "You saw your uncle again that night. Denial is useless, madam." "Then why ask me if the question is superfluous?" Harriet's heart was beating to suffocation, and her breath coming unevenly, but her eyes never shifted before Penfield's accusing gaze. "Because I wish to know what you and your uncle quarreled about." "Quarrel? I don't know to what you refer." "No?" Penfield bent nearer and pointed his finger directly at her. "Then I'll refresh your memory. I mean the scene you had with your uncle in his study around 11 o'clock Wednesday night when you cried out, 'I know you lie.'" As if hypnotized, Harriet continued to stare at Penfield, oblivious of all else around her. The reporters, scenting the sensational, sat with pencils poised, while from the crowd of spectators came a nervous cough and the shuffle of feet, quieted by a low "shh" from a blue-coated policeman. "Miss Whitney," Penfield's harsh tones rang out forcefully, beating on Harriet's eardrums like miniature Niagaras. "Why did you tell your uncle that he lied?" The seconds ticked into minutes, and still Harriet remained silent. Ned Terry, unaware that his varying expressions during the course of the testimony had provided Detective Barlow with food for thought, left his seat and mounted the platform, his face the color of chalk. Harriet half rose to meet him, then sank back unconscious in her chair. As Dr. Conrad sprang forward with restoratives, Penfield rapped smartly on the table. "I must request silence," he stated, as soon as he could be heard. "The preliminary hearing is adjourned until further notice." And stepping forward, he assisted Dr. Conrad and Ned Terry in carrying Harriet from the room, while Detective Barlow paused to pick up her bag and the scattered articles belonging in it. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Queries and Theories. Ned Terry listened to Anna's voluble statements with lowering brows. "You say Miss Whitney is no better?" he questioned, and at his persistence the maid's black eyes snapped with resentment. "Ain't I done told you all that, suh?" Her flip manner was that of a family servant accustomed to taking liberties. "And Miss Ruggles, she said most positive no one can see Miss Whitney. But she am in her room and in bed." That settled the argument as far as Anna was concerned, for, awaiting no response, she shut the front door in Terry's face. The young lawyer stood on the brick portico in deep thought for fully 3 minutes. Then, instead of going down the terraced steps which led from the Whitneys' front door to the sidewalk, he followed the path which skirted the mansion. Opening the gate into the garden, he walked past rose bushes, which in the summer were the garden's chief glory, magnolia trees, and beautifully kept box hedges, until he came to the large brick garage. It had formerly been the stable, but Commodore Whitney had had it made over, and the second floor, with its quaint dormer windows, modernized and arranged as living quarters for his chauffeur. Terry found the double doors were tightly fastened across what had been the old carriage entrance, but his knock on a small side door brought instant response. "Come inside, sir," exclaimed Mose cordially at sight of his caller, and with a word of thanks, Terry entered the garage. It was a barn of a place, and the concrete flooring held space for at least 6 cars, if not more. The wooden wall cases with their glass sliding doors, which in the old days had held harness whips and so forth, now were filled with shining automobile accessories, and Terry paused to admire the spotless appearance of the whole place. "Won't you sit down, sir?" And Mose hospitably brought forward a wooden kitchen chair. "I don't wish to interfere with your work," exclaimed Terry as he waved away the chair. "Just dropped in to ask a question or two." "Yes, sir." Mose picked up a chamois and resumed polishing the nickel radiator of the limousine in which he had taken Harriet Whitney and her household to the inquest that morning. "Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll go ahead, as Miss Whitney may need the car. The maid told me a minute ago that Miss Whitney is ill in bed." Terry thrust his hands inside the pockets of his overcoat and rested his broad shoulders against the side of one of the wall cases. "Is that so?" Mose stopped polishing and shook out his chamois. "Gee, I'm sorry. She's a fine lady. Kinda different from the other." "Mrs. Ruggles?" put in Terry swiftly, as his companion paused. "Yes." Catching Terry's eye, the chauffeur winked. "Hard-boiled," he added cryptically, then resumed his polishing with vigor. "Mean weather for cars, sir, this snow and sleet." Without answering, Terry studied Mose. A little over medium height, lithe and wiry, the chauffeur moved about the car as if on springs, and Terry judged from the muscular development of his bare arms and the breadth of his chest that he had unusual strength. As the silence grew prolonged, Mose put down the can of metal polish and glanced inquiringly at the lawyer. "Anything I can do for you, sir?" he inquired civilly, and at the question Terry awoke from his perplexed thoughts. "So you consider Mrs. Ruggles hard-boiled," the latter commented. "Well, from what I have seen, I concluded the widow belonged to the weepy type of woman." "Indeed, sir." Moses' polite interrogation was no more indicative of his thoughts than his blank expression. "How do you like your new car, Mr. Terry?" Very much, shortly, but in spite of himself, Terry reddened at the unexpected question and the sudden change in the chauffeur's manner. Evidently, Mose regretted his hasty criticism of the housekeeper and would not be drawn further on the subject. Terry glanced around the garage with interest. "Nice place you have," he said. "How many cars had the Commodore?" "Two." Mose pointed to a roadster standing in the far corner. "He planned to trade in that, sir, for a closed coupe which he could drive himself, one like yours, sir." The chauffeur doubted if Terry heard what he said, for the lawyer was busy searching in his pockets for the inevitable cigarette case. This time, however, he produced a handful of cigars and handed them to Mose. "I can't smoke in here, thank ye just the same." "Keep them." And straightening up, Terry faced the small door through which he had entered. "Where will I find Bill Bates, Mose?" Mose scratched his head. "Kinda hard to say, sir," he admitted. "Bill's moved considerable the last 6 months, and I don't rightly know where he lives. P'raps the police can tell you." "True, they may know." Terry buttoned his overcoat. "If Bill was so worthless, why did Commodore Whitney employ him as night watchman?" he asked. "I don't know," responded Mose with more animation. "Many's the night I found old Bill sound asleep under the bushes in the garden. Him patrolling the premises? My word!" The servant laughed aloud. "And his saying the old man carried a sword cane? Bill certainly enjoyed hisself on the witness stand." Terry's answering smile was fleeting. "If you happen to hear where Bates lives, please tell me," he said, and waved his hand in farewell as he retraced his steps along the garden path. Standing in the doorway, Mose watched him out of sight with puzzled eyes. Suddenly, he examined the band on the cigars which he still held, and whistled faintly. "Hully gee!" he exclaimed in an undertone. "These cost every bit of 50 cents each." And as an aid to thought, he snapped his fingers absent-mindedly. "Why did that gink give these to me? And say, what's he want with Bill Bates?" On reaching the front of the mansion, Terry hesitated. Should he try again to see Harriet Whitney, or return later? The latter seemed the wiser course, and reaching that decision after a moment's pause, Terry ran lightly down the front steps. He stopped somewhat abruptly at the sight of Paul Barlow examining his car. Then he crossed the sidewalk and joined the detective. "You are just the man I wish to see, Mr. Terry," exclaimed Barlow. "Is this your car?" "Yes," briefly. "Then suppose we get inside and talk." And as Terry hesitated, "We can be absolutely private there." Barlow said no more until he was comfortably seated in the coupe and Terry had tucked his long legs under the steering wheel and twisted around sideways in the driver's seat so as to face the detective. "Have you just seen Miss Whitney?" the latter asked. "No," glumly. "Mrs. Ruggles?" "No." And as the detective's eyebrows went up questioningly, Terry answered, "I didn't ask for her." "Oh." A pause followed the ejaculation, which Terry made no attempt to break, preferring instead to silently regard the little detective who had spread a newspaper across his knees and was busy running his pencil down a printed column on the front page. "This reporter states that Miss Whitney was taken home in a serious condition which her family physician, Dr. Leonard McLean, pronounced due to cardiac trouble," went on Barlow, looking up. "I've just seen McLean, and he says that is all bosh." "Thank God!" exclaimed Terry with fervor. "Dr. Penfield had no right to heckle Miss Whitney as he did. The coroner is not a prosecuting attorney, nor is an inquest a trial by jury." "Perhaps not," agreed Barlow dryly, "but for all that, Miss Whitney will have to explain her words overheard by Parthenia and why she and her uncle quarreled." "Come, you don't mean to say you place any faith in the testimony of that old colored woman?" asked Terry incredulously. "Couldn't you see she was so scared she would have sworn to anything?" "If there wasn't any truth in what Parthenia said, why did Miss Whitney faint when questioned by the coroner?" demanded Barlow with quiet insistence. "The heat and the closeness of the room," observing the detective's skeptical smile, Terry added stubbornly. "The place reeked of stale tobacco smoke and worse smells. I tell you, Barlow, it was enough to knock out a delicate, high-strung woman. It didn't affect Mrs. Ruggles. The chauffeur's comment flashed into Terry's mind. Hard-boiled, he repeated laconically. Barlow's smile did not vanish. It broadened, while his eyes gained an added watchfulness. Your estimate of the handsome widow is hardly flattering, he replied, and certainly far different from the flowery account given in the evening paper. Terry bent down and looked more closely at the flaring headlines. Does the reporter state why so much attention was paid to whether or not Commodore Whitney carried a sword cane? He asked. Apparently Penfield forgot Whitney was killed with a dagger. Oh, no, he didn't. Barlow laid his finger on a long scar which ran behind Terry's right ear. War or mastoid? Terry jerked up his head. None of your damn business, he blurted out. Then, recovering his temper, he reddened with vexation. Sorry. The apology, however, was spoken half-heartedly and was followed by an immediate question. What about this cane that you attach so much importance to it? Barlow refolded the newspaper and stuck it back in his overcoat pocket. It shows that Commodore Whitney went armed. Yes, if you place credence in the word of a drunken and discharged night watchman. How do you know Bates drinks? Why, Mose the chauffeur said so. So he did, admitted Barlow dryly. Well, Mr. Terry, possibly the Commodore didn't carry a sword cane, but we know conclusively that he had a cocked and loaded revolver in his pocket when he was killed, and that proves— Yes, go on. That Commodore Whitney went armed because he had an enemy and expected an attack upon his life. Humph! That's just supposition. Backed up by more facts, retorted Barlow, warming to his subject. Was the dismissal of Bill Bates a coincidence or carefully planned so that no night watchman would be around the premises on New Year's Eve? Well, from what I've learned about Bates, he wouldn't have saved the Commodore from being murdered that night. Your informant? Broke in Barlow swiftly. Mose. Again? I have no reason to disbelieve what he says, stated Terry calmly. Secondly, by his own testimony, Bates must have been around here at the very hour the Commodore was murdered. And what did he do? Nothing. Barlow rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It was an inside job, he declared after a second's pause. Commodore Whitney was murdered by an inmate of his household. Terry stared at him aghast. The evidence brought out at the inquest didn't prove that, he protested vehemently. I'm not basing my theory on that entirely. In his earnestness, Barlow checked off each point in his argument on his left hand, and Terry noted the talon-like thinness of his fingers. The absence of all footprints on the rugs in the library. Remember, it was snowing outside. Every window was locked on the inside, and, he spoke slowly with increasing impressiveness, an attempt was made last night to steal the dagger. What for? Broke in Terry, his eyes shining with excitement. Evidently, the murderer feared fingerprints might have been left on it. But you testified at the inquest there weren't any. Sure, but the murderer didn't know that last night, with impatient emphasis, so he tried to steal the dagger right under my nose in the Whitney library. Why didn't you nab him? Because the after-dinner coffee I drank last night at the Whitneys was drugged. Terry eyed the little detective in speculative silence. Why was Barlow taking him into his confidence with such engaging frankness? Did you tell Miss Whitney or anyone else that you were going to remain all night? He inquired thoughtfully. No, responded Barlow. On the contrary, I was extremely careful that no one should know I was concealed in the library. Then the coffee must have been drugged, not for you, but to make others in the household sleep, pointed out Terry shrewdly. Miss Whitney, for instance. Again, Barlow stroked his chin before answering. Your point is well taken, Mr. Terry, he said finally. But listen a moment. He paused to clear his throat. Before stationing myself in the library for an all-night vigil, I removed the dagger from the little glass table which holds miniatures and other curios, and put it in my pocket for safekeeping. Toward morning, I was roused from my doped sleep by the breaking of the glass table. Fortunately, I caught more than a glimpse of the intruder. He stopped and drew a soft black object from his vest pocket and unfolded it. This stocking. Terry gazed first at the detective and then at the silk stocking in speechless surprise. "I don't understand," he exclaimed. "What do you mean?" The intruder wore this stocking over her face as a mask. Barlow turned back to the top of the stocking and pointed to two fanciful initials woven into the silk. "H.W.," he said, and H.W. stands for Harriet Whitney. A tap on the window pane aroused Terry from his stupefaction, and looking up simultaneously, both men saw Rudolph Ruggles regarding them. "Hello, Terry," the hunchback exclaimed as Barlow opened the car door. "Afternoon, Barlow. Are you fellows going uptown?" And as Terry nodded affirmatively, "Would you mind giving me a lift?" "No, certainly not. Hop in." Terry switched on the ignition, and his foot came down heavily on the starter as Ruggles seated himself by the detective. "I've been admiring your car," Terry chatted on the hunchback, ignoring the silence of his two companions. "It's a custom-built body, isn't it?" "I thought so." And leaning back, Ruggles produced his cigarette case and offered its contents to Barlow as the car started up the street with Terry taciturn as ever at the wheel. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Silhouettes. Harriet viewed her breakfast tray with interest. Her normal healthy appetite was reasserting itself after her restful night. The bromide administered by Dr. McLean 12 hours before had soothed her overtaxed nervous system, and she felt refreshed and invigorated. She ate her poached egg and toast with great enjoyment and was just pouring out a second cup of coffee when a knock sounded on her bedroom door, and almost before she could say, "Come in," Mrs. Ruggles appeared. "How are you, my dear?" she asked, approaching Harriet's bed and, to the young girl's intense annoyance, sitting down on the foot of it. "Much better, thank you." "That's good." The housekeeper's complacency grated on Harriet, and her morning garb was an added irritation. What had her uncle ever seen in the woman to wish to marry her? "The reporters have been calling up," went on Mrs. Ruggles. "The Post representative wishes an interview with you." "Oh, I can't see him," protested Harriet. "There is no occasion for newspaper notoriety, Mrs. Ruggles. Send all such callers away, please." "I will. Pray don't excite yourself," replied Mrs. Ruggles soothingly. "Anna has just told me that you are planning to attend the funeral this morning. Do you think that it is wise in your condition?" "There is nothing on earth the matter with me," declared Harriet vehemently. "Because I was so foolish as to faint yesterday at the inquest is no reason why I should stay in bed today." "I was only thinking," began the housekeeper, and paused as she met Harriet's antagonistic gaze. There was an appreciable lapse of a second or two before Mrs. Ruggles continued her remarks in a slightly changed tone. "You may not realize it, my dear, but you are intensely emotional, and your uncle's funeral will be attended by his niece." "Oh, very well, if you take that attitude." Mrs. Ruggles stood up, her face an angry red. "I trust, however, you will spare us further scenes, no matter how harrowing the occasion." Harriet's rejoinder was stopped by a series of sneezes which rendered her speechless. A hasty search under her pillow produced no handkerchief, and Mrs. Ruggles, guessing what she was looking for, crossed the room to the dressing table. "If you will hand me my bag," gasped Harriet, sitting up straighter, and taking the bead bag from the housekeeper. She drew out her handkerchief. "What time must I be ready, Mrs. Ruggles?" "The services are to be here at 10 o'clock and interment in Arlington." The housekeeper started for the door and stopped halfway there. All arrangements were made by the Navy Department, Coroner Penfield and Ned Terry, who acted as our legal advisor. "So I understood from your son." Harriet sank back on her pillows, propped against the headboard of the four-poster. "I will be greatly obliged if you will send Anna for the breakfast tray." "She has gone on an errand for Parthenia," explained Mrs. Ruggles. "As soon as she comes in, I'll have her come up." "Just a moment," called Harriet, and the housekeeper paused in the act of closing the hall door. "Was there any mail for me?" "None," and Mrs. Ruggles went swiftly down the hall. As the latch of her door clicked shut, Harriet again raised herself on her elbow and looked between the bed and the wall. The morning paper, which she had accidentally knocked off the counterpane just before Mrs. Ruggles's appearance, was well within her reach. The next minute she was leaning back against her pillows and folding the sheets in their proper order. The rustling of the paper covered the faint noise made by the reopening of the door. Totally unconscious of the watchful eyes regarding her, Harriet read on, absorbed by the lurid description of the inquest. Her cheeks flamed hotly over some portions of the reporter's tale, then paled at others. Parthenia's testimony was given verbatim, and she read it with a rapidly beating heart, her breath coming unevenly. At its concluding paragraph, her head sank back and her eyes closed. In the brief interval that followed, a hand crept up over the side of the bed and along the counterpane. It fumbled for a second in her open bead bag, then was withdrawn, and with equal stealth the creeping fingers sank out of sight. Harriet sat up with a start and glanced hastily about the room. The antique mahogany furniture which filled it showed to advantage its well-proportioned size, and the sunlight coming through the artistically arranged curtains over the windows gave an air of cheerfulness and reality which temporarily banished Harriet's haunting thoughts. The bead bag lying near the edge of the bed caught her eye, and she reached over and pulled it toward her. One side of the open bag had fallen back, and an envelope was partly exposed to view. With a vexed exclamation, Harriet drew it out and tore off the flap. She had been too ill the night before to read her mother's letter, and had had no time to do so at the morgue before the inquest. Mrs. Whitney's large writing sprawled over 4 pages and indicated plainly the agitation under which she was laboring. "Your telegram conveyed so little," Harriet read. "Simply, Uncle James died early this morning. Did not prepare me for the shocking news of his murder as given in the evening papers. My dear, how frightful! Poor James, he was well-intentioned, but as for brains... Imagine getting himself engaged to that housekeeper, Mrs. Ruggles, designing creature, to be sure. Men are such fools. Thank God the marriage never took place. Your father is not so well, and I have decided to join him, taking the midnight express." Harriet glanced instinctively at her watch. Her mother must be well on her way. Oh, why had she not called her on the long-distance telephone and asked her to stop over in Washington? She was still mentally abusing herself for her thoughtlessness and aimlessly feeling about in her bag for a second letter when she suddenly awoke to the fact that what she sought was not there. Harriet turned the bag upside down and shook it vigorously. Except for her change purse, gold pencil, and a few odds and ends, it was empty. She sat still, clutching the bag. She distinctly recalled putting her mother's letter in the bag while at the morgue, and a second envelope marked Walter Reed General Hospital, containing the key which she had dropped in her brother's room at the hospital. Both that envelope and the key were most certainly not there now. Harriet pushed the soft hair off her forehead and pressed her fingers across her eyes in an endeavor to visualize the scenes of yesterday. Terry had straightened the clasp of the bag. She had sat with it in her lap, talking in a desultory fashion with Rudolph Ruggles until sent for by the coroner. And she had taken the bag with her to the inquest. But after that... Harriet shook her head despondently. Who had brought it home and placed it on her dressing table? She did not know. Only 2 things she could swear to. She had placed the envelope and the key in her bag 24 hours before, and neither was there now. With unsteady fingers, Harriet fixed another cup of coffee. What matter if it was almost cold? It was warmer than the chill at her heart. Tossing back the bedclothes, she started to dress with feverish energy, pausing now and then to go through her scanty belongings, occupying drawer space in the tall dresser in one corner of the room. Her search brought no results, and it was with a heavy heart and pale cheeks that she accompanied the undertaker's assistant into the drawing room for the funeral services at the house. The flower-covered casket stood in front of the bow windows, the curtains of which were down, and the chairs, in conformity with the shape of the room, were placed in a semicircle. Harriet, while following the service with almost painful attention, remained dry-eyed, but from the rear of the room came subdued sobbing, which grew in violence and then sank away. Several times Harriet observed the Navy chaplain almost halt while reading the service for the burial of the dead, and glance to the rear. Unobtrusively, she turned her head. Mrs. Ruggles, seated to her left, was crying quietly into her handkerchief. The sound did not come from her. Turning still further in her seat, Harriet eyed the dozen or more people in the room. Several she took to be old companions of her uncle. Others she judged were representatives of the fraternal and patriotic societies to which she knew her uncle belonged. Still others must have been neighbors, and the younger men, she concluded, were reporters. In the rear seats she recognized Parthenia and Anna, the waitress, and next to her, Mose. All present were listening with decorum and sadness proper to such a scene. None were sobbing aloud. As Harriet turned partly to face the chaplain, her eyes rested on the bare wall to her left, and she idly watched the shadow cast by her own head. But was it her head? The shadow had moved, and she had not. By Mrs. Ruggles's direction, all daylight had been shut out, and only electricity illuminated the drawing room. The crystal chandelier in the center was not lighted, but side brackets shed a soft luster and evenly distributed the light. Harriet's chair was opposite the wide entrance into the square central hall, and looking in that direction, she saw it was brightly lighted. Evidently the servants had turned on every bulb there. No person was in direct line with her. None stood in the doorway. Harriet turned back and for a few seconds listened intently to what the chaplain was saying. Then some impulse which she could not control forced her to glance at the wall to her left. Before her eyes the shadow enlarged. With cameo clearness the features stood out, and the haunting resemblance to her uncle grew upon her. "As we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly." The chaplain's voice came as from a great distance to Harriet's throbbing senses, then faded away utterly to come back stronger a few moments later. "Behold, I show you a mystery." Harriet's hand went to her throat as she struggled for breath. "Try this," whispered a voice in her ear, and young Ruggles thrust a handkerchief saturated with aromatic spirits of ammonia in her other hand. The powerful restorative brought quick relief, and her sensation of deadly faintness passed. With a sense of deep gratitude to the hunchback, Harriet followed him from the room at the close of the service. "Had you not better remain here?" asked Mrs. Ruggles, pausing at her side. "You look completely done up." Harriet stepped outside the house, almost treading on Mose in her haste. "I wouldn't stay in that house now if it was given to me," she declared passionately, and wondered faintly at the sudden alteration in Mrs. Ruggles's expression. Exchanging no further words with the young girl, the widow stalked ahead and took her seat in the limousine with an air of proud possession. As their car followed the hearse from the door, young Ruggles pulled down the window shades to shelter his mother and Harriet from the stares of the group of curious idlers who had stationed themselves about the entrance to the mansion. The drive to Arlington Cemetery was made in a silence broken only occasionally by low-voiced remarks from Ruggles and monosyllabic answers from Harriet. Mrs. Ruggles, immersed in her own grief, glanced now and then with frowning severity at her son, but apparently impervious to her manifest displeasure, he continued his efforts to divert Harriet's sad thoughts. At the gates of Arlington, they were met by a detachment of sailors and escorted to the open grave. A cold wind was blowing down the slope, causing Mrs. Ruggles to bury her chin in the collar of her coat, but Harriet found it refreshing after the close atmosphere of the limousine, the windows of which had been kept closed at the request of the housekeeper. A number of officers, aside from the naval escort, and officials of the National Cemetery formed the little group about the grave as the chaplain commenced the committal service. At its close, a brief order was given, and the rifles of the firing squad were pointed upward. The echoes of the volley had barely ceased when taps, the solemn requiem of the soldier and the sailor, was sounded. As its notes died away, Harriet brushed the tears from her eyes and looked around the hillside where crosses, row on row, marked the last resting places of the nation's heroes. And glory guards with solemn round the bivouac of the dead. The quotation was almost whispered in Harriet's ear, so close was Ruggles standing to her. But any answer she might have made to the hunchback was checked by the approach of the commander of the escort. Twice Harriet tried to address Lieutenant Doyle. Then, with a pitiful little smile, she accepted his proffered arm and walked with him down the slope to the limousine waiting some distance beyond. They had almost reached the roadside when a figure stepped from around a marble cross and accosted her. "Hello, sister," and looking up through tear-dimmed eyes, Harriet recognized her brother. "John, you here?" she faltered. John Whitney took her hand in a tender clasp and bowed gravely to the young naval officer and then to Mrs. Ruggles and the hunchback. "I tried to get here in time," he explained, "but I had to wait for a taxi." Harriet turned and looked back at the wind-swept slope they had just left. Already men were at work filling in the grave, while the small detachment of sailors in command of a petty officer were well on their way toward the entrance gates. Impulsively, Harriet turned and held out her hand to Lieutenant Doyle. She began. "I can't thank you." She choked down a sob, pressed his hand, then released it, and sprang into the limousine. Mrs. Ruggles followed her with almost equal abruptness, but both John and the hunchback lingered to converse in an undertone with Lieutenant Doyle before joining the two women. They were barely seated comfortably and driving out the McClellan gate before Mrs. Ruggles opened her eyes, wiped them with a moist handkerchief, and gazed curiously at John Whitney. "How does it happen that you are away from Walter Reed by yourself?" she asked, "and at this time of day?" John braced himself on the small forward seat of the limousine as Mose negotiated a sharp turn without materially checking his speed. "I've been discharged," he replied, twisting about so as to face the two women on the back seat. "Cured?" questioned Mrs. Ruggles, with a shade of doubt in her voice which brought the hot color to Harriet's wan cheeks. "Sure." John's boyish smile was very likable. "That is," and as he paused, Mrs. Ruggles' stare became intensified, "I have to go back for treatments 3 times a week. So, honey," he reached back and laid his hand with an affectionate gesture on his sister's, "I'm coming to stay with you in the big house." "Indeed, how nice," gushed Mrs. Ruggles. "You really mean you will live with us?" John favored her with a cold stare. "I mean, my sister and I are going to be together in Uncle Jim's house," he said, and his determined tone caused Mrs. Ruggles to cease smiling. "I'm coming to look after her and our interests." Harriet's fingers closed tightly around her brother's hand. He was of big frame and, although woefully thin, towered above the hunchback, who occupied the corresponding front seat. There was little said as the limousine skimmed along the snow-covered roads, Mose taking chances of skidding and irate traffic cops with total disregard of consequences. Suddenly, John commenced to talk, addressing first one and then the other of his companions, but the only one to respond was Ruggles, who seconded his efforts to break the embarrassing strain of silence to such purpose that the limousine drew up at the Whitney mansion before Harriet fully realized they had reached home. Mrs. Ruggles, nervously upset in spite of her effort to appear calm and collected, was assisted by her son and Mose up the long terraced steps and into the house, Anna holding the front door hospitably open for them. But Harriet, who had paused within the shelter of the limousine to kiss her brother with passionate fervor, found him lagging behind as she in turn mounted the terraced steps. Looking back to learn the cause, she saw him with nearsighted eyes peering in the direction of the garden. "Who's that, sis?" he asked softly. "I can't see very well. There, the man sitting under the linden." Obediently, Harriet followed his pointed finger. From where they stood halfway up the steps, only the outline of the back of the iron bench under the linden tree could be seen. An arm rested along it, and against the white brick wall the profile of the man's face was indistinctly visible. Even as they gazed, the man rose and, turning, advanced further into sight, and Harriet recognized the tall, upright figure and the characteristic walk with a sudden throbbing of her pulse. "Why," she exclaimed, "it's Mr. Terry!" "Terry? What in blazes is he doing here?" And looking up, Harriet was electrified by the fury in her brother's deep-set eyes. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. A Strange Development. Suddenly, to the added bewilderment of his sister, John Whitney brushed by Harriet and ran up the terraced steps ahead of her. As he crossed the portico, he came face to face with Ned Terry, who, hurrying along the garden path, reached there at the same moment. Harriet was too far down the steps to hear their low-voiced greeting. That it was of the briefest, she judged from John's rapid disappearance into the house. A second later, and Terry was at her side. "You look utterly weary," Terry exclaimed, and the solicitude in his voice brought a wave of color to her cheeks and a brighter sparkle to her eyes. "I am afraid you are overtaxing your strength." "No," she protested, while leaning with thankfulness on his strong supporting arm as he helped her up the steps and into the broad central hall of the mansion. Her hand slipped into his, and she glanced appealingly at him. "Do not think me heartless," she half-whispered, "but now that Uncle Jim's body is no longer lying in this house, I feel as if a sinister shadow had been removed." "Oh, not quite that," startled by her own words, spoken on impulse. "But now I can think of something besides the pitiful figure on the floor in the library as I first saw it." "When?" inquired a cold voice over her shoulder, and turning, they faced Paul Barlow. His unexpected appearance caused the pink to fade from Harriet's cheeks. Otherwise, she was apparently not perturbed. "When we three went together into the library," she responded quietly, as Terry helped her off with her coat. Then, with ironical emphasis, "Good morning, Mr. Barlow." Barlow acknowledged her salutation with a mumbled "good morning." There was something about Harriet, an air of assurance, which puzzled the detective. He had expected to find her a nervous wreck, possibly taking refuge in bed to prevent being interviewed and sheltered behind a doctor's certificate. Instead, she had regained her customary poise, and if he read character aright, there would be no shirking of issues. Her courage was of a high order. Barlow eyed Harriet and Ned Terry, standing like a graven image beside her. They made a strikingly handsome pair, but of the two, Terry looked more worn and ill at ease. "Why did you leave before the funeral service was over, Mr. Terry?" asked Barlow, and Harriet glanced at her silent companion. "Were you here?" she exclaimed swiftly. "Yes. But as I couldn't stay, I didn't enter the drawing room," responded Terry. He reddened under the detective's covert smile. I wanted to be sure you were all right, Miss Whitney, and my telephone calls went unanswered." Harriet looked away. "It was good of you to phone," she murmured. Then, in a louder key, "Won't you sit down, Mr. Barlow?" indicating with a wave of her hand the sofa at one end of the hall. "Or do you prefer going into the drawing room?" The detective turned sideways just as the door at the back of the large central hall, which gave entrance to the passageway leading to the kitchen, opened, and John Whitney appeared, talking over his shoulder to Mose, who halted in the doorway and stood respectfully listening to what he was saying. "Who's that?" demanded Barlow in an undertone. "My brother." "Ah!" The exclamation was long drawn out. "From Walter Reed. Introduce me, please, Miss Whitney," and Barlow's abrupt manner admitted of no refusal. At that instant John spied his sister and stepped hastily toward her, but at the sight of the two men he hesitated, then advanced more rapidly as Mose, an interested onlooker, continued to regard the little group from the doorway. "John, dear," Harriet laid her hand with gentle touch on her brother's arm, "you and Mr. Terry have already met, and this," with a graceful gesture, "this is Detective Barlow from Central Headquarters." "In charge of the investigation into the murder of your uncle," added Barlow with blunt directness as the two men shook hands. "A shocking affair, sir, but we'll arrest the murderer, never fear." John's hot, dry hand relaxed in the detective's clasp. Then the invalid's long, thin fingers tightened their hold until thumb and finger met. Only by an effort did Barlow keep from flinching as his bones crushed together. "I've read of you and your successful career in the newspapers," declared John with flattering cordiality. Slowly, very slowly, he released the detective's hand. "Your methods must be worth watching. Isn't that so, Terry?" "Yes," responded the latter impassively, and again lapsed into silence. Barlow rubbed his hands together, his eyes never leaving John's face. "How much you resemble your uncle, Mr. Whitney," he exclaimed. "Except that Commodore Whitney was a much older man. I might have mistaken you for him." John touched his hair. "That comes of being prematurely gray," he said. "When you're sick for over 5 years, anything is liable to happen to your appearance." "But you are able to leave the hospital now." Barlow's faint emphasis on the last word was drowned by John's quick and loud-voiced rejoinder. "Yes, I'm discharged. Cured. Say, sister," with a glance about him, "is there any reason for hanging round in this hall? Can't we sit down somewhere?" His words reached Mrs. Ruggles as she and her son came down the staircase, and she hastened her footsteps as much as dignity and the steepness of the stairs permitted. "I have been waiting in my room," she began, addressing Terry and ignoring the others entirely. "Why was I not told you were here? Mose," her eyes swept the large hall, and the listening attitude of the chauffeur did not escape her eagle glance. "You may go and close the door behind you." But not until her order was reluctantly obeyed did she again address the silent group about her. "Have you the necessary documents, Mr. Terry?" "I have." Terry lifted his left hand, and Harriet for the first time noticed that he was carrying a briefcase. "May I suggest, Miss Whitney," with a significant look toward the staircase, "that we discuss your uncle's affairs in a less public place?" Without a word, Harriet led the way into the drawing-room, the others trooping at her heels. The furniture had been replaced in the room, and there was nothing to remind them of the funeral which had taken place there earlier in the morning. Harriet led the way to the bow window, and Terry, who had followed her closely, stopped by a nest of tea-tables and laid his briefcase upon the topmost one. Unfastening the straps with what Mrs. Ruggles considered maddening deliberation, the lawyer then paused. "It is customary," he began gravely, "to read the will in the presence of the testator's relatives only." If Terry had placed a pin in Mrs. Ruggles's chair, she could not have risen more precipitously. My right to be here is unquestioned, she declared passionately. Commodore Whitney and I were engaged to be married. Therefore, no one, not even his devoted niece, with a withering look at Harriet, was closer to him or more deeply bound by ties of affection. I consider, she added with spirit, Mr. Terry, that your attitude under the circumstances is rather extraordinary. Terry removed several papers from his briefcase and spread them open on the table. I concede your right to be present, Mrs. Ruggles, he stated, looking slowly around the group. His eyes rested longest on Harriet, who sat nervously winding her handkerchief in and out of her fingers. Then this gaze shifted to John Whitney, sitting somewhat in shadow, with eyes downcast. Next, his glance caught and held Ruggles's cold stare. But the presence of Detective Barlow and Mr. Ruggles is quite irregular. Not a bit of it, protested Mrs. Ruggles vehemently. My son has every right to be here as, she paused and spoke more slowly, my legal representative. Harriet stopped fiddling with her handkerchief and raised her head slightly higher. I fail to see any occasion for your requiring a legal representative, Mrs. Ruggles, she said, then turned to the latter's son, who had sprung to his feet. Pray resume your seat, Mr. Ruggles. My brother and I are delighted to have you here. One of her rare smiles brightened her face into radiant beauty, out of courtesy to you and your mother. The hunchback flushed hotly as he exchanged a glance with his irate mother. Then, with a bow to Harriet, he sat down again on the corner of the sofa nearest John Whitney. Well, Detective Barlow hitched his chair forward. I guess I'm de trop, but I'm going to ask your indulgence, Miss Whitney, to remain on. He held up his hand for silence as John bent forward. Just a moment, sir. I'm thinking that the Commodore's will might supply a motive for his murder, and when we find the motive, he wagged his head back and forth, it won't be long to put our hand on the criminal. We agree, burst out John impetuously. Sit down, Mrs. Ruggles. Go on, Terry. Let's hear what Uncle Jim did with his money. With a shocked exclamation, Mrs. Ruggles subsided into a chair, but Terry's first words brought her to her feet again. This will, he stated, unfolding a document, is dated and signed on December 2nd, 1910. What? Gasped Mrs. Ruggles, horror-stricken. That is 15 years ago. Yes. Harriet, who had done some rapid figuring, looked up. It was a month after Aunt Julia's death, Commodore Whitney's wife, she added for Barlow's information as the detective looked at her questioningly. There's a later will, declared Mrs. Ruggles. There must be. Terry looked as annoyed as he felt. Please sit down, Mrs. Ruggles, he begged, adding with sterner emphasis, and don't interrupt me again. Then, as silence ensued, he read the document aloud, slowly, clearly, so that all might hear and understand its contents. Stripped of its legal phrases, the will made generous provision for several local charities, totaling $50,000, for the servants who might be in his employ at the time of his death, and closed with the statement, My dearly loved niece and nephew, Harriet and John, children of my only brother, Charles Whitney, I hereby declare to be my residuary legatees, and that they shall share, and share alike, in all my property not willed elsewhere. In the profound silence that followed the reading of the signature and the names of the witnesses, Terry laid down the will and picked up another and smaller document. This, he said, clearing his throat, is not a codicil to Commodore Whitney's will, properly speaking, being simply a statement and signed before one witness. He paused a second before continuing. In the name of God, amen, he read aloud. I, James Whitney, Commodore, United States Navy, retired, now a resident of the City of Washington, District of Columbia, being at this time engaged to marry Mary Rogers Ruggles, also of Washington, and wishing to amend my will, drawn up and signed on December 2nd, 1910, do hereby state that it is my wish that as my wife she is to inherit only the 1/3 interest in my estate allowed by law to a wife. In lieu of a larger bequest, I shall present to the said Mary Rogers Ruggles on January 1st, 1925, in the presence of my niece and nephew, as a marriage settlement, the sum of $100,000 in valuable securities. James Whitney. Good land of love! John Whitney's exclamation rang out loudly, drowning all else. Mrs. Ruggles, for once rendered speechless, sat bolt upright in her chair, her face red and white by turns. Harriet Whitney was the first to find her voice. "You say that is not a legal document, Mr. Terry?" she asked. "Why not?" "A will or its codicil to be valid in the District of Columbia must bear the signatures of 2 witnesses," he answered, "and this is signed by only one person." He hesitated. "William Bates." "Bates!" ejaculated young Ruggles, speaking for the first time. "You mean Bill Bates, the night watchman?" "I presume it is the same person." Terry refolded the papers and placed them in his briefcase, closing and locking it. "I brought this so-called codicil to the Commodore on Christmas Eve, drawn up in the exact language he wished. I told him then that it required 2 witnesses. He must either have neglected to get another one or have forgotten what I said." Detective Barlow drew a long breath. "Bates testified that he had last seen Commodore Whitney on Christmas Day," he remarked. "He never spoke, though, of witnessing any document. The signature is that of a poorly educated man." Terry turned to Harriet. "Do you and your brother wish me to present this will for probate, or would you prefer to have me turn over all papers to another lawyer?" "Please act for us." Harriet spoke with added warmth as her brother volunteered no remark, and from behind her handkerchief Mrs. Ruggles favored her with a sharp, suspicious look, which did not escape the attention of the watchful detective. "Just a moment, sir." Barlow rose and faced Terry. "That last paper you read, witnessed by Bill Bates, stated that Commodore Whitney planned to give $100,000 worth of valuable securities to Mrs. Ruggles on New Year's Day. January 1st, 1925. Yes, and he was killed sometime between midnight December 31st and 10 o'clock on the morning of January 1st. The detective turned and frowned at John Whitney, who had just given vent to an impatient exclamation. "Just keep quiet, young man. I'm doing my thinking aloud. Say, Mr. Terry, New Year's Day is a holiday." "Yes, and all banks are closed." Barlow spoke with more rapidity. "Then the Commodore had to get those securities before that date, say on December 31st. "True," agreed Terry, slipping his hands in his pockets. "I went with him on Wednesday morning to Riggs National Bank and saw him take the securities out of his safe deposit box." "You did?" Barlow's voice registered a high key, then sank. "Where did the Commodore go after you and he left the bank?" "We returned here," explained Terry, "and we went immediately into the library, and the Commodore placed the envelope containing the securities in his safe. I left for my office 5 minutes later." Barlow looked over at Harriet. "With your permission, Miss Whitney," he said, "we'll go through that safe." And waiting for no rejoinder, he hurried into the library, the others trooping swiftly after him. "Where's the safe?" he demanded when he had reached the center of the room. Harriet, close behind him, shook her head. "I have no idea," she said, and glanced instinctively at Terry as the latter stopped by the door. It's behind that panel." The lawyer stepped down the room and touched the mahogany wainscoting which lined the library. "I saw the Commodore push this piece of carving." At his words, he pressed the concealed spring, and the panel opened, disclosing a small safe. "Go ahead and open it," directed Barlow, his eyes shining with excitement, but Terry shook his head. "I can't," he protested. "I don't know the combination." The deep pause that followed was broken by John, who turned roughly to the housekeeper, standing in the background with her son. "Uncle Jim gave the combination to you. I know because he told me he had," he began. "Go ahead and open the safe." Mrs. Ruggles hung back, her face like parchment, until propelled forward with gentle insistence by her son. "Try and open it, mater," he coaxed, and his voice was soft and tender. Unsteadily, her fingers worked with the dials, turning and twisting them with practiced skill until the small door swung back on its hinges. Barlow dropped on his knees in front of the safe with a rapidity which left Harriet gasping. He ran his hands through the numerous compartments and opened the drawers. In the last, he pulled out a long, heavy envelope, cut at one end. "That's the envelope," exclaimed Terry. "It has the bank's name in the left-hand corner and is empty." And Barlow held it open before their startled gaze. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. The Frosted Windshield. Mrs. Ruggles, her eyes half starting from her head, looked first at the big envelope, held open by Detective Barlow so that all could view it, and then across at her son, but she learned nothing from his expression. The hunchback stood with arms folded, his gaze resting alternately on Harriet and her brother, while Ned Terry bent nearer Barlow, the better to examine the envelope. "It's the same one," he declared in an awestruck voice. "The very same. See the notations on the back?" As Barlow turned the envelope completely over, thereby disclosing 4 lines ending in tabulated figures. "American Telephone and Telegraph Company, $50,000, the detective read aloud. "Washington Gas Light Company, $25,000. Liberty Bonds, $15,000. And Capital Traction Company, $10,000. Total, $100,000. He looked gravely up at Terry. "Did you actually see these bonds placed in this envelope?" "Yes," replied the lawyer. "As he removed the bonds from his safe deposit box, Commodore Whitney checked them over, and, at his request, I wrote that memorandum on the back of the envelope after he placed the bonds in it and sealed the flap." Barlow held the envelope up to the light. "Extra heavy paper, linen-lined," he commented. "The slit here at the end was evidently made with care, so as not to injure the contents, and with a sharp-bladed instrument. A dagger!" The words were a mere whisper, and Barlow looked around to see from whence they came. Only blank stares and silence met his inquisitive gaze. "Who spoke?" he demanded. His companions looked at each other, and then back at the red-faced detective, whose temper was visibly rising at receiving no answer to his sharply put question. "Could the dagger have been used to open the envelope?" asked Harriet, and her voice sounded strangely loud in the silent room. Barlow deliberately folded the envelope into such dimensions as to fit his coat pocket, slipped it inside, and rose from his crouching position before the safe, the door of which he partly closed. "Could the dagger have been used for that purpose?" he repeated. "The blade was sharp enough, yes, Miss Whitney." His gaze held hers for what seemed an interminable minute to Harriet, then swept toward Terry, who had moved back from the small circle formed by his companions and was contemplating Mrs. Ruggles's bewildered and tear-wet countenance with concentrated attention. "I said I would find a motive for the crime in the reading of that will," the detective exclaimed triumphantly. "Robbery, followed by murder." "Why not murder, followed by robbery?" Harriet stared aghast at her brother. The words had surely been spoken by John Whitney, but his voice, harsh, discordant, was almost unrecognizable. "John!" She crossed the room to his side. "You are overtaxing your strength. Remember, this is your first day out of the hospital. You must come and lie down." As one awakening from a dream, he looked down at her and smiled tenderly. "All right, sis," he said submissively. "You're the boss." And with a nod to Detective Barlow, he shambled by the others, his pace indicative of physical weakness. Recovering from his surprise at their abrupt and unexpected departure, Barlow walked down the library after Harriet and her brother. He had almost caught up with them when Mrs. Ruggles pronounced his name with such emphasis that he turned back and faced the housekeeper. "Do you mean the bonds are really gone?" she asked, arousing from her stupefaction. "Stolen?" "It would appear so," began Barlow, only to be interrupted by Terry. "There is another alternative," the latter suggested quietly. "Commodore Whitney might have given the bonds away." Young Ruggles crossed the room and stopped by the housekeeper's side. "They were not given to my mother," he stated, slightly raising his voice, "if that is what you wish to infer, Mr. Terry." The hunchback's eyes blazed wrathfully at the lawyer. "And I, sir, resent the imputation." "No more than I do," declared his mother hotly. "I left for Baltimore on the 9 o'clock train, and the last time I saw the Commodore alive was at Union Station." Her voice quivered with emotion, and she stopped, unable to say more. "At what hour did you go with Commodore Whitney to the bank?" asked young Ruggles quickly. "I met him there at 11 o'clock," responded Terry, sitting down on the nearest chair. "I really fail to see why, Mr. Ruggles, you and your mother consider my remarks extraordinary. According to his written statement, Commodore Whitney intended to give the bonds to Mrs. Ruggles." He tipped back in his chair and regarded them both. "Did he, by chance, give them to you to hand to your mother?" Young Ruggles turned deadly white. "He did not, sir," he thundered. "Neither she nor I had any knowledge of the bonds until the will was read this afternoon." He stopped directly in front of Terry. "Because I have a crooked back, do you dare to imply that I am a crook?" A piercing shriek from his mother caused all three men to turn hastily toward her. "Oh, oh," she gasped, addressing Detective Barlow. "Stop them! Don't let this scene go any further." Then, as Terry rose and approached her chair, "Must you add insult to our sense of injury?" "My dear madam, calm yourself," he begged. "You and your son are unduly excited. Otherwise, you would neither of you misconstrue my simple questions." He looked across at the hunchback, and his manner was entirely courteous. "I am extremely sorry if I have said anything which gives offense. Such was far from my intention." Ruggles bowed stiffly. "Your words were perhaps not chosen with your usual thoughtfulness," he said with ironical emphasis, and Terry flushed. "Come, mother, you must want to rest. I am sure Mr. Barlow and Mr. Terry will excuse us." Mrs. Ruggles rose somewhat unsteadily to her feet, and looking neither to the right nor to the left, she accompanied her son down the room. At the door, Ruggles paused and looked over his shoulder. "Has it occurred to either of you," he asked, speaking somewhat loudly to make sure that the two men heard him, "that possibly Commodore Whitney took the bonds out of the envelope himself and hid them elsewhere in the house for safekeeping?" Not waiting for any rejoinder, Ruggles half carried his mother into the hall. Several times in going slowly up the staircase, she would have tripped but for his supporting arm. "Oh, Rudy," she gasped as they reached the door of her bedroom, "to think we had a fortune almost in our grasp." "Hush, mother," and his stern tones penetrated even the hysterical woman's befogged senses. "You don't know what you are saying. Keep quiet." and he assisted her into her room with such precipitancy that she toppled over Anna, the waitress, who was stooping down to brush some crumbs into the dustpan. "Lord have mercy!" ejaculated the frightened servant as the brush flew out of her hand and across the room. "Miss Ruggles, ma'am, is yo' done fainted?" As the housekeeper staggered a few steps further forward and collapsed on her lounge, Harriet put down her book and listened attentively. Surely the noise she had heard had not been made by her brother. John, stretched out on the sofa at the foot of her bed, lay with eyes closed, and by his regular breathing she judged he had fallen asleep. One hand, however, was outside the eiderdown quilt she had thrown over him, and hung down over the edge of the sofa. Had the tapping sound been made by his knuckles inadvertently striking against the mahogany carving as he changed his position to a more comfortable one? Harriet had extremely keen hearing, and it annoyed her not to be able to locate the faint noise which had twice disturbed her reading. Rising quietly, so as not to awaken her brother, she tiptoed across the room and carefully opened the hall door a trifle and poked her head outside. Standing not 2 feet away was Rudolph Ruggles, with hand upraised. Harriet drew back precipitously, the blood receding from her cheeks. "How ridiculous!" she exclaimed, with a catch in her breath. "But I must admit you startled me." "I am very sorry," the hunchback spoke contritely. "I was just going to knock when you opened the door. Have you any bromide?" "Yes, that is, Dr. McLean prescribed some for me last night, and there must be a dose or more in the bottle." Harriet looked at him in mystification. "Why?" "My mother is hysterical, and I cannot quiet her," he said simply. "I hesitated to disturb you." "Please don't feel that way," she exclaimed, her sympathy aroused by his evident distress. "I will gladly help you. Wait." And she spun around and across to her bedroom. It took her but a second to locate the bottle and spoon in the medicine shelf in the bathroom, and taking every precaution not to disturb her brother, she joined Ruggles in the hall. "I was a nurse's aide during the war," she explained, turning in the direction of the housekeeper's bedroom. "Perhaps I can do something for your mother." "If only you will." Ruggles drew a long breath, and his harassed expression brightened as he accompanied her down the hall and into his mother's presence. The door of Harriet's bedroom had hardly closed behind her and the hunchback before John Whitney opened his eyes and sat up. He remained with head cocked in a listening attitude for fully 5 minutes. Then, as no one returned, he tossed the quilt to one side and sat up. His coat was on the back of a chair where Harriet had placed it, but before putting it on, John paused in front of the mirror over her dressing table and gazed at himself. Except in a small shaving glass, he had not viewed his reflection for many, many months. With absorbed attention, he stared into the mirror, and the pupils of his eyes distended at sight of the haggard lines in his face, a handsome face grown pitifully old. He raised an attenuated finger and traced the hollows under his eyes. "That's war," he exclaimed aloud, and twisted his features into a fearful grimace. His finger traveled up to his temple, and the gray hair lying in a disordered bang across it. Chateau Thierry, he brushed back the hair and bent his head further around to see the deep scar generally carefully concealed. Lord, how the burial squad jumped when I sat up. He dropped down in a chair and laughed immoderately, weakly. Then suddenly his mood changed. His eyes grew hard and crafty, and he gnawed at his upper lip. Harriet, what had become of her? Was she with Ned Terry? As the idea darted through his brain, John jumped to his feet, seized his coat, and fled silently from the bedroom. 3/4 of an hour later, Harriet stepped into the pantry and addressed its busy occupant. "Run upstairs and stay with Mrs. Ruggles, Anna," she directed as the maid stopped polishing the small silver on her entrance. Observing a slight mutinous expression on Anna's usually smiling countenance, she added, with some emphasis, "Mr. Ruggles has gone to get a prescription filled and will be back very shortly. Understand his mother must not be left alone. Yes'm. Anna wiped her hands and removed her rubber apron. Hain't you all better get a trained nurse, Miss Harriet, ma'am? I ain't no earthly use in a sick room. That is for Dr. McLean to decide, Anna, responded Harriet quietly. He will be here this evening. Mrs. Ruggles will be all right, I am sure, now that her nerves have quieted down. When is your month up? The abrupt question brought a startled look from Anna and a complete change in manner. Not until February 1st, Miss Harriet. Anna swung the swing door into the dining room open for her. Ain't I given satisfaction, please, ma'am? Oh, yes, Anna. I am not thinking of making any change. She smiled kindly at the servant. I asked because I wish to familiarize myself with the household arrangements. Run along now and let me know if anything is wanted. Without waiting to see if her instructions were immediately carried out, Harriet crossed the dining room and walked into the broad central hall and over to the front door. Opening it, she stepped out on the portico. The cold air was most refreshing, and she breathed deeply, filling her lungs with it as she paced to and fro. Approaching the steps, she paused and looked down at the street. To her left and by the curb stood a blue coupe. Ned Terry, then, must still be in the house. Harriet was about to turn back when a man came from around the other side of the car and, opening the hood, stood looking down at the engine. Not only the olive-drab overcoat, but his tousled gray hair was familiar to her. Harriet darted into the hall and snatched up her fur coat, then went carefully down the slippery front steps, but by the time she reached the car, her brother had disappeared. Harriet looked up and down the street. No one was in sight. With a long sigh, she remained where she was, her eyes roving over the car. As she took in its graceful lines and beautiful body finish, she looked with concern at the gray clouds gathering again overhead. It had sleeted off and on during the afternoon, and small icicles hung from the leather sunshade over the windshield. Miss Whitney! She turned at the sound of her name and saw Ned Terry hurrying down the steps as fast as their thin coating of ice permitted. I am certainly glad to see you, and his joy was undisguised. Harriet's eyes danced with mischief. Then, as she met his ardent gaze, she turned away in some embarrassment. Aren't you ashamed to leave your car standing out here in such weather? She chided gently. Why didn't you have Mose drive it into our garage? To tell you the honest truth, I never thought about it, he confessed. Since you left us in the library, Barlow and I have been going over your uncle's papers. Have you found any trace of the missing bonds? She broke in eagerly. No. There was a brief silence. Suddenly Harriet, who had faced the Whitney mansion, turned away with a shudder. Oh, she exclaimed brokenly, I can't bear to go back into the house. Mr. Terry, with a gesture infinitely pathetic, poor Uncle Jim's murder isn't the only tragedy. She stopped abruptly. Let's talk of something else. Your beautiful car. Better still, let's ride in it, he coaxed. If only for half an hour. You can spare that time, surely. Yes, I suppose so. Then, with a doubtful glance upward, the weather... It ain't gwine rain no mo, he quoted, unlocking the door. Sit inside, Miss Whitney, while I run back and get my overcoat and tell Barlow we'll return shortly. Bring some hot water to wash off the windshield, she called. It's covered with sleet. Before entering the car, she pulled up the folding seat in front and then slipped into it, closing the door with a slam as she did so. The interior of the car was warmer than the damp chilliness of the street, and she loosened her coat. Awakening to the fact that she was hatless, she moved the vision mirror and by its aid smoothed her hair, ruffled by the wind. She was going to be away such a short time that it seemed useless to return to the house and get a hat. Nobody would notice her driving in a closed car anyway, even if it was daylight, and Terry would take unfrequented streets if she asked him to do so. Harriet pushed the vision mirror back to its accustomed angle, and, while waiting for Terry, idly drew her finger along the frosted windshield. The frozen water had taken odd turns and squirks, and she could see clearly through the glass left free. Slowly, back and forth, she traced each separate outline as they straggled across the one-piece windshield. Sorry to have been so long, Terry jerked open the door and smiled cheerily at her. It won't take me but a minute to clean the windshield. He set the pail of hot water on the running board and drew a large sponge across the plate glass. There! Is it clear? Just about. Terry wet the sponge again, and then wiped the windshield with several towels, put the pail by a tree box, and, going around the car, entered through the left-hand door, which Harriet opened for him. Parthenia gave me the sponge and towels, he explained. Mose, he stopped as the door by Harriet was jerked open. Hello, sis. Let me go too, will you? And John Whitney, smiling cheerily, assisted Harriet in pulling up the folding seat so he could enter the car. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Lost and Found. The sky had grown more overcast, and the short afternoon was waning when the blue coupe again drew up before the Whitney mansion. Harriet was the first out of the car and assisted her brother in pushing back the folding seat which she had occupied during the drive, in spite of John's twice-repeated request to change places with her. You have done us both good, Mr. Terry, Harriet said, smiling back at the lawyer. What's the matter, John? As a sharp exclamation broke from him. Nothing. Pinched my finger in the hinge. Young Whitney joined his sister on the pavement. Anything we can do for you, Terry? The question was pleasantly put, but the ominous look which accompanied it was indicative of far from pleasant feelings. Please tell Barlow I'll see him this evening. Won't you come in now? Asked Harriet. I can't, thank you. I have an engagement. Good night. And as his farewell was echoed with varying degrees of cordiality, Terry let in the clutch, and the car started slowly up the street. Harriet tucked her hand inside her brother's arm, and together they mounted the terraced steps. She slipped badly on the thin ice and was almost breathless when they reached the portico. You must tell Mose to sprinkle ashes on the steps, John. They are unsafe. She turned at hearing a hail behind them and saw a small boy advancing. As he came within the light from the open doorway in which stood Anna waiting for them to enter, Harriet recognized the Western Union insignia on his cap. Telegram for Mr. John Whitney, he announced, accompanying them inside the large center hall. Sign for it, sister. My hand hurts. John took the telegram and fumbled clumsily in his efforts to tear open the envelope. Dispatching the boy, Harriet turned to assist her brother. What have you done to your hand? She asked solicitously. Let me see it. With some reluctance, John opened his clenched fist just as Detective Barlow came up to them. The middle finger of his right hand was bent inward and the nail torn into the quick. It isn't much, sister, John expostulated quickly. That's the finger I got infected from a pinprick 6 months ago. The tendon is drawn down, and I can't straighten it, he added as Barlow looked at his hand. The finger gets hooked in things. It will be all right if you'll cut the nail off. From one of his numerous pockets, Barlow produced a small housewife. Here's a sharp pair of nail scissors. He offered them as he spoke to Harriet, and the two men watched her in silence as she trimmed the jagged nail. You had better paint it with iodine as the skin is broken, John, she said, handing the scissors back to the detective. There's a bottle of it in my room. John was halfway to the staircase when Barlow's voice arrested him. Here's your telegram on the floor, he said mildly. Don't you want to read it? He stooped to pick it up, but Harriet was too quick for him, and carrying it to her brother, the two read it together. No bad news, I hope, continued Barlow, in no wise perturbed by having been completely ignored by them both. Oh, no, responded Harriet pleasantly. Just a day letter from Mother saying how delighted she and Father are that John is well enough to leave the hospital. Oh, I forgot. She paused on the second step of the staircase. Mr. Terry asked us to tell you that he would see you this evening. Barlow looked a trifle annoyed. He promised to drive me uptown, he grumbled. Mose can take you, broke in Harriet, and leaning down, she touched the electric bell on the wall at the foot of the staircase. Anna's instant appearance suggested that the maid had not gone far away from the door leading to the back of the house. Telephone Mose to bring the car around for Mr. Barlow, but first, as Anna started to retreat, have him put some ashes on the front steps. They are not safe. That's all. And Anna was gone. Are you in a hurry to go upstairs? Asked Barlow, and Harriet again paused. Not necessarily. Harriet looked down at him with a sinking of the heart. She had wanted to get off by herself if possible and steal a moment's rest before dinner. Then will you come into the library? I will detain you but a minute. And as she took several reluctant steps toward him, he assisted her out of her fur coat and laid it on the hall table, then followed her into the library and placed a chair for her by a table on which were numerous papers and magazines. Coroner Penfield has just telephoned that the postponed inquest will be held at the morgue on Monday morning. His voice deepened. You will be the first witness called. Indeed. Harriet's quiet acceptance of his news brought a glance of admiration from Barlow's watchful eyes. Coroner Penfield's time might be more profitably spent in questioning others. We don't agree with you, Miss Whitney. Barlow sat back in his chair and slipped his hands in his trousers pockets. You fainted when you were asked by Penfield why you and your uncle quarreled. It was no quarrel, she interrupted hotly. Uncle Jim was repeating some gossip to me, and I simply told him I knew it to be a lie. Barlow eyed her in silence for a minute. How about the Commodore's furious order that you go? He asked with open skepticism. Harriet smiled for the first time. She had lovely teeth. You and the coroner both jumped to the same conclusion, evidently, she said, that the order was meant for me. Sure, who else could it have been meant for? Parthenia, calmly. By her own testimony, the cook admitted that she was eavesdropping and poked her head inside the door. Uncle Jim saw her and ordered her away. In the lengthening silence that followed, Harriet leaned forward and idly turned the leaves of the magazines lying on the table. The action concealed her inability to keep her hands quiet in her lap. Clever. Very clever, commented Barlow dryly several minutes later. Perhaps you can explain this as satisfactorily, and he drew a black silk stocking out of his pocket and laid it on the table. Harriet eyed the stocking and then the detective in obvious bewilderment. What's wrong with it? She asked. I see no holes. It's a perfectly good stocking, admitted Barlow shortly. I'm thinking of the use it was put to. Harriet's perplexity grew. Use? She questioned. Isn't it customary to wear stockings? On the feet, yes, but not over the face. Over the face? Repeated Harriet, astounded, and her voice rose to a higher pitch. As a mask. Barlow took up the stocking and, slipping his chin inside one part of the opening, drew the other side up over his face so that his features were disguised and the toe of the stocking hung down from the back of his head. A second later, he pulled off the stocking. But pshaw, what's the use of explaining all this to you? You wore this stocking that way in here on Thursday night. Harriet stared aghast at the detective's face, reddened by his exertions in covering it with the stocking. Are you demented? She asked, and his face turned an even deeper purple. I'm not, he retorted. Do you deny that you came in here so disguised on Thursday night to steal the dagger with which your uncle was murdered? I do, most emphatically and absolutely, stated Harriet clearly, and her look did not waver before his accusing eyes. So, his smile caused Harriet to clutch the magazine she was holding more tightly. Do you deny this stocking belongs to you? I most certainly do. Harriet's breath was coming slightly unevenly, and her heart was commencing to pound, but she faced Barlow with undaunted courage. The detective took up the stocking again and turned back the top. There are your initials, H. W, madam, woven into it," he exclaimed triumphantly. "Do you still declare this stocking isn't yours?" He almost doubted that Harriet heard his last question. She remained so quiet. Suddenly she bent closer and examined the initials with care. Without looking up, she transferred her attention to the magazine and rapidly turned its pages. "Do you ever read this journal?" she asked, and Barlow, slightly surprised, bent closer and looked at the running head at the top of its pages. "I don't read women's magazines," he answered gruffly. "Come, Miss Whitney, you have not answered my question. Do you deny these letters H.W. are your initials?" "In this instance, I do," she responded, and a note of triumph crept into her voice. "See, in this advertisement is the trademark of the Hoseware stockings, just like that in your hand." Barlow stared at the printed page and at the stocking in his hand. The initialed H.W. trademark given in both places was similar in every detail. Then he looked up at Harriet. "Well, I'm damned," he admitted with such emphasis that his words carried to Anna, standing behind them in the doorway. "Mose am a-waitin' at de front door, Mr. Barlow," she said, "and your brother am hollerin' upstairs in de hall for yo', Miss Harriet." Totally forgetting his promise to take Detective Barlow back to police headquarters, Ned Terry drove slowly uptown through unfrequented streets, his thoughts mainly centered on the events of the afternoon and the latest developments in what the newspapers termed the mystery of Capitol Hill. The disappearance of $100,000 in negotiable bonds would create an additional sensation should the facts leak out. The murder of Commodore Whitney was still a front-page story in the great metropolitan dailies, in spite of the meager details upon which the reporters had to build their articles. Terry drove up to the curb and shut off his engine. From an inside pocket, he took out a newspaper clipping and unfolded it. Some enterprising photographer had secured from their New York branch an excellent likeness of Harriet Whitney. It was far better than the average newspaper cut, and as Terry studied the picture, his heart throbbed with unaccustomed rapidity. The beautiful eyes, with their clear and friendly gaze, the poise of her small head set on shapely shoulders, the pretty dimples. Terry put the clipping carefully back. He did not really need it. Harriet's picture was indelibly stamped upon mind and heart. Terry's strong hands clenched about the steering wheel. Fate had played him a scurvy trick. Had he met Harriet but to lose her? When he looked up a few minutes later, his face was gray and the haggard lines about his strong, determined mouth more pronounced. A lamplighter, his whistle sounding cheerily in the stillness of the empty street, stopped a few feet away and, running up his short ladder, turned on the gas light and departed, still whistling. "Somebody stole my gal." Terry smiled grimly as he reached forward and released the handbrake. He continued to sit in that position, his attention arrested by the rear license tag on a car parked just beyond him, now illuminated by the dull glare from the street lamp. Terry's hand sought his lighting switch. A second later, his powerful headlights brought out into bold relief the numbers on the white and black tag. DC 1924 277-756. Terry dimmed his lights as he pulled out from the curb and passed the coupe. It had a neglected air, but in spite of the tarnished nickel and the discolored paint, he recognized the car as convincingly as he had his old license tag number. Terry drove for 2 blocks due north, then turned into a side street. Another turn, and he was running parallel to the northbound street, only this time headed southward. He came to a corner where stood a drugstore and made a small purchase. Looking about while the clerk was doing up the package, Terry saw that the store had 2 entrances, the one by which he had come and the other giving upon the cross street. Pocketing the small package, he left by the side door and strode briskly up the street. At the next cross block, he turned northward and continued rapidly along for several more blocks, unobtrusively scanning the few cars parked in the vicinity. He was about to turn back, thinking that he had mistaken the street, when he spied the car he was looking for, still standing near the lamp post. Terry's fingers were almost on the handle of the door when a voice hailed him, and looking about, he saw a man advancing from a small doorway of what appeared to be a large warehouse. "Your car, boss?" And Terry found himself gazing straight into the eyes of Bill Bates, ex-watchman for Commodore Whitney. "'Cause, if it is, I warn you, right now, not to park here." And in gathering wrath, as Terry remained silent, "Mr. Staples, he's been trying to see you each morning and tell you not to park here, but you get here too early for him and leaves too late, so he told me to watch out and see you. He'd have called the police in the morning, for he won't have no car parked so near his entrance, and it's been here, he says, ever since New Year." Bates' long harangue gave Terry time to collect his wits. "I came to see you, Bates, not the car," he stated quietly, and the watchman stared at him in obvious surprise. "You know me?" he exclaimed in a more mollified tone. "I can't 'zactly place you, mister." "I was present at the Whitney inquest when you were on the witness stand," explained Terry. "Also, Mose has mentioned you to me." "He has? Hey!" Bates did not evince any great enthusiasm at the news. "I s'pose he didn't say nothing decent," with a furtive, suspicious look at Terry. "That housekeeper set him against me." He swore bitterly before adding, "Mose was all right till he started currying favor with her." "Why was that?" demanded Terry quickly. "He was afeard of losing his place if she turned against him," went on Bates. "Mis' Ruggles had a powerful influence with the poor old Commodore. Say, mister," with a complete change of tone, "what did you want to see me about?" Terry took out one of his firm cards, Terry and Terry, Attorneys at Law, and handed it to Bates. "I am a junior member," he explained quietly, "and in my father's absence am acting as Miss Harriet Whitney's legal representative." "I seen your father with the Commodore, sir." Bates spoke with more respect as he pocketed the card. "How's the poor young leddy after her fainting spell at the morgue?" "Much better." Terry lowered his voice to confidential tones. "Was Mrs. Ruggles present when you witnessed Commodore Whitney's signature to a document on Christmas Day?" Bates pushed back his cap and scratched his head as an aid to thought. "I disremembers," he admitted confusedly. "I was in the kitchen 'bout 6 o'clock drinking a cup of tea which Parthenia had fixed for all of us, Mose too, when long comes Anna and says the Commodore wanted to see me in the library." "Was that the first time he had seen you?" broke in Terry. "No, sir. He gave me my Christmas present an hour earlier," replied the night watchman. "The library is a big room, and the Commodore was a-standing by a table near the door. He picks up a pen and jams it in me hand, then writes his name and says to me, 'Sign your name 'ere,' and I does so, and gets out." "Are you willing to swear there was no one in the library but you and the Commodore?" asked Terry. "I'm afeard I couldn't swear to that," he said finally. "The room weren't lighted except where we were, and anyone might have been in the other end or sitting in one of those big armchairs, and I not knowed it." He looked inquisitively into the earnest face of the young lawyer. "What was it I signed, Mr. Terry?" "Didn't the Commodore tell you?" "Nary a word. He weren't given much to talking." Without answering, Terry produced several cigars and pressed them into the willing palm of the watchman. "Miss Whitney will tell you all about it," he promised. "What's your home address, Bates?" "My wife and I have rooms at 323 Maryland Avenue, Southeast." He sniffed gratefully at the cigars. "Thank'ee, sir," and turned back into the warehouse as Terry went up the street. After passing around the next corner and halfway down the block, Terry darted into a wide alley and, in the shadow of metal garages and wooded fences, in a more or less state of dilapidation, retraced his footsteps to the warehouse, which loomed darkly ahead. Alongside the building, the alley forked to the street, and Terry, his soft felt hat pulled low on his forehead and his coat collar turned up about his ears, crept softly along. From one of the area windows, a light was streaming, and Terry saw Bates talking at the telephone, and he hastened onward toward the street. It was the hour when busy housewives in that section of the city were preparing the evening meal, and no one was about or saw the tall figure slouch out of the alley and over to the parked coupe. The door was unlocked, and the key still in the transmission where he had left it on New Year's Eve. With a silent prayer that Bates would remain at the telephone, and deaf to the sound of the whirring engine, Terry pressed down on the starter. His collar was damp with perspiration when finally the cold engine caught, and the car moved slowly away, gathering momentum as it went up the street. 20 minutes later, Terry drove into the service department of the local distributors of his make of car. "What can we do for you, Mr. Terry?" inquired the night foreman. "Want the car washed?" "Yes, washed, the batteries taken out, and the car stored," directed Terry. Stooping over, he detached the transmission key from the small leather keybook and put it back in the lock, slipping the book into his vest pocket. "See that it is done tonight, without fail, please." "Sure, just a moment till I give you a receipt." The foreman beckoned to an attendant. "Take this car up to Kelly. Here's the order," and he handed the filled-in slip to the boy who had taken Terry's place behind the wheel. "Now, Mr. Terry, if you'll come this way." Terry caught a vanishing view of his car as it was hoisted to the second floor on the huge freight elevator, and then went with the foreman into the outer office. 5 minutes later, he left the building and walked contentedly up M Street. "Mr. Terry, just a moment." And turning about, Terry saw the garage man running after him. "You left this on the back seat of the coupe, sir." Mechanically, Terry took the rattan cane from the youth. As he turned it about under the street lamp, the gold band bearing the Whitney crest shone up plainly. Terry's other hand slipped into his change pocket, and some of its contents was transferred to the waiting youth. Then, with a quiet "good night," he walked up the street, nonchalantly swinging the cane. "Some class to that toff," confided the garage attendant to the policeman who had stopped on his beat to silently watch the small scene, and the youth looked with shining eyes at the large tip in his hand. "I wish our other customers were like him." End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Alibis and Other Lies. Inspector Mitchell stuffed the tobacco in his pipe and returned the leather pouch to his pocket. Then, lighting his pipe, he puffed at it for several minutes before addressing his companion sitting across the desk from him. "From what you say, Barlow, it doesn't look as if we'd arrest the murderer of Commodore Whitney tonight," he commented dryly, and the detective colored to his ears. "I'm putting the case before you for your advice," he admitted, with an air of candor which flattered the older man. "Which person in the Whitney household killed the Commodore sometime between midnight on Wednesday, New Year's Eve, and 10 o'clock Thursday morning, New Year's Day?" Mitchell looked down at the names tabled before him and read them off slowly. Miss Harriet Whitney, Mrs. Ruggles, the two female servants, Anna and Parthenia, and the chauffeur, Mose. "Well, which shall I eliminate, Barlow?" "Anna and Parthenia," promptly. "Those niggers have no knowledge of the crime, I am convinced." Mitchell checked them off. Then his pencil remained suspended over another name. "How about Mose?" he questioned. "Mose Thomas, chauffeur." "Mose has never changed his story of the discovery of the dead body on New Year's morning, nor altered his statement as to his whereabouts on New Year's Eve," declared Barlow shortly. "Has his alibi been investigated?" Barlow looked at his watch. "Carter went to Hyattsville this afternoon. He's due back here shortly, and I left word for him to report to you on his arrival." Without further comment, Mitchell passed on to the next name. "Miss Harriet Whitney," he read aloud, and looked up in time to catch Barlow's harassed expression. "She has grit, that girl," said the detective, "and ready wit." "And innocence?" "Perhaps," grudgingly. "Her answers to my questions this afternoon regarding the nature of her quarrel with her uncle are plausible, nothing more. But her explanation as to the similarity of her initials and those woven into this stocking," picking it up as he spoke and replacing it in his pocket, "is probably true." She scored there, admitted Inspector Mitchell, with a faint chuckle at the obvious discomfiture of his assistant. Then his manner became more earnest. There are just two motives which generally inspire murder: jealous love and robbery. He paused and thoughtfully considered Barlow. The first, I think, we can reasonably eliminate in this case, but the second seems established in the theft of the Commodore's $100,000 negotiable securities, of which you have just told me. Yes, they're the milk in the coconut, agreed Barlow. I wish to heaven Ned Terry had spoken immediately of the Commodore having withdrawn the bonds from the bank less than 24 hours before his murder. It's made us lose much valuable time. The inspector smoked in silence for a moment. Of course, he had no reason to suppose the bonds were not in the safe, he said finally, and yet, knowing that they were in the house with their owner murdered in the same room as the safe, it would have been natural to speak of the bonds first thing. He looked over at his companion. It might be well to check up on Terry's whereabouts on New Year's Eve. I've already done so, responded Barlow. He attended the dance given at Rauscher's by Mr. Justice and Mrs. Frost, dining with them first and escorting their daughter home when the party was over. He paused long enough to light a cigarette. Besides, Terry did not know the combination of Whitney's safe. Ah, who opened it this afternoon? You did not state. Mrs. Ruggles, the widow to whom the Commodore was engaged. And the next name on our list. Mitchell took up his pencil again and toyed with it. Are she and Terry in cahoots? Barlow laughed aloud. She hates him like poison, he declared. No, Terry is infatuated with Harriet Whitney, unless I miss my guess. So, she is very lovely. I believe the hunchback, young Ruggles, is gone on her too, continued Barlow, but there is no love lost between his mother and Miss Whitney. She hates her, I imagine because the Whitneys objected to the Commodore marrying her. Mrs. Ruggles appears to be a person of strong dislikes, remarked Mitchell dryly. Was she very much in love with Commodore Whitney, or was it his wealth which attracted her in that quarter? Barlow did not answer immediately. Instead, his gaze traveled around the private office in which they were sitting in the municipal building, and finally returned to the chief. It strikes me she's not consistent in her grief, he said slowly. Few women are, retorted Mitchell with a grim smile. Do you mean it's a question of grief a la Shylock? My daughter, oh, my ducats! Barlow nodded in agreement. Something like that. The widow's mercenary, and that convinces me she did not have a hand in the Commodore's murder. Why, warming to his subject, Mrs. Ruggles would have benefited the most had the Commodore lived. She'd have been presented the next day with the $100,000 worth of bonds, and probably much more besides. Now, his gesture was expressive, she's left without a sou. It looks then as if we could dismiss her as a possible suspect. Mitchell drew a penciled line on the list before him. How about her son? The detective considered his reply before speaking. Ned Terry bluntly asked Ruggles this afternoon if the Commodore had by chance given him the bonds to hand to his mother, and the hunchback was enraged by the suggestion and vehemently denied that he knew about the bonds or that they had been given to him. Terry's point was well taken, declared Mitchell thoughtfully. The hunchback might have accepted the bonds, decided, in a moment of temptation, to keep them, and killed his prospective stepfather. I don't think so, retorted Barlow with warmth. In the first place, Ruggles appears sincerely devoted to his mother. He would not double-cross her. Besides, from inquiries I found, he was in his apartment listening to the radio nearly all New Year's Eve until far into the morning. So his opposite neighbor told me, a man of standing in the community whose word can be relied upon. The telephone bell went off with shrill suddenness at Mitchell's elbow, and the inspector, after a brief word or two, handed the instrument to his companion. Carter wants you, he said. I'll be back in a minute, and walked into the next office. He had been there but a bare 5 minutes when Barlow joined him. Carter says Dean, the father of the girl Mose is keeping company with, will be home within the next half hour and suggests if I am free that I run out and interview him. Can you come with me?" Mitchell hesitated. "Where does he live?" "On the outskirts of Hyattsville. We can be there and back inside of an hour and a half." Mitchell's hesitation vanished, and without a word, he got his overcoat and hat and accompanied the detective into the street. The Baltimore Pike was slippery from the banked snow and the sleet of the afternoon, and Inspector Mitchell, who had insisted upon using his own car, drove with great care. There were not many motorists on the road at that hour, even though it was Saturday night, and they made relatively good time. The street lights of Bladensburg, frosted over as they were with sleet, were almost as obscure as that small village's historic past to the average tourist, and Mitchell drove with diminished speed around the curving road and across the railroad tracks into Hyattsville. Keeping a sharp lookout to his right, Barlow recognized a familiar figure standing by the entrance to a movie theater, and as Mitchell slowed up at a muttered word, he signed to the waiting operative to jump into their car. "Dean lives down that street to the left," the latter said. "Keep right on, sir. I'll tell you when to stop." The concrete road ended before they reached the house which they sought, and the touring car lurched from side to side through the deep ruts made by trucks and aggravated by the heavy snowfall of that week. Mitchell's ring at the front door was answered by a rotund little man whose countenance expressed varying emotion as the inspector disclosed their errand. "Come inside, Mr. Inspector," he exclaimed. "My daughter's in the sitting room," and he went ahead and threw open the inner door. "Isabel," he added as a pretty girl looked up at their entrance, "this is Inspector Mitchell and Mr. Barlow. They came to ask if we saw Mose New Year's Eve." "Why, yes." Isabel, whom Barlow judged to be not over 20, blushed faintly. "We went to the movies together, and then Mose came back to spend the night here." "Did you motor out?" asked Barlow. "Yes. Commodore Whitney let Mose use his car because it was New Year's Eve." As her visitors politely declined the proffered chairs, the girl stood also. "Dad and I read about the Commodore's murder down in Scotland Beach, where we've been ever since New Year's, visiting my aunt. Wasn't it just awful? And to think of Mose having slept in that room next to mine while the poor old gentleman was being killed," ejaculated Dean. "Have you caught the murdering devil?" Mitchell smiled grimly. "His arrest will occur very shortly," he said. "But then Mose has written you all the details." The girl shook her head. "He hasn't written." A wistful note crept into her voice, and her father glanced at her with some concern. "He'll be over as soon as he knows we're back," he declared with great heartiness. "I'll be glad to have you stay a while," as Mitchell moved toward the doorway. "Thanks, but it is late now. We just stopped in on our return from Baltimore, and we are mighty tired." Barlow, following his chief into the small hallway, saw his host's efforts to smother a yawn. "You look mighty weary yourself." Isabel Dean rumpled her father's hair with affectionate fingers. "He's such a sleepyhead," she explained. "I believe Dad would sleep through an earthquake." "Well, that's better than lying awake and imagining things," grunted Dean. Then, with the hearty good fellowship which marked all his dealings with his fellow men, "Isabel insists poor old Commodore Whitney's spirit came and tapped on her window the night he was murdered." "That's not so, Dad." Crimson with vexation, Isabel looked apologetically at the two men. "The wind howled out here something fearful Wednesday night, and I couldn't sleep very well, kept waking up off and on, and," she laughed ruefully, "every now and then I heard curious snapping things, which kind of fitted into my dreams. And the next morning I found the old trumpet vine which goes up the side of the house had broken loose, and she heard the branches. It's so big it is more like a small tree, tapping against the window pane," exploded her father with a cheery guffaw. "Nothing to get white cheeks over," as Mose told her the next morning at breakfast. Well, folks, if you must go, we'll say no more, but stop in for a longer spell when you're out this way. Good night." As Barlow climbed into Mitchell's car after the inspector, he looked back and saw father and daughter still standing in the open doorway, their figures silhouetted by the light in the hall behind them, watching their departure. They were well inside the city limits before Barlow broke his long silence. He spoke low so that the operative, dozing on the back seat, would not overhear him. "Well, what's your opinion of the chauffeur's alibi?" he asked. Mitchell turned the car into Maryland Avenue. "It might be better and it might be worse," he said cryptically. "It's on par with those of Ned Terry and Rudolph Ruggles. You can find holes in all of them." "How so?" The car was making good speed at last, and Mitchell did not answer immediately. "Terry was at a dance. Well, he could have been away from there for an hour or two and most likely never have been missed." Mitchell slowed down as they entered the Capitol grounds. Ruggles was in his apartment with the radio going. Well, if a radio's turned on, it'll keep going whether the owner's there or not. And he came to a stop to let several pedestrians board the streetcar ahead of them. Dean sleeps like the dead, and his daughter hears noises. All on New Year's Eve, the night that Commodore Whitney was murdered. Barlow's sharp eyes sparkled in the darkness. "I haven't told you," he said. "I learned only today that Mrs. Ruggles' sister left Baltimore for Chicago on Wednesday morning." A shrill whistle escaped Mitchell. "So Mrs. Ruggles' alibi is in a class with the others," he ejaculated as he swung the car around and stopped before the municipal building. Barlow awoke the operative and then waited for Mitchell, busy locking the car, before going up the steps of the building. As they entered the inspector's office, a well-dressed stranger rose and looked eagerly at them. "This gentleman has been waiting for you to return, Mr. Barlow," explained the attendant, and held open the door of the inner office. "My name is Carlos de Zaraga," explained the stranger as Mitchell and Barlow threw off their overcoats and hats and motioned to him to be seated. "I am a dealer in antiques and curios in a small way." He laid down his card, bearing his name and address in New York City. "You are, I am told, Mr. Barlow, investigating the murder of Commodore Whitney, and is this gentleman also?" "Surely. This is Inspector Mitchell. You can speak freely before him." And Barlow drew up a chair as his companion dropped into his customary seat before his desk. "I understand from the newspaper accounts in our New York papers that Commodore Whitney was stabbed with a dagger." De Zaraga opened a leather wallet and, taking 2 photographs from among a number of papers, laid them on the table. "Was this the dagger used?" "Yes," chorused both men. "Where did you get these photographs?" "I had them made because the history of the dagger intrigued me," declared the antique dealer. "It is unusual. See, one side represents life in this female figure and death in the reverse." Inspector Mitchell glanced up at him. "Who bought this dagger from you?" he demanded. De Zaraga again opened his wallet and took from it a newspaper clipping. "I did not connect my dagger with the murder until I saw this picture in the paper," he said gravely. "I instantly recognized the face of the woman who purchased the dagger last Monday. Behold!" He laid the newspaper clipping alongside the photographs. From that vantage point, Harriet Whitney's beautiful eyes regarded the 2 detectives with almost lifelike intensity. Mitchell was the first to look up. "Mr. de Zaraga, you will be wanted as a material witness at the Whitney inquest, which meets in the morgue on Monday morning," he stated slowly. "Can you arrange to be in Washington then?" "Yes," agreed de Zaraga, replacing his wallet and buttoning his overcoat. "I was coming here on Monday, but in view of this," touching Harriet's picture, "I decided to come at once." "We are much obliged to you." Mitchell shook the New Yorker's hand with convincing warmth. "With your permission, we'll keep the photographs and the clipping." "Certainly." And de Zaraga left the office, accompanied by Barlow. When the detective reappeared, Mitchell was reaching for his pipe. The pictures still spread before him. "Upon my word, Barlow," he exclaimed, "whichever way you look at it, it's a very pretty problem." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Signs and Symbols. The electric bulbs in the library flared up one after another as Harriet Whitney turned the numerous switches on the side lights and lamps which were dotted about the huge room until each distant corner was illuminated. Not until then did she venture to close the folding doors and contemplate her surroundings with any degree of thoroughness. Slowly she went from painting to painting, from bookshelves with their first editions to glass cabinets holding treasures in jade, rare jewels, and some less rare and still rarer metals, their age-old designs the work of skilled artisans of other centuries and other climes. It was a heterogeneous collection, for Commodore Whitney, having ample means to gratify his whims, had not confined his taste to any particular hobby, but had purchased curios and antiques as fancy dictated. With all a woman's fondness for beautiful jewelry and jade, Harriet lingered longest over the cabinets, and 20 minutes had passed since her entrance before she reached the goal she had come for. The small cabinet table wherein Detective Barlow had placed the dagger on Thursday evening. The glass top had been neatly cracked and one of the broken pieces in the center removed, but the contents, as she remembered seeing it on New Year's Eve, appeared intact. She was about to straighten up when a faint depression in the white velvet lining of the case caught her attention. For several minutes Harriet studied it, then going over to her uncle's reading table, she took up a magnifying glass. By its powerful aid she made out the faint impression evidently left by a small key which had lain just under the hole made by the removal of the glass. Before leaving the library, Harriet walked over to the wall safe, only to find the wooden panel which concealed its presence from view had been swung back into its accustomed place. Evidently, Ned Terry and Detective Barlow had closed it before leaving that afternoon. Harriet pressed her fingers over the carved wainscoting, but her attempts to locate the spring which opened the panel failed, and with a despondent shake of her head, she extinguished the lights one by one. As the illumination grew fainter and the shadows deepened, fear crept into her heart, and a horror of the place overcame her. For one terrifying second she could not control her inclination to bolt. Then reason returned, and she made a slow round of each window. All were securely locked, and it was with an inward prayer of thankfulness that she reached the folding doors and opened them. As she turned off the last library light switch, located in the wall just outside of the folding doors, Rudolph Ruggles crossed the hall, struggling into his overcoat. "I did not know that you were still up," he exclaimed. "Can I do anything for you?" "No, thanks. I am on my way to bed now," she responded. "Are you leaving?" "Only to post a letter." "Oh, then I'll wait and let you in." "That's very kind of you," exclaimed Ruggles, "but I'm going to mail the letter at Union Station, and I won't keep you waiting that length of time. I have Mother's latchkey," he added as she hesitated. Then, coming closer and speaking with deeper feeling, "I do appreciate all you have done for Mother this afternoon." Harriet flushed. "Please don't. You make me feel ashamed. I did so little." "Is it so little to care for the unfortunate?" he questioned softly. "Thanks to your aid, my mother is resting at last in comparative peace." His tone deepened. "She has been through a very great deal." "I realize that." "Do you?" The hunchback looked at her queerly. "I wonder—" "Wonder what?" as he paused. "Wonder if you will ever really understand." His mournful gaze held hers with compelling force, and his always pleasant voice gained an added sweetness. "In your sheltered existence, Miss Whitney, you have never known the seamy side of life, never faced financial stress. Money—" His knuckles grew white from the pressure of his hands on the banister railing against which he leaned, looking at her, standing on the step above him. "It is not money, but the lack of it, that is the root of all evil." Harriet gazed at the hunchback in troubled silence. He both repelled and attracted her, aroused her sympathy, and awakened her distrust. Money is the panacea for many ills, she admitted, but there is one thing that it cannot buy. Love? He barely breathed the word. I was hardly thinking of that. It was hard to face with composure his searching look, but of peace of mind. For what seemed an interminable minute, they looked at each other. Then the hunchback broke into laughter. He tried to conceal his merriment from her startled gaze by bowing his head against his hands, still clinging to the railing, but his misshapen back quivered and shook as his shoulders rose and fell. Suddenly Ruggles checked his untimely mirth and raised his head. "I beg your pardon," he said contritely, and she saw that he was entirely serious. "There is one thing I can always do successfully: play the fool. Good night, Miss Whitney." Harriet continued to stare at the front door for several minutes after it had closed behind the hunchback. Turning about, she went slowly up the staircase to the second floor. Her brother had been given a bedroom near her own, and she hesitated a second, debating whether or not she should say good night to him first or change into a dressing gown and then see John. The latter idea appealed to her strongly. It would take only a second to change, and she could then rest and relax. Without further waste of time, she hurried into her bedroom, switched on the light nearest the door, and undressed with speed. After donning her dressing gown, she went over to her dressing table, letting down her hair as she did so. It fell in curly abundance over her shoulders, and she leaned her head back to give it a slight shake. The action centered her gaze on the antique mirror hanging above the dressing table. Something white upon it caught her attention, and, rising from her chair, she switched on the side light by the mirror. Across the glass, in dead white, were 5 oddly drawn marks. The marks had a familiar look, and as Harriet traced each one, barely touching it with the tip of her finger, it flashed upon her where she had seen them before. On the frosted windshield of Ned Terry's car. Again she went over the marks. They were undeniably alike in number, size, and shape with those she had seen earlier in the afternoon. Harriet had a retentive memory, and the frosted drawings on the windshield, some childish prank, had made quite an impression at the time. That might have been some childish prank, but this... Suddenly her knees gave way under her, and she sank into her chair and glanced fearfully around. Who in that household would indulge in childish pranks at her expense? Again she turned her head and glanced upward. The marks were still there. Wetting the tip of her finger, Harriet touched the white mark. It came off easily. The white particle had an unmistakable odor. Harriet rose and looked about. On her bedstand was a bottle of library paste. It took but an instant to unscrew the top, and one sniff of its contents convinced her that paste had been used to draw the marks on the mirror. Harriet went slowly back to the dressing table, 2 thoughts uppermost in her mind. Was it a childish trick, or did the marks hold some significance for her and for Ned Terry? In deep thought, she picked up a pad and pencil and copied them off exactly, one by one. After drawing the marks, she retraced them over and over until they were firmly fixed in her mind. Looking about for a place to put the paper, she found her bead bag and, opening it, hastily thrust the paper inside and put the bag into the top drawer of her bureau. A sponge, hot water, and towel quickly removed all marks from the mirror, and Harriet, finally satisfied that it was once more entirely clean, went into her brother's bedroom. John Whitney greeted her appearance with an exclamation of joy. "Sit down by me, sis." He patted her hand, clasping his. "That wrapper is mighty becoming to you, dear." "Wrapper, indeed!" She kissed him warmly. Imagine calling a silk-quilted dressing gown with marabou fur a wrapper. "John, you promised me not to read in bed," catching sight of a book partly tucked under the bedclothes. "Well, sis, you were right long coming," he protested, "and I got kind of twitchy lying here after Rudy Ruggles left." "Ah, was he here?" "Yes." John played with the tassels of Harriet's dressing gown. Do you know, sis, in spite of his mother, I like him." "He seems to be very nice," was Harriet's noncommittal reply. "What did you talk about? The disappearance of the $100,000 bonds?" No, John was not looking at his sister. He had tied the tassels into intricate bow knots and was striving to untangle them. Swiftly, he changed the subject. "He is a silent sort of chap. I did most of the talking." "And what did you chat about?" "Oh, we mentioned you," with a teasing smile, "and Dad, and how devilish hard it is to be poor." Harriet took his hand and stroked it gently. "Thanks to Uncle Jim's generosity, we are not poor any longer," she said. "So Ruggles pointed out." "Oh!" Harriet rose abruptly. "I'm going to put out your light, John. No more reading tonight, if you love me." "All right," and with a parting hug, Harriet left him. She was almost at her bedroom door when she saw Anna coming along the back hall and waited for the maid, who had called her name softly. "Is anything the matter, Anna?" she asked, observing the girl's agitated expression. "No, ma'am. That is, Miss Harriet, poor Parthenia says she can't sleep less'n she sees yo." "Is she ill?" "No, ma'am. I don't think so, but she grown something fearful. Do please come, Miss Harriet, ma'am." Signing to Anna to lead the way, Harriet followed the maid to the servants' quarters in the rear in the right-hand wing of the house. There were 2 servants' bedrooms, a sitting room, and a bath. Parthenia had the larger room at the back. Her light was still on, and at sight of Harriet the cook sat erect, her black face a picture of woe. "Oh, Miss Harriet, ma'am," she moaned, "I's been a-thinkin' ob dat dere inquest, and I's troubled in my mind." "Why, Parthenia?" "I's done yo' harm, honey. I's done yo' harm." Parthenia rocked back and forth in misery. "And I can't sleep for thinking of it. If I only had kept my big mouth shut." "Parthenia!" Harriet laid a firm hand on her shoulder. "You have not done me any harm by telling the truth. Who put such an idea into your head?" "Mose. He done deviled de life outen me eber since." Mose was mistaken. Parthenia's black eyes opened wide and her expression brightened. "What dat yo' say?" Then, as Harriet repeated her statement with more emphasis, the cook's joy was unbounded. "Praise de Lord!" she exclaimed over and over. "Oh, Miss Harriet, honey, I done feel terrible, just terrible." "Don't worry any longer, and go to sleep." Harriet patted the old woman soothingly and smiled down at her. "Everything is all right." "Yes'm, honey. Thanky, ma'am." And Parthenia thankfully closed her eyes and pulled the bedclothes over her ears as Harriet turned out the light and left her. A light shone through the glass transom over the door of her uncle's study, and Harriet stared at it in surprise as she was about to enter her room. Had John gone in there after she left him? Crossing the hall, she opened the study door and walked in. The man seated before her uncle's desk did not look up, and Harriet, surprise depriving her of speech, remained staring blankly at the chauffeur. Mose continued to read the pages before him with absorbed attention, turning them slowly and snapping his fingers as he conned the text, his lips moving silently every now and then. "Mose!" The chauffeur's hands closed swiftly over the manuscript he was reading, and his head flew back as Harriet pronounced his name. Otherwise, he evinced no astonishment at the sight of the young girl. "Yes, Miss Whitney?" Slowly, he got to his feet and stood respectfully before her. "What are you doing here, Mose?" she asked, angry with herself for a faint tremor which shook her voice. It was absurd to be afraid, and yet, she wished most heartily that she had not walked into the study. "Mr. Ruggles left word he wished to see me, and Anna told me to wait here," explained the chauffeur. "I'm sorry, miss, if I startled you." "I had not expected to find anyone here at this hour." Harriet moved away from the door and farther into the room. "Mr. Ruggles has gone out. It is so late now, you had better not wait up any longer. Good night." "Good night, Miss Whitney," and with a polite bow, Mose went into the hall. Harriet waited where she was until she heard him descend the stairs, then moved over to the desk. What had Mose found to read of so absorbing a nature as to exclude all else? On the desk lay the proof sheets of her uncle's book of memoirs and his original manuscript. The latter lay on top, and Harriet spent a busy half-hour going over numerous pages which bore penciled notes in Commodore Whitney's handwriting on the margin or in the text. The opening of the hall door aroused her, and looking up, she saw John Whitney regarding her in astonishment. "I couldn't sleep," he explained before she could speak, "and I saw a light here and came over to see who was awake." He drew his heavy bathrobe more closely about him. "What are you reading?" "The manuscript of Uncle Jim's memoirs. John, come here." And as her brother stepped to her side, "Did you ever see this sign in your newspaper work?" And taking up a pencil, she pointed to a mark on the manuscript. "Sure, that means the end of an article." And John ran his eyes down the typed page. "Is the book any good, sister?" "It reads well," stated Harriet without enthusiasm. "Has that sign any name, John?" "Never heard of it, but all printers know it." John looked about the room, then made for the couch in one corner. "I'll lie down over here, sis, until you are ready to go to bed." And picking up a magazine, he shook the sofa pillows into a comfortable pile, pulled up the heavy blanket, and started to peruse the journal. Harriet scarcely heard her brother. Her thoughts had gone back to her conversation with Rudolph Ruggles in that room just before the inquest. What was it the hunchback had said that morning? She wrinkled her brows in her effort to remember, her pencil mechanically drawing the 5 marks painted on her mirror. Over and over she sketched them. Suddenly the words she sought came back to her as the hunchback had spoken them. "Who knows but that this proof holds the key to the mystery of the Commodore's tragic death?" Harriet drummed aimlessly on the desk. The few pages she had gone over had proved heavy reading, of nautical events and filled with nautical terms. It was not surprising she had found the descriptions dull, but Mose, the chauffeur, had pored over them with eagerness. Aye, with avidity even, so his rapt expression had indicated. Well, if a servant could wade through the proof, she could. A glance at the clock on the mantel showed her it was approaching 11 o'clock. Harriet put aside the manuscript copy of the book and, taking up the proof sheets, settled back in her uncle's comfortable leather armchair. On and on she read. Her brother spoke to her, but she did not look up or respond, and after a few minutes he rose and tiptoed from the room. It was long past midnight, and Harriet continued to go over the proof with sleepy, weary eyes, but a dogged determination to complete it before she went to bed, even if it kept her up far into the morning. Out in the silent house, furniture creaked now and then, as it does at the dead of night, making eerie noises. All else was quiet. Even a shadowy form, crouching from floor to floor and from door to door, made no noise, and only the hands, working swiftly, skillfully with each lock, were visible now and then in the faint moonlight from uncurtained windows. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. By Wit Alone. The sunshine, tempering the coldness of the winter afternoon, was a welcome relief from the gloomy atmosphere of the house, and Harriet, standing in the deep bow window of her bedroom, came to a sudden decision. It took nearly half an hour to complete her toilet to her satisfaction. A final inspection of her mirror convinced her that only the most hypercritical could tell of her sleepless night, so dexterously had she applied powder and rouge, and the thin chic veil added its intricate design to enhance the tantalizing charm of her beauty. The first person she encountered on her way to the front door was her brother, lounging on the small sofa in the hall. He sat erect at the sound of her footsteps on the stairs. "Why, sister, I didn't know you were up and dressed," he exclaimed. "Anna told me you were still in bed when she took up your luncheon. I was just thinking of sending for Dr. McLean." "Thank heaven you didn't." Harriet stopped by his side. "There is absolutely nothing the matter with me except I was so foolish as to sit up and read until after 4 o'clock this morning. When I finally crawled into bed, I slept so soundly I never woke up until Anna appeared at noon. Won't you come out with me?" "Where to?" "The cathedral." John regarded her in astonishment. "Why are you going there?" "To attend the afternoon service. I hear the Bishop of Washington is to preach." She caught his hand and tried to pull him to his feet. "Come and go with me." "Not I!" he exclaimed with fervor. "Oh, John, just to please me." He shook his head, and her heart sank. She knew of old the dogged set to his mouth. "Can't," he stated gruffly. "I've got to go out to Walter Reed later. That is, if you are not taking the car." "No, I'm planning to walk part of the way for exercise." She took a few steps toward the front door and paused. "Why not stop for me, John? The services will be over at 5:30. John debated a moment. "Well, I'd be glad to, sis, if I go after all," with a sidelong glance at the book in his hand, which she instantly interpreted. "In other words, you'd rather stay at home and read. Ah, John, I know you of old." "Well, it's a good book, and I'm a bit tired too, sis." "Then run upstairs and lie down in the study, John. Why not let me do your errand for you?" John's face brightened. "Would you?" he exclaimed gratefully. "I left a few togs out there. The orderly has them. Mose can drive you to the cathedral, and you can go there afterward. Come along out to the garage." And, happy in having settled things his way, John accompanied Harriet through the house and to the brick garage. The large central door of the garage was open, and Mose, in overalls, was engaged in changing the oil in the crankcase. He scrambled to his feet on hearing his name called, and gazed in some dismay at Harriet when he learned their errand. "I'm just overhauling the engine, Miss Whitney," he explained. "It will take me some time to get ready. If I'd only known." "That's all right, Mose," interposed Harriet hastily. "You can come for me at the cathedral and drive me out to Walter Reed after the service. Be there at 5:30. "Very good, miss." He opened his lips as if to add more, but instead remained silent. Harriet caught his hesitancy and interpreted it correctly. "Go ahead, Mose. You were about to say this is your Sunday off?" she asked. "Yes, miss. That is, the Commodore usually gave me every other Sunday off after 5:00. He glanced at John. "The car will be ready then. You drive, don't you, sir?" "I used to." John was not looking at either of his companions. His attention appeared fixed on the car. "Has this the universal shift?" "Yes, sir." Mose rubbed his hands clean on some waste. "I'll be at the cathedral for you, Miss Whitney." "No, you need not come," exclaimed Harriet. "Mr. John will send a taxi. That will be best." And, as her brother started to remonstrate, she slipped her hand along his arm and pushed him gently toward the house. "I'll see you in the morning, Mose." "Yes, miss. Thank you." Mose reached for the oil can and then straightened up in time to watch Harriet and John walking along the path which skirted the Whitney mansion. His sardonic smile widened as he saw Harriet's manifest efforts to make her brother talk and the latter's evident desire to linger in the rear. As they stepped out of sight along the curving path, Anna appeared on the wide back porch of the mansion used by the servants and beckoned to Mose. Then, as he continued to regard her without moving, she ran down the steps and, stopping midway to the garage, raised her voice with a vigor imparted by indignation. "Hey, Mose! Miss Ruggles wants to see you." "What for?" he called back. "I don't know why, but yo better hurry, for she's real mad." The sound of a bell ringing incessantly came through the open door of the pantry and reached Anna, causing her to hasten her return. The chauffeur stood in indecision for a brief second, then re-entered the garage. When he emerged, he had discarded his overalls. As he passed Anna in the passage a moment or so later on his way to Mrs. Ruggles, she was answering the telephone. "Yo want to speak to Miss Whitney?" he heard her say. "Wait a minute. Mose, where'd Miss Harriet go after she left the yard?" "To the cathedral for afternoon services," he responded, and he heard Anna repeating the information into the transmitter of the telephone as he went up the staircase. Mrs. Ruggles, propped up on pillows on her couch, looked the role of an interesting invalid, and when Mose entered, in answer to her summons, she was waving an open bottle of smelling salts gently to and fro. "Good afternoon, Mose," she exclaimed graciously, and the chauffeur bowed stiffly as he came further into the room. "You have not rendered your customary weekly expense account." "I have it here, madam." Mose drew out a paper and placed it in her extended hand. Mrs. Ruggles ran her eyes down the list, entirely legible in its neat penmanship. "The items are somewhat large," she commented, "especially as the car has not been used to any great extent this week." "Some of the bills are for gas consumed before Christmas," he pointed out. "I bought it myself." "Ah, and your new chauffeur's uniform?" Mose met her swift, penetrating look with unmoved countenance. "It was one Commodore Whitney ordered last week Tuesday," he said. "He took me with him. The suit had to be altered and only came back 3 days ago." "Oh, are there any other bills you haven't told me of?" she asked. "Remember, Mose, the Commodore was one person you could hoodwink, but I—" She hesitated as she met his cold stare. "I am not so easily fooled." Mose considered Mrs. Ruggles thoughtfully. "The Commodore was a bit easy to fool, ma'am, wasn't he?" He opened and closed one eye significantly. "An easy mark for women, too." Mrs. Ruggles crimsoned to the roots of her hair. "You forget yourself, Mose," she stated sternly. "I never permit insolence." Mose bowed deferentially. "You misunderstood me," and Mrs. Ruggles took silent note of his correct English. "I was thinking of how he thought you were spending New Year's Eve at your sister's in Baltimore instead of—" "Shh!" The warning was hissed from between Mrs. Ruggles's white lips. Her face was ghastly. "You may go, Mose. Bring me any bills you may have, and they will be settled." "Thank you, ma'am." Mose made for the door, then turned again and faced her. "There's a bit of wages due." "How much?" Mrs. Ruggles barely breathed the question. "Say $100. Then, noting her expression, 50 will do today, being it's Sunday. Wait outside." The housekeeper sat still until the door was safely closed, then rose stiffly from her couch. She was far weaker than she realized, and it took her nearly 5 minutes to unlock the secret drawer in her secretary and count out the desired sum from the package of gold and silver treasury notes held together by rubber bands. 10 minutes later, Mose, whistling gaily, walked into the backyard from the kitchen. His good humor was so apparent that it inspired Parthenia with sufficient courage to ask him to take out a large scrap basket filled with paper to the incinerator and burn it. As Mose stood idly watching the flames, a half sheet of letter paper fell between the wire fender around the incinerator onto the ground, and he picked it up to toss it back again. The large bold writing scrawled across the page and caught his attention. He was still reading it when a hand was laid on his shoulder, and glancing up in haste, the chauffeur found Inspector Mitchell looking over his shoulder. "Let me have that paper, Mose." The inspector's tone implied immediate obedience. Mose's stiff fingers opened slowly, and with obvious reluctance he relinquished the half sheet. Mitchell read the sentences rapidly, then, totally ignoring the chauffeur, he hurried around the mansion and joined Detective Barlow, who was awaiting his return on the portico. "Listen, Barlow," speaking so that only his companion could hear him, and reading softly from the paper in his hand. "The $10,000 bond safely received. I am selling it today. American and Telegraph bonds are over par now. How wonderful to get all that money the first night you were there. How did you persuade Brother James to part with it? Now your dear father can breathe easily. Devoted love to John and you, dearest Harriet. Mother." Barlow regarded his senior officer for a long minute in silence. Then, as the meaning of what he had heard dawned fully upon him, he fairly bristled with excitement. "What next?" he demanded. "Back to headquarters," and Mitchell's long legs led the way to his car parked at the curb below them. Half an hour earlier, Harriet had walked down those same steps with far less speed and much inward prayer that she reached the bottom without slipping, as the wind had carried the ashes sprinkled there that morning half across the street. The sidewalk was equally slippery, and having neglected to put on her rubbers, she made but slow progress to the corner where a crosstown car line had its safety zone for its passengers. Harriet had just arrived there when a small boy, coming around the corner, lost his balance on a particularly icy spot and sat down with such force that a package of oranges dropped out of his hands. Harriet assisted the boy to his feet and helped him pick up the fruit. It was not until he was halfway down the block that she spied a folded piece of paper, evidently a note, which he had dropped. She picked it up and started after him in time to see the boy turn and run up the terraced steps of the Whitney mansion. The sound of the oncoming streetcar halted her. She had just time and no more to reach the cathedral. If she missed that car, she would be late. Evidently, the note was for someone in her household. She could deliver it on her return. Harriet had just time to stuff the note in her bead bag and run for the safety zone before the car arrived. It was fully 5:30 by Harriet's watch when the services in the Bethlehem chapel of the cathedral were over. She had sat listening with rapt attention to the sermon, and it had brought a sense of peace and security to which she had been a stranger since her uncle's tragic death. She was almost the last to leave the chapel, and only a private car stood near the entrance. She went along the boardwalk a short distance. No taxi was in sight. Had her brother forgotten to send it? Harriet walked back to the cathedral offices and debated as to whether she should ask to use their telephone or return by the bus, the way she had come. It was quite dark. The glaring headlights of a car coming around the narrow turn half blinded her, and she put up her hand to shield her eyes as the car came to a halt a short distance from her. "Hello, Miss Whitney." Ned Terry's voice brought additional color to her cheeks, and her step was lighter as she hurried to the side of the blue coupe. "Anna told me on the telephone you were here, so I came hoping to bring you in. I wish I could have gotten here earlier," holding her hand in a grip that made hers tingle. "Brother promised to send a taxi, but it hasn't come." "This is an excellent substitute," he laughed in pure delight at being with her again. "Do let me act as your chauffeur." "If you put it that way." Harriet took the front seat, which he had unfolded for her. "Have you time to run me out to Walter Reed?" "You bet." He said no more until they were out of the cathedral grounds and on their way to the hospital. "Are you really feeling better?" he asked. "You look so well." Harriet's eyes danced. What was there about this big, silent man to make her blood course more hotly in her veins, to make her forgetful even of her brother, the only idol of her young and happy girlhood? They conversed in odd snatches. The silences seemed more eloquent than conversation, and the pauses in conversation grew longer as the car swung into 16th Street and up the steep grades toward the big Army hospital. It was a joy to sit quietly and listen to the purr of the powerful engine, and to know that the man beside her was in such accord with each varying mood that speech was not essential. "Did you want to go to your brother's old ward?" Terry asked as they drove up the long approach to Walter Reed. "Yes. John told me that his orderly had a package of odds and ends of clothing. If you will stop at the Circle, I'll go—" "Not a bit of it," firmly. Terry parked the car on one of the side roads. "I'll cut across corners." "Don't hurry," she called as he shut the door on his side of the car. He nodded and, turning, shot up the long sidewalk. It grew stuffy in the closed car, and Harriet lowered the window by her side. The many hospital buildings set in the beautiful grounds and the twinkling lights took away any sense of loneliness, and Harriet watched it all with interest. A violent sneeze sent her searching in her handbag for her handkerchief. With it she brought to light a folded paper. Harriet turned it over. Except for a smudge made by muddy snow where the boy had dropped it, it was entirely devoid of writing or marks of any sort. She held the paper folded square and bent down at the upper right-hand corner under the little dash light. After a minute's hesitation, she opened the note. Before her startled gaze were 17 marks similar to those on her mirror the night before. Harriet drew a long, long breath. Then, as the blood ebbed back to her heart, she leaned over and switched on the little frosted lamps on each side of the interior of the coupe. By their light she took from her bag a folded page of her uncle's manuscript and a pencil. Over the manuscript was drawn the sign to which she had called her brother's attention in the study less than 24 hours before. In one corner of the manuscript appeared an crosshatch, and next to it, X. Further down was one but partly begun, with a clearly formed letter in its upper center. Harriet studied the marks intently. Then she drew similar lines and wrote in the corners, commencing with the upper left hand, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. She looked at the note. Yes, the letter C was certainly the outline of the square in that corner. A was next, that too. C-A. E was in the square, and a square came next in the note. But C-A-E, she shook her head despondently. She could make nothing of that. The next mark, V, did not fit in the squares anywhere. Harriet looked again at her uncle's manuscript. It was a page she had picked up off her bureau, intending to con it over, perhaps sitting out of doors in the cathedral close, where no prying eyes would see her. But she had arrived so late at the cathedral she had been obliged to go at once into the chapel. The roughly drawn X caught her attention. Turning back to the squares, filled in with the letters of the alphabet, she found she had stopped with I. Quickly, she put a J in the left angle of the X. A K at the top followed. Ah, that was it. Rapidly, Harriet deciphered the next letter, E. Judging by the appearance of the next mark, it represented the right angle of the X, but that spelled K-E-L. Harriet stared at it. K-E-L. K-E-L. Key. A flash of inspiration, and she grasped the cipher. It was a duplication of the squares and the X carrying the letters of the alphabet. The last 13 were indicated by the dot to differentiate them from the others. Harriet wrote the 3 words as she deciphered them. Car, key, tonight. She grew conscious of a figure standing beside the coupe, but in her absorption did not look up. "Mr. Terry, I've got it! All but the name!" she cried. A hand shot through the open window, and the papers were snatched from her. Harriet, her heart beating like a trip hammer, leaned out of the window, but her eyes, accustomed to the lights in the car, could not penetrate the darkness. They were parked directly in front of a clump of bushes. From that direction sounded footsteps, and Harriet was about to call out when Terry came from behind them and hurried to the car. "Is anything the matter?" he demanded. "You look frightened." "A man! Someone has just stolen some papers from my lap," she began incoherently. "Oh, try and catch him." Terry glanced about. "I saw someone run down that way." He indicated the direction of the main driveway. "Hark! There's a car being started." He sprang inside, tossed a small bundle on the ledge behind his seat, and within a few seconds they were off. Terry drove with caution along the winding driveway. He could hear a car ahead of them, but owing to the narrowness of the road and the other cars parked along it, was unable to make much speed. They sighted it as they reached the turn into 16th Street, and Terry stepped on the accelerator. On they flew, but the car ahead maintained its lead. As they struck the heavier traffic on nearing the city limits, they gradually drew closer. Nearer and nearer they crept, and Harriet, her heart in her throat, watched breathlessly. "I can't understand how that fellow gets through traffic the way he does," raged Terry as the car they pursued slipped ahead. "It opens up for him." Just then a Ford, which had jammed in ahead of Terry, turned into a side street. It was Terry's opportunity, and he seized it. As if shot out of a cannon, he swept up behind the other car, his lights playing full on the license tag. "Good Lord," he gasped, "we are chasing the wrong car." I'm sure we are not, vehemently. Oh, Mr. Terry, go on. We must catch that thief. Thief, repeated Terry, slacking up. Look at the license tag number. 130, called out Harriet. What of it? That's a government tag number. It is one of the White House cars. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The Third Degree. The blue coupe, at diminished speed, swung around Scott Circle into Massachusetts Avenue and continued down that broad thoroughfare. Not until then did Terry break the long silence which had followed Harriet's startled exclamation at learning the identity of the automobile ahead of them. The driver of the latter had speeded up at the moment Terry had spied the license tag, and before they themselves had turned from 16th Street into Massachusetts Avenue, its red taillight was a dim speck in the distance. In the district, all license tags under 1,000 are given to government-owned and operated automobiles, Terry explained, glancing at his quiet companion. Harriet put her gold pencil back in her bead bag and closed it firmly. In her excitement, she had clung to both articles with a death-like grip. Nothing else should be snatched from her unawares. Of that she was fully determined. Then it might not be a White House car after all, she said. It might belong to any government department or federal official. Yes, doubtfully, but my recollection is that that particular number belongs to the chief executive. He has quite a string of cars. I suppose so. Harriet spoke listlessly. All at once she felt unstrung and unnerved. In deciphering what she felt intuitively was a code, had her discovery any bearing whatever on the murder of her uncle and the loss of the bonds? There had been no opportunity to reason things out before the papers were snatched from her. Snatched from her? By whom? Who was there at Walter Reed so opportunely? She had not heard anyone approach the coupe, and had realized that someone was beside the door only a second before the theft of the papers. If she had only looked up instead of continuing to puzzle over the cipher, then the thief's identity would have been disclosed. Tears of bitter regret were very near Harriet's eyes, and she bit her lips to still their quivering. She would not cry. Did you tell anyone at home that you were coming out to the cathedral after me, Mr. Terry? She asked suddenly. Terry's foot pressed more heavily on the accelerator as he saw the blocks ahead of him clear of traffic and the coupe shot forward. I believe I asked Anna where I could find you, he said, driving in the center of the avenue where most of the snow had been cleared away. She was the only person I talked to on the phone. He looked sideways at Harriet. Were the stolen papers very valuable? Yes, she replied, as she met his attentive regard and noted again his clear-cut features and aristocratic bearing. She came to an impulsive decision. Mr. Terry, I'm speaking in confidence. He leaned closer until his shoulder touched hers. Miss Whitney, speaking softly while turning his head so as to look straight before him, please believe me. I promise never to repeat what you tell me. Thanks so much, with a shyly trusting glance which he missed entirely. Last night, among Uncle Jim's papers, I found the key to the cipher. Cipher? He echoed as they whirled around a corner. Hello, what's up? Their four-wheel brakes, hastily applied, brought the coupe to a halt almost on top of a small group of people congregated about a stalled car. One of them hurried to Terry's side as the latter opened his door. Could you help us pull my car to the curb? An agitated voice asked, and Terry looked down into a pair of pretty brown eyes. We are stuck right in the way of traffic, and Father has gone to call up the AAA headquarters for their service wagon. Terry was in the street before she had finished speaking. I'll be right back, he called to Harriet. Leaning out of her side of the car, the latter watched Terry's efforts, assisted by two women and one youth, to shove the heavy touring car over the high snowdrift to the curb. It was finally accomplished, and Harriet sat back and awaited Terry's return with growing impatience. It was getting past her dinner hour, and "The gentleman sent me to get his electric torch," announced the thin youth, appearing suddenly at the left-hand door, which Terry had failed to close. "He dropped a key or something out of his pocket when he took off his coat." Harriet looked hastily around the coupe. "I don't see any torch." "He said 'twas in the little compartment in front, by the seat under the dash." Harriet glanced down on her right, and for the first time she saw a leather flap on the side of the car fastened securely with a button. When the seat she was occupying was folded back into place, it completely hid the compartment from view. The button was extremely stiff, and while Harriet was attempting to turn it, the youth came around to her assistance. "Here 'tis," he exclaimed as the flap swung back, disclosing a metal torch, and with an impatient tug pulled it loose from its tight resting place. Harriet never noticed his departure. If the small cavity had contained the far-famed Medusa's head, she could not have been more completely paralyzed. Dragged upward by the rough removal of the torch, half out of the compartment lay a glove. The fingers had assumed an almost lifelike pose. Palm upward, they dropped down, all except one. That one, the middle finger, she herself had stitched firmly to the inside of the palm. Harriet broke out into a cold perspiration. Unable to repress a shudder, she stooped over, picked up the glove, and stuffed it in the inside pocket of her coat, taking the precaution to close the flap of the compartment and snap the button securely. Terry joined her a few minutes later. "Awfully sorry to have kept you waiting," he said apologetically, laying the torch on the ledge back of the seat. "I carelessly dropped this key. Here, let me give it to you now before I lose it again." Harriet actually jumped when the cold metal touched her skin as Terry laid the key in her hand. "What do you mean?" she asked in utter bewilderment as he started the engine. "Why, your brother's old nurse at Walter Reed asked me to hand it to you," explained Terry. "She said by mistake she had mailed one of her keys to you in place of yours, which you dropped while you were visiting your brother on New Year's afternoon." "Oh!" Harriet stared at him, astounded. Then her bewilderment changed to incredulous, almost delirious delight. With difficulty, she repressed her feelings. So the key, which had disappeared so mysteriously from her bag after the inquest, was not hers. With great pains and a sense of vast relief, she stowed the regained key in the inner pocket of her bead bag. Then quickly her thoughts switched to another and still unsolved problem. How came that glove in Ned Terry's car, of all places in the world? "You started to tell me a moment back of some cipher," prompted Terry gently as her silence continued, and he wondered that he got no answer. Harriet's whirling senses took in gradually what he had said. Tell him of the cipher? The question was a mockery of her thoughts. Suppose it was Ned Terry who had stolen the coded message from her. Who else knew of her presence at Walter Reed except him? He could have stood watching her, biding his time to snatch the papers, then circled the bushes and approached her unconcernedly a few moments later. Pshaw! What ridiculous reasoning! What possible motive could connect Terry with the murder of her uncle and the loss of the bonds? Harriet caught her breath. Terry was the one person who knew of her uncle having the bonds in the library on New Year's Eve. He knew how to get them and where to find them. Suppose he was in league with... Harriet's teeth were actually chattering. The code. A fine method of communication without risk of detection. But the glove. How could he explain its presence in his car? "Here we are, Miss Whitney," and reaching behind Harriet, Terry opened the door for her. "I'm afraid you are half frozen," observing how stiffly she moved. "I've been sitting still so long," she mumbled rather than spoke. "Please don't get out." Paying not the slightest attention to her remonstrances, Terry sprang to the pavement, first picking up the small bundle of clothing he had brought from the hospital. With tender care, he helped her up the steps to the portico and put the bundle down at her feet. "Won't you come in?" she asked. "I can't, thanks. I have an important dinner engagement at the club which I cannot break." He caught her by both shoulders. Only by a supreme effort did he refrain from taking her in his arms. His heart was pounding like a trip hammer. "Harriet!" Neither noticed his use of her first name, nor a small figure standing half concealed by one of the white pillars of the portico. "Promise to call on me at any hour of the day or night if I can serve you. Promise!" "I will," she stammered. "That is, I—" She swayed dizzily. "Go! Oh, please, go!" To come back. His hands slipped around her shoulders, and she was drawn into his embrace. The pressure of her soft lips was like nectar to a soul in purgatory. With heart pounding against heart, he showered kisses on her brow, her eyes, and again upon her lips. Then, with a sound that was half a sob, she freed herself from his loosening clasp. Without a word, he spun around and raced down the terraced steps and into his car. With brain numbed and heart on fire, Harriet crossed the portico to the front door and raised her hand to press the electric button. Then the small figure in the background advanced. "Miss Whitney!" Whirling back, Harriet recognized Paul Barlow. "Inspector Mitchell wishes to see you immediately at police headquarters." "Now?" she stammered. "Why doesn't he come here?" "Because he wishes to see you there," with marked emphasis on the last word. "I have a taxi waiting." Then, as she still hesitated, "I assure you it is imperative." The detective's hand closed over her arm with a grip she could not shake off. "Come," and he led her unresisting down the steps. Inspector Mitchell was sitting at his desk when an attendant ushered Harriet and Barlow into his office in the municipal building. Without rising, he waved her to a chair, and the detective slipped unobtrusively into one on her left, almost at her elbow. "Miss Whitney," Inspector Mitchell spoke with blunt directness, 3 days ago, to be exact, between Wednesday midnight and 3 o'clock in the morning of New Year's Day, your uncle, Commodore James Whitney, was murdered in his library, and you were the only other occupant of the house that night. "That is a deliberate misstatement of fact," she retorted spiritedly. "2 servants were there, also, looking him straight in the eye, the murderer." "I said you were there." Harriet rested both hands on the arms of her chair and bent forward, the pupils of her eyes dilated to twice their natural size. "Are you accusing me of being the murderer?" she demanded breathlessly. "You are not usually slow of comprehension." Her face crimsoned at his insolent tone, then grew ghastly white. "Like all criminals, however, you have overreached yourself." Harriet mustered a pitiful little smile. "You place me in sorry company," she said. "Have you brought me here simply to indulge in facetious remarks?" Mitchell pushed a sheet of paper toward her and a fountain pen. "I sent for you to sign that," he said, and Harriet hurriedly scanned the typed words. "I, Harriet Whitney, in the presence of Inspector John Mitchell and Detective Paul Barlow, do hereby confess—" She read no further, but sprang to her feet, her eyes blazing with indignation. "You carry your abominable insinuations too far," she exclaimed. "I did not kill Uncle James." Silence, charged with utter unbelief, was more eloquent than spoken words. Harriet's gaze left the inspector and swept the flat-top desk, littered with papers and books. She had rested her hand on one of the latter to steady herself. Its title, in large gold lettering, was distinct and clear: "The Holy Bible." Mitchell, watching her like a lynx, detected the cause of her sudden start. "Dare you repeat your statement now?" he asked sardonically. "I do," undauntedly, and her fingers touched the Bible reverently. "Don't move." Mitchell leaned closer and laid his large hand over hers, pressing it down on the Bible. Dare you swear on this Bible that you never, until after your uncle's murder, saw or handled the dagger with which he was stabbed?" Her hand never quivered under his. "I both saw and handled the dagger," she said quietly. "To state otherwise would be an untruth. I gave my uncle the dagger as a New Year present to add to his collection of curios." Mitchell smiled skeptically. "Which lie am I to believe?" he asked. "Heretofore you have denied all knowledge of the dagger." "Your memory is short," she retorted. "This is the first time the direct question has ever been put to me." "At the inquest." The interruption came from Barlow, and Harriet turned her head and looked down at the little detective. She had forgotten his presence. "The coroner asked if my uncle had taken me downstairs and shown me the dagger among other curios," she stated steadily. "I told the truth when I replied that he had not." "Is curio another name for bonds?" asked Barlow swiftly, and strive as she did, Harriet failed to repress all signs of agitation. Her fingers grew taut across the Bible, and the pressure of Mitchell's hand almost unbearable. "They would be curios to me," she remarked, drawing her handkerchief across her dry lips. She longed for a glass of water to quench her intolerable thirst. "I am not wealthy, you know." "Were not," corrected Mitchell swiftly. "True," bowing her head gravely. "My inheritance, through my uncle's generosity, will probably alter conditions." "Will?" scornfully. "You mean your financial condition was bettered when you got hold of your uncle's negotiable bonds on New Year's Eve." Mitchell's powerful voice rang through the room, and his eyes lighted with triumph. Harriet's hand had grown cold under his touch. "What did you do with the rest of the bonds, Miss Whitney?" She gazed at him dumbly for a second. "I fail to understand you," she faltered. Mitchell stared at her fixedly for a minute, then signed to Barlow, who took a sheet of letter paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it before Harriet's eyes. "Perhaps this will refresh your memory, Miss Whitney," the latter said. "Allow me to read it to you. The $10,000 bond safely received. I am selling it today. American Telegraph and Telephone bonds are over par now. How wonderful to get all that money the first night you were there. How did you persuade Brother James to part with it?" Barlow lowered the paper. "How did you persuade your uncle to part with it, Miss Whitney?" he asked. "Was it before or after you killed him?" Harriet would have wrenched her hand free, but Mitchell held it against the Bible with death-like grip. Her head was throbbing as if it would burst. She must keep her brain clear and her nerves under control. "Uncle Jim was alive when he presented me with the bond," she said. Except for a slight huskiness, her voice was entirely natural. Her answer provoked a loud guffaw from Mitchell. "A fair exchange," he mocked. "You gave your uncle a dagger, and he handed you a bond." "A fair exchange," repeated Barlow softly, never taking his eyes from Harriet's white face, "and no robbery." "So that is it." Harriet faced the detective with flashing eyes. "You and this gentleman here," with scornful emphasis, pointing to the inspector, "think I first killed Uncle Jim and then stole the $100,000 worth of negotiable securities? Well, I didn't, so help me God." Mitchell raised his hand. Harriet's fingers rested on the Bible without a tremor. "Pray resume your seat, Miss Whitney," he said, and his tone had become more courteous. "But it is growing late. Why," with a swift glance at her wristwatch, "it is after 8 o'clock. I must be going." "Not yet." Harriet looked at the two men. Their determined attitude was unmistakable. Slowly, she sank back in her chair. "May I have a glass of water?" she asked, and at a nod from the inspector, Barlow went into the next office. He neglected to close the communicating door, and from where she sat, Harriet had an uninterrupted view of men and women, sullen, vicious, ill-clad, the dregs of humanity, shuffling by the door. "Who are they?" she asked, catching Mitchell's eye. "A roundup," he said briefly. "Suspicious characters brought here for questioning. They are on their way to jail via the patrol wagon." In spite of the warmth of her coat, which she had thrown back but not removed, Harriet felt a chill creep down her spine. Barlow's return with the glass of water was a welcome diversion. "Where did you get this page from my mother's letter?" she asked, pointing to the folded sheet which Barlow had laid on the desk beyond her reach. "You acknowledge it was written by your mother?" quickly. "What nonsense! Of course I do," she exclaimed. "I asked my uncle for financial assistance, and he kindly gave me the $10,000 bond." "Why didn't he write you a check for the amount?" demanded Barlow. "I'm sure I don't know." Harriet smiled suddenly, with a faint return of her old mischievous spirit. "When he gave me the bond, I never questioned him on the subject." She looked from one to the other of the two men. "What evidence have you to prove that the bond given to me was one of those Uncle Jim planned to present to Mrs. Ruggles?" Mitchell looked at her queerly for a moment. "You mean that Uncle Jim was very, very wealthy and had a far greater amount invested in bonds than the $100,000 which has so mysteriously disappeared," she explained rapidly. Her heart was beating almost to suffocation. Barlow rubbed his chin reflectively. "When did he give you the bond?" he asked. "In the library, before I went upstairs." "Did you see any other bonds?" She shook her head. "No, I had gone into the pantry to get a drink for him, and when I came back he was sitting in a chair with the bond in his hand." Harriet rearranged her long coat. It had fallen further open, but only her quick eye detected the bulge of the inside pocket holding the glove she had found in Ned Terry's car. "Mr. Mitchell, you have never answered my question," she added after a pause. "Where did you get this sheet from my mother's letter?" "From your confederate." "I have none." Mitchell leaned back in his chair and regarded her steadfastly. "Miss Whitney, the Bible is still there at your elbow. Can you place your hand upon it and swear before God that you do not know who killed your uncle?" The minutes ticked themselves away, and still Harriet remained apparently tongue-tied. It was Barlow who finally broke the silence. "Have you no desire to return home, Miss Whitney?" he asked, and as she bowed in assent, "Shall the inspector repeat his question?" Harriet settled back in her chair. "Is it then an endurance test?" she inquired. "Well, when I am convinced that Mr. Mitchell has the legal right to put the question, I will answer it." "The district attorney will make that point clear." Mitchell reached for the telephone, his eyes never leaving her. "Or perhaps you prefer to have me consult Mr. Edward Terry." "As you please," disdainfully, but her smile was strained as Mitchell sat back without telephoning. "It is not necessary to consult anyone," he stated briefly. "I am within my rights, Miss Whitney, and I await your answer." Harriet seemed not to hear him. At mention of his name, her thoughts had reverted to Ned Terry. Her face flamed at recollection of her last scene with him. She closed her eyes. Again she felt the touch of his lips upon hers, his strong, tender arms. Ah, for weal or woe she had given her heart into his keeping. A voice at her elbow caused her to open her eyes with a start. A complete stranger sat by her. "We are still awaiting your answer, Miss Whitney." Harriet closed her eyes again and paid not the slightest attention to him. As from far off came a buzz of conversation. Her shoulder was gently shaken, but she sat with her eyes closed, oblivious to what was going on in the room. Ned Terry and the events of the afternoon claimed all her thoughts. The minutes became an hour. The hour stretched into another, and then into a third. Some time later, Harriet opened her eyes sufficiently to see that Mitchell, as well as Barlow, had given his seat to another detective. Harriet looked down again in haste as the newcomer repeated Mitchell's question over and over with varying intonations. She scarcely heard him. Once again, her active brain was piecing out the code she had deciphered that afternoon. How had the message read? Ah, she had it. "Car key tonight." From the doorway, Inspector Mitchell beckoned to the detective on Harriet's left. gave him a few whispered directions, then took his place at her side. "You can go home, Miss Whitney," he stated, and emphasized his words by a vigorous shake of her shoulder. "There is a taxi outside." Harriet rose with alacrity, and still maintaining the silence behind which she had entrenched herself, she walked with Mitchell to the entrance of the building. Not until she was safely inside the car did she glance at her wristwatch. Midnight. One side of the glass partition between the driver and his passenger was open, and Harriet leaned over and addressed him. $10 if you get me home in 5 minutes, she said. "Don't drive to the front door, but stop at the garage entrance." And sitting back, she felt the car start forward like a thing alive as Paul Barlow, in the taxi driver's seat and uniform, stepped on the gas. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Midnight. John Whitney paused, latchkey in hand, and recrossed the portico. His foot had most certainly struck against something on his way to the front door. Stooping down, he groped about until his fingers touched a small bundle. Carrying it to the electric light over the front door, John found the hastily tied bundle coming open at one end. A peep inside convinced him that its contents belonged to him. Entering the house with characteristic haste, John looked first in the drawing room and then in the library. Both rooms were empty. Taking the stairs 2 steps at a time, he reached the second floor and then paused in some uncertainty. The sound of voices inside the study, the door of which stood ajar, caused him to enter the room without the formality of rapping. Mrs. Ruggles, reposing comfortably on the couch, looked languidly up, while her son, seated in the Commodore's favorite armchair, laid down the magazine he had been glancing through. "Hello, everybody!" exclaimed John, with a joviality in marked contrast to his white cheeks and deep sunken eyes. "Where's Sister?" Mrs. Ruggles regarded him in mild surprise. "Didn't she come in with you?" "With me?" John shook his head. "No, Harriet hasn't been with me since she left here this afternoon to go to the cathedral." "What?" The ejaculation came from the hunchback. "Why, Mother and I thought Miss Whitney was dining with you when she didn't show up for dinner." The bundle dropped from John's nervous clutch and lay unheeded on the floor. She wasn't here for dinner?" he stammered. His startled gaze swept the room and rested on the dial of the mantel clock. "Good God, it's after 10!" He rubbed his hand across his forehead in sheer bewilderment. "Have you looked in her room?" Without waiting for any response, he bolted from the study, and they heard him calling Harriet's name, softly at first, and then more loudly as he hunted through the house. Left to themselves, mother and son exchanged glances. "Very odd," the former commented in a low tone. "Anna told me that Ned Terry called up just after Harriet went out to inquire her whereabouts." "Yes, I know." The hunchback rose and paced slowly up and down the study with what his mother found maddening regularity. "Oh, do stop!" she exclaimed irritably. "My nerves won't stand any more excitement." Ruggles halted at the foot of the couch. The housekeeper's good looks were somewhat marred by too much rouge, or was it a touch of fever which gave her a brilliant spot of color on each cheek? Her son sighed, and then his lips compressed into a hard line. As his mother caught his changed expression, she shrank back on her pillows. "Don't be cross, Rudy," she pleaded, as he looked away. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, Ruggles continued to stare into space for fully a minute, and involuntarily his mother glanced in the same direction. On the wall opposite where she lay was a profile likeness of Commodore Whitney. The silhouette brought out with startling distinctness his aquiline nose and pugnacious chin. Before their staring eyes, the likeness faded away, and only the blank wall confronted them. With a low moan, Mrs. Ruggles wrung her hands in agony. Oh, Rudy, did you see what I saw?" she gasped incoherently. "Oh, I wish I hadn't." Ruggles bent over the terrified woman. "Mother, please be quiet," he urged. "Lie still. I'll be back in a minute." and, deaf to her frantic plea not to be left alone, he sped from the room, to return almost at once with a glass of water in one hand and a bottle of medicine in the other. "Drink this. Oh, it's nothing but bromide," impatiently, as she pushed away the glass from her lips. Slowly, his stronger will conquered, and with tears running down her face, Mrs. Ruggles swallowed the medicine. Putting down the medicine glass, Ruggles moved swiftly about the study and from every angle paused to view the blank wall where he had seen the Commodore's silhouette apparently materialize before his eyes. Mrs. Ruggles watched him for a brief time, then, covering her eyes with her hand, she lay huddled upon the couch. When next she lifted her fingers sufficiently to see anything, she found herself alone. For what seemed an endless time, the housekeeper lay screwing up her courage to cross the study and ring the bell for Anna. Gradually, she got to her feet and made a beeline for the bell. In her haste, she tripped over a bundle on the floor and went sprawling to her knees. Considerably shaken by her tumble, Mrs. Ruggles sat down where she was and rested her back against the side of a chair. The paper around the bundle had split entirely where her foot had come in contact with it, and a package of old letters, postcards, and sick-room charts lay scattered about her. While waiting to recover her breath, Mrs. Ruggles picked up several of the papers, and as she read their contents, her interest grew. When she finally summoned Anna, a number of the documents were safely concealed in the sleeve of her kimono. It was nearly midnight when Patrick O'Day appeared in the doorway of Ned Terry's house in response to the violent ringing of the front doorbell. "Bad cess to you," he shouted, peering at him. "Disturbing honest folk at this hour. Will you be gone, or must I call the police?" The man, standing with his finger still on the bell button, stepped forward, and in the light from the reception hall behind him, the excited Irishman recognized Rudolph Ruggles. "Excuse me, sir," standing to one side so that the hunchback could enter. "I thought ye was the other one come back." Ruggles nodded in friendly fashion as the servant closed the front door. He had often called at the house to see Mr. Terry Sr. on matters pertaining to the law office where he had been employed as clerk for over a year. While his work had brought him necessarily in touch with the senior partner of the firm, Ruggles had seen next to nothing of Ned Terry. "The young master's not in, Mr. Ruggles," went on O'Day. "Will ye wait?" The hunchback hesitated. "Has he been here at all this evening?" "No, sir." "Do you know where I can reach him?" O'Day eyed him inquisitively. "That's what the lunatic who called here a while back wanted to know," he said. "Would you mind telling me what's up, sir? Is the young master in trouble?" And O'Day's anxiety was self-evident. "Who do you mean by lunatic?" asked the hunchback cautiously. "I don't know, sir." O'Day shook a puzzled head. "Me wife went to the door, and in bust a youngish man with gray hair, demanding to see Mr. Ned, and when he learned the young master was out, he axed to see the young leddy. 'There's no young leddy,' replied me wife, and he flew in a passion and says he knowed Mr. Terry had her here. Me wife says witheringly, 'You've mistaken the character of the house. Please leave immediately.' Instead, he runs past her upstairs, and she hears him a-calling and a-racing from room to room. And then she comes for me, working in the basement, banking the furnace fire." "What then?" prompted Ruggles as the servant stopped to take breath. "I hurried up here, but the lunatic had gone, leaving the front door wide open." The Irishman switched on the lights in a small room opening off the reception hall. It was plainly furnished as an office, and Ruggles had often used it when sent for by his employer to answer confidential correspondence. Mr. Terry Sr. had never entirely recovered from a serious operation, and his ill health had necessitated his doing much work at home, and later required a complete rest in Europe. "Will ye wait in here, sir, or would ye rather sit in the drawing-room?" "I'll stay here," and Ruggles walked into the office. Was the lunatic, with a penetrating glance, Mr. John Whitney, by chance? O'Day scratched his head. "I can't say, sir. Neither me nor my wife have ever seen Mr. Whitney. Is he any kin to Commodore Whitney?" "His nephew." "Oh." O'Day opened and closed his lips in indecision, then briskly changed the subject. "There's a cable come from Mr. Ned some hours gone," he said, pointing to the blue-bordered envelope lying on top of the desk. "He hasn't been home since luncheon. Let me light the gas log, Mr. Ruggles. It's cold in here." "Don't bother," but paying no attention to him, O'Day applied a match to the gas logs in the fireplace. "Is there anything else, sir?" he asked, turning toward the door. "No, thanks. Don't you and your wife stay up any longer," replied Ruggles. "I know it's far after your usual bedtime." O'Day concealed a yawn with difficulty. "The young master has been keeping late hours," he remarked. "I'm afraid you'll be waiting some time, sir." "That's all right. I have the evening paper." "Then, sir, if you'll excuse us." O'Day still hesitated. "If you want me, sir, just ring the bell to the right of the desk. Mr. Terry had it put there to call me at night when he worked late. Good evening, sir." The hunchback waited by the entrance until he heard the servant close the door leading into the back part of the house, then strolled over to the fireplace and spread out his hands before the blaze. O'Day was right. There was an unpleasant chill in the air. He was perhaps foolish to have removed his overcoat until the office, evidently unoccupied for many days, had been thoroughly heated. So John Whitney had been there before him. Ruggles rubbed his hands together, back and forth, back and forth. Harriet's brother had followed his line of reasoning then, and concluded that Terry, having learned her whereabouts that afternoon, had gone out to meet Harriet at the cathedral. That must have been around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now close to midnight. Where had they spent the intervening time? At the theater? Pshaw! Harriet would not go to a place of amusement 4 days after her uncle had been foully murdered. Unable to keep still, the hunchback wandered up and down the office, and from there into the reception hall. As he tramped about it, Ruggles saw the small rugs scattered over the highly polished hardwood floor were out of place, especially the one at the foot of the staircase. Evidently, John Whitney, in his hurricane entrance or exit, had slipped on the rug. Ruggles paused and looked more carefully about him. The rugs were not the only objects out of place in the usually orderly hall. From an open door, which the hunchback knew led to the large coat closet, protruded hats, caps, and golf sticks. Ruggles smiled to himself as he drew closer to the closet. Was it possible that John, uncontrollably excited by his sister's mysterious absence, had thought to find her hiding in the coat closet? "Who can minister to a mind diseased?" he quoted under his breath as he stepped inside the closet and switched on the electric light. The same disorder was visible the whole length of the closet, which had a washstand at one end near the window, raincoats, summer coats belonging to both father and son, an O.D. officer's coat, army slickers, rubber boats, and hats had been tumbled about in confusion. Ruggles stooped down and gathered the golf sticks together so as to close the door, and as he stuck them into the leather golf bag, he inadvertently trod on one he had overlooked. Picking it up, Ruggles was on the point of replacing it in the bag when he saw that what he held was a cane. A cane? No, the cane. The gold crest was somewhat tarnished, but unmistakably like that on Commodore Whitney's signet ring. Ruggles was thoroughly acquainted with the appearance of both. "Well, sir, what are you doing in my closet?" demanded a voice behind him, and turning, the hunchback was confronted by Ned Terry. "Waiting for you, Mr. Terry," responded Ruggles calmly, "and wondering where you picked this up," raising the cane as he spoke. The pupils of Terry's eyes contracted to mere pinpricks. Otherwise, he showed no emotion. "Is the question prompted by idle curiosity?" he asked, and at the menace in his voice the hunchback blinked rapidly. "Or is it a threat?" "Your conscience can supply the answer." Ruggles gave the top of the cane a sudden twist. It came apart, and the electric light was reflected back from the bright steel of the short sword thus exposed. Terry jingled his bunch of keys up and down before dropping them in his pocket. Suddenly, he broke into a soft chuckle. "Ah, well," he said, "it is up to the police to decide whether you found Commodore Whitney's cane here or brought it with you. My word is as good as yours, you know, and there's O'Day's testimony. He let you in." Ruggles started involuntarily. He had brought a cane with him and laid it with his hat on a chair by the front door. He glanced around at Terry. The hat was still on the chair, but the cane was not in sight. "How long have you been here, Mr. Terry?" he demanded, striving to keep all excitement out of his voice. "Long enough to take an interest in what you have been doing," was the smiling reply. "How much longer do you wish to remain?" "Only long enough to find out what has become of Miss Whitney," was the bitter retort. Terry's air of polite indifference gave place to startled wonder. "What do you mean?" he demanded, raising his voice. "That Miss Whitney never returned home for dinner." "What?" Terry fell back a pace. "Why, I left her on the portico about 7 o'clock." "Great heavens!" Lawyer and hunchback, it was hard to tell which was the paler of the two, stared at each other for a fraction of a second. Then Terry sprang toward the front door and jerked it open. Ruggles, at his heels, snatched up his hat and overcoat, and, screwing the sword cane together, sprang with it into the blue coupe after his companion and curled up on the back seat. Terry drove as if possessed, careful, however, to keep to streets not patrolled by traffic cops. It had commenced to sleet, and the hunchback saw little of the houses whirling by, but through the glass kept fairly clean by the electric windshield wiper, Terry caught sight of a car ahead in time to avoid crashing into it. Sounding his horn, he strove to pass on the left side, but the person ahead drove the faster and hung doggedly to the middle of the street. On and on they went, regardless of speed laws. Terry had almost forged ahead when the person in the lead drove across a streetcar track in front of an oncoming trolley. Terry's dexterous swing to the left saved them from a collision, but when he had once again started down the street leading to the Whitney mansion, he had the roadway to himself. The car ahead had disappeared. Hardly diminishing his speed, Terry headed for the curb and the Whitney's front door. He was almost upon another car when its red parking light warned him of its presence. With powerful grip, he whirled the steering wheel to the right and stepped on the gas. The coupe made the turn on two wheels, then, righting itself, sped like an arrow up the driveway to the Whitney's garage. Terry brought it to a halt within a few feet of the closed door of the garage and sprang out, followed more slowly by the hunchback. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. A Coded Message. Inside the Whitney garage, a crouching figure listened to their retreating footsteps on the ice-covered snow for fully a minute. When all was once more quiet, Harriet Whitney moved from her cramped position over to an automobile the outlines of which were dimly visible. On reaching the Whitney mansion a scant 10 minutes before Terry's arrival, she had flung $10 to the driver of the taxi who had not offered to assist her from the car, and fled, not into the house, but up the driveway leading to the big red brick garage. Twice she circled it, trying to find her way inside. A crack in the little-used, old-fashioned feed door caught her searching glance, and she halted before it. One of the wooden panels was splintered sufficiently to permit her slender hand to slip between the boards. An instant later, she had shot back the rusty bolt and gained entrance into the locked garage. The sound of Terry's car dashing up the driveway outside and the grinding of hastily applied brakes and shifting gears as he came to a standstill had brought Harriet's heart into her mouth. Finally convinced, however, that the newcomers, whoever they were not headed for the garage, Harriet drew a longer, freer breath and laid her hand on the nickel radiator. It was hot to the touch. She stood in doubt for a second, moistening her fingers on the tip of her tongue to cool them. Then she stepped to the side of the car and opened the front door. Leaning inside, she switched on the lights and sped to the back of the car. Under the red glow of the taillight, 3 figures stood out on the license tag. 130. 130! Harriet repeated them under her breath. The number of the car we chased in from Walter Reed Hospital this afternoon." She bent closer and touched each figure rapidly at first, then more slowly, then stopped altogether while wonderment grew. A second later, a faint ripping sound broke the utter stillness as she pulled off a piece of painted adhesive tape from the metal tag, disclosing the full District of Columbia license number, 9-130. "Uncle Jim's car," she gasped. "Just so," whispered a voice almost in her ear, and swinging around, Harriet looked up in terrified silence straight into Detective Barlow's face. "Well, what about it? Whose car did you expect to find here?" Twice Harriet strove to speak, and in the prolonged silence Barlow bent closer. At sight of the tape still clutched in her hand, he whistled softly. "So that's it," he exclaimed. "Painting tape the color of the license tag and using it to alter or obliterate numbers is a clever dodge used by automobile thieves. Which inmate of the Whitney household comes under that category, Miss Whitney? Your brother John, for instance." Harriet recoiled. "How dare you?" she stammered. "Not content with trying to brand me a murderess, you infer that my brother is a thief? Your abominable insinuations—" She stopped, unable to go on. Her brain was afire. John had known that she was at Walter Reed that afternoon, had even suggested the visit there. Could he have followed in his uncle's car and snatched the paper from her just as she was about to decode the message written upon it? Shell shock had ruined John's health. Had it also broken his morale, deadened his high sense of honor? He would not, could not stoop to the level of a thief, no matter how pressing the need for money. With difficulty, Harriet rose from her half-sitting, half-kneeling position on the hard concrete behind the car and, supporting her trembling frame by clinging to the fender, she hastened along the side of the limousine. As she swung open the door by the driver's seat and climbed inside, her foot trod on a small object, and she leaned down and picked up a leather memorandum book. As Harriet snapped back its pages, familiar squares and X's drawn on the white surface met her bewildered gaze. "Light! Give me light! More light!" she called, and was unconscious that she spoke aloud. Barlow, his ferret eyes gleaming with excitement, flooded the barn-like structure with light as he switched on the powerful electric bulbs, then climbed into the limousine by the girl's side. "A pencil! Quick!" demanded Harriet. "Take down the letters as I call them off. D, no, it's R." Half talking to herself, half aware that she addressed another, Harriet scanned page after page, then glanced up at her companion with flashing eyes. "Come," she ordered incoherently, breathing in gasps. He cannot be far away. They'll surely miss this book. Oh, for God's sake, come!" And she sped into the outer darkness, Barlow at her heels. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. The Confession. The hunchback was some seconds locating the key to the front door of the Whitney mansion, and Terry chafed at the slight delay, but once inside the square central hall, he hesitated perceptibly. "Is your mother able to be up, or is she still ill in bed?" he asked, tossing his coat and hat on a chair. Ruggles, more leisurely in his movements, stopped with his overcoat half off. "She came downstairs for a little while this evening." He folded his coat neatly and laid it on top of Terry's. "It is not necessary to disturb her at this hour." Terry turned on his heel and walked over to the library. It was in total darkness. Wheeling again, he strode across the hall into the drawing room just as Ruggles, who had preceded him, switched on one of the side lights. From the room beyond came faintly the sound of glass touching glass. As Terry started in that direction, John Whitney appeared from the dining room, a flask in one hand and an empty glass in the other. Breathing unevenly, as if from overexertion, white-faced, haggard, his unruly gray hair more unkempt than usual, John stood and eyed them with drunken gravity. Then, as his vision cleared somewhat, he recognized Terry. Rage and other emotions sobered him. Flinging down the flask and glass, he crossed the room and stopped directly in front of the lawyer. "The bonds can go hang," he said in a little above a whisper. "But Harriet, what have you done with her?" "I left her here at dinner time." "You lie, damn you!" John's powerful fingers closed and unclosed spasmodically as they crept upward toward Terry's throat. "Hands off!" Terry's low, commanding voice brought the infuriated man partly to his senses. "Has your sister returned since Ruggles," pointing to the hunchback, a fascinated witness of the drama enacted before him, "left here to go to my house?" John shook his head. "No." Then his voice rose, cracked. "God, where can we find her?" "In the police station," interposed a quiet voice behind them, and turning with one accord, they saw Inspector Mitchell regarding them. "In the police station?" repeated Terry. "What do you mean? Speak, man!" Rushing over, he clutched the inspector by the shoulder and shook him as he would a rat. "Let go, you fool!" Mitchell released himself with some difficulty. "Miss Whitney has been charged with the murder of her uncle." Terry was the first to break the dead silence. "On what grounds do you base so preposterous a charge?" he demanded. "She admitted sending some of the bonds to her mother." Mitchell paused as he observed Terry's violent start. "Secondly," he took from his pocket the dagger and laid it on a nearby table so that all could see it. "This dagger belonged to Miss Whitney, and she used it to kill the Commodore." "She did not." The denial came from John Whitney. His hollow voice barely reached his hearers. His tragic eyes shifted from one white face to another. "I killed my uncle." The sibilant whisper echoed and re-echoed in their ears. No man moved. Suddenly, simultaneously, the three men averted their eyes. It seemed unnecessarily cruel to stare at the human wreck before them. In the deathly silence, Ruggles caught faintly the swish of a woman's skirts. His mother? The hunchback looked about the drawing room desperately. No one was there except him and his three companions. Terry, standing on his right, drew in his breath with a short, hissing sound. "Look!" And following his guiding finger, the inspector, the hunchback, and John Whitney stared at the blank wall underneath the one sidelight turned on in the room. A shadow showed below it, which grew and contracted, twisted and turned, and slowly, very slowly, the distinctive profile of Commodore Whitney was entirely visible on the wall. A piece of burnished steel swished by the inspector's head and sailed through the doorway leading into the central hall. A piercing cry, the tinkling of broken glass, then silence. With the blood drained from his heart, Terry rushed into the hall, only to recoil an instant later against Inspector Mitchell at sight of a pair of clasped hands pinned firmly by the dagger to a shattered mirror. At the base of the mirror crouched Mose, his terrified face upturned. A loud wail came from the staircase where Mrs. Ruggles had collapsed on the bottom step. "Oh! Oh! What does it mean?" she moaned. "I saw those hands waving back and forth in front of the mirror, and now look." She continued to stare at the white hands, reddened by the blood trickling down them, then suddenly buried her face in her son's supporting arm to shut out the sight. "Shadow silhouettes," broke in Inspector Mitchell, as he and Terry assisted Mose to his feet and, as gently as possible, withdrew the dagger. The operation brought beads of moisture on the chauffeur's forehead and a groan to his lips. "I have seen them made by vaudeville artists on the stage, but none more cleverly done than yours, Mose." He aided Terry in binding the wounds with handkerchiefs. "What was your object? To terrify the people in this house?" A snarl prefaced Moses' reply. "Find out for yourself. I'm going to the hospital." But the chauffeur found his way to the pantry door blocked by Harriet Whitney. "Stop," she ordered. Her eyes were shining like twin stars. "Tell them, Mr. Barlow, what we found in the garage." And she stepped aside so that the detective could advance further into the hall. He was still wearing his borrowed chauffeur's uniform, but no one paid any attention to the comical fit of the coat and cap. "Got you at last, Mose," he exclaimed exultingly, "thanks to Miss Whitney's quick wit." Barlow turned to his silent audience. "Mose is the leader in the stolen car ring." A muttered oath escaped the chauffeur. He cloaked his traffic in stolen cars under honest employment, using the Commodore's big garage to house cars overnight, while license tags and engine numbers were altered by his confederates, chief among them being Sam Dean at Hyattsville. "I found a list of names in your favorite code, Mose," supplemented Harriet softly, "in the car in the garage which we chased this afternoon," turning to Terry, "with its license tag number cleverly altered from 9130 to 130 by means of adhesive tape, the color of the tag. Mr. Barlow joined me in the garage, and with his assistance we decided some of this." She displayed a small memorandum book as Moses' bandaged hand went involuntarily to the empty inside pocket of his coat. "How did you come to follow me to Walter Reed this afternoon?" "The boy admitted dropping the oranges and described you." Mose sat down on a chair. He was growing conscious of a feeling of deadly weakness. "I had to have the message and tried first to catch you at the cathedral. The code was one worked out by Commodore Whitney sometime when he wasn't busy, and he showed it to me. I never thought you would guess it, Miss Whitney. He hesitated. "I used it on your mirror and on Mr. Terry's car just to scare you." "For the same reason that you used your ability with your hands to throw shadow pictures of poor Uncle Jim on the wall," broke in Harriet shrewdly, "to make us leave the house so you could find the $100,000 in negotiable bonds." For the first time, Mose grinned. "Sure, I wanted to cop the coin and make a getaway," he admitted. "I overheard the Commodore and Mr. Terry talking about the bonds on New Year's Eve." "And so you murdered him." The exclamation leaped from Harriet's trembling lips, but the eager light in her eyes turned to agony as her brother broke the painful silence. "No, sister, I killed Uncle Jim." He stooped and kissed her as she clung to him, shaking from head to foot with tearless sobs. "I had permission to spend New Year's Eve with Ned Terry, and so, after a party given for Walter Reed boys, we drove around town to see the old year out. Then Ned brought me here. I knew Uncle Jim sat up in his library until all hours of the morning, and going into the garden, I saw a light burning and Uncle Jim standing in one of the long French windows. He let me in, and I asked him to let me have some money. And, he drew his hand across his eyes as if to shut out some frightful vision. When I came to my senses, Uncle Jim lay there on the floor in front of me, dead." Mrs. Ruggles was the first to speak. "I found your permit from the hospital authorities granting you leave to stay all night in Washington, and a half-finished letter to Mr. Terry," she admitted, "when I went through your bundle tonight, John, and I realized I held the key to the Commodore's murder in my hands." "Is that so?" Mose spoke with sneering emphasis, his detestation of the housekeeper getting the upper hand. "I'll tell you what really happened in the library, for I was there, hiding behind one of the long window curtains, waiting for the Commodore to go to bed so that I could get the bonds. Come this way." With one accord, they trooped after him into the library, which Barlow flooded with light. "You sat in that chair there, writing at the table," began Mose, and John nodded. "Yes, I had just scrawled, 'I promise to pay,' when Uncle Jim, who stood looking down, yelled something and tore a corner of the paper from me," he added. "Just so," declared the chauffeur. The Commodore yelled, "I kill!" His hand went to his pocket. He tugged at something, and then I saw a dagger sail through the air. It struck the Commodore fair in the heart, and he dropped backwards, dead. John Whitney gazed at Mose in petrified silence for one long second. "Do you mean I didn't stab Uncle Jim?" he roared. "Yes, you were still sitting in that chair, and the dagger was thrown over your left shoulder. I couldn't see who threw it." Mose pointed an accusing finger at Mrs. Ruggles. "You were here that night, and not in Baltimore." With cheeks entirely ashen, Mrs. Ruggles faced her accuser. "I went to Baltimore." She spoke in odd jerks, her ice-cold hands clinging to her son. "By chance, I met my sister in the station there. She had been called unexpectedly to Chicago. I did my errands in Baltimore and returned to Washington by a late train." She broke down, then, by a great effort, continued her narrative. "I decided to spend the night in my son's apartment." Mose whirled on the hunchback. "Did she?" Young Ruggles looked at his tormentor. "I was not there, but here." A terrified scream broke from his mother. "Hush, dear!" He laid his hand tenderly on her bowed head. "I did kill Commodore Whitney as Mose has described to save John Whitney's life." "What?" Inspector Mitchell drew a step nearer. He was the only one to move in the horror-stricken group. Ruggles took from his pocket a cablegram and handed it to the inspector. "Read it aloud," he directed. Omitting the address, Mitchell did as he was told. "Commodore Whitney, mental case in hospital in London with homicidal tendencies, though cured and released last September. Have affidavits of attending alienists. Terry, Sr." Mitchell folded the cablegram and slipped it into his leather wallet. "With your permission, I'll keep this, Mr. Ruggles," he said. "Will you go on, sir, with your story?" Ruggles sighed. "That cablegram came an hour or so ago in answer to one I sent to Mr. Terry," he explained. "I was only awaiting its arrival to make a clean breast of the whole shocking affair. It is the only evidence I have to support my statement." He sighed again, heavily. "When I came back from my trip south, the Commodore asked me to read proof of his book with him. We came to a dealie mark. At sight of it, he cried with maniacal glee, 'At that sign, I kill! I kill! I kill!' And looking up, I saw dementia in his eyes." "Good God!" The shocked interruption came involuntarily from John Whitney. "Go ahead." The hunchback looked across at Barlow. "Have you that slip of paper which you found in Commodore Whitney's hand?" "Yes." There was a slight delay as the detective searched among his pockets. Then he held the tiny scrap of paper so that all might see it. "That is my eye," declared John. "Exactly, and the Commodore mistook it for a hastily drawn dealie sign, and in his dementia tried to obey its accepted meaning. To kill," explained Ruggles, speaking more slowly. "Since I realized his condition, I had been spending every night here, fearing for my mother's safety. I came in that door," pointing to it, "in time to hear the Commodore's frenzied cry, 'I kill!' and caught the significance of the scene, for I knew he carried a loaded revolver. I was too far away to get to him in time, but I saw the dagger on that table and threw it at him." He drew a long, long breath before continuing. "You bolted, John, and your terror communicated itself to me, and like a fool, I also ran away." The hunchback turned to Harriet. "I would never have let anyone suffer for what I did." Impulsively, she hurried to him. "God bless you," she gasped between her tears. "John undoubtedly owes his life to you. Surely, Mr. Mitchell, you will not arrest Mr. Ruggles?" "He will have to come with us to police headquarters," responded Mitchell, "but we can arrange bail and all that." "Go with them, John. Put up everything we have if necessary." In her excitement, Harriet pushed her brother along the room. "Wait, sister," he protested. "Just a moment, Ned," stopping in front of Terry. "I owe you an abject apology." John looked around at the others. "When I bolted out of here overwhelmed, I was convinced I was responsible for Uncle Jim's death. You see, my brain isn't always clear since I was shell-shocked. I joined Ned and told him I had murdered Uncle Jim. I started to get in his car and found my glove was missing." He showed his hand with its crooked finger. "I knew the glove would identify me, so Ned volunteered to get it out of this room." He spoke with deeper emotion. "I got in his car, but I was too excited to reason, let alone keep still, so I drove off without waiting for Ned to return. Then I abandoned his car somewhere on the way out to Walter Reed and wandered around the outskirts of the city until it was time to report back. When I learned about the bonds, I thought you had taken the occasion to steal them, Ned. Will you forgive me, old man?" Terry's firm handclasp was sufficient answer. "The bonds! By Jove!" exclaimed the inspector, pausing abruptly in the hall door. "Where are they?" "I can explain." Harriet brushed by him and, fitting a key in a small door under the stairs, swung it open. "I did hear what I thought was John's voice, so I came downstairs with my electric torch and went into the dark library. The sight of Uncle Jim lying dead on the floor and the glove, which I recognized as one I had given John for Christmas, caused me to faint. When I regained consciousness, the glove was gone." She sighed deeply. "The floor was tracked with muddy feet, so I got a carpet sweeper and cleaned it and locked all the windows." An exclamation broke from Barlow, and he gazed at Harriet with profound admiration. "You've got grit as well as brains," he exploded. "What's that in your hand, Miss Whitney?" Harriet extended a large leather wallet to Terry. "I never looked inside it when I picked it up off the floor by Uncle Jim's body, but put it in this closet, thinking perhaps it was dropped by John. Are the bonds in it?" Terry drew out the documents and checked them over, assisted by Barlow. "All here," he announced. An oath escaped Mose. "I never thought of that closet," he remarked bitterly. "I stole an envelope from Walter Reed Hospital out of your bag, Miss Whitney. However, the key it contained wouldn't fit in any door in the house. But that closet, nothing was ever kept in it, and I never knew it to be locked. But Uncle Jim evidently planned to put something of value in it, for early that evening he showed me the key in the glass table," retorted Harriet. "And so I thought of it when I wanted to secrete the carpet sweeper. Some queer noise, probably the furniture creaking, frightened me, and I accidentally dropped the key in the letter box and fled up to my room. And then I lost my nerve and lay quaking in bed." Harriet shuddered. Barlow addressed the chauffeur. "Did you try and steal the dagger out of that glass table on Thursday night?" Mose grinned from ear to ear. "Not the dagger. No," he explained, "but I wanted some of those jeweled ornaments locked up in the table. Mr. Terry had walked off with one of our new cars," with a sly wink, "just as Dean was in the garage getting some license tags for it, and we were hard up." "So you are driving stolen property, Mr. Terry?" Young Ruggles mustered a smile and then faced his mother bravely. "Don't worry, dear. Everything will turn out for the best." Harriet threw her strong arms tenderly about the weeping woman. "I will see your mother has the best of care," she promised, and looking back as he followed the others out of the front door, the hunchback realized with a lightening of his heavy heart that Harriet would loyally abide by her word. It was after 8 o'clock in the morning when Ned Terry and Paul Barlow again entered the Whitney Library, ushered in by Anna. "The hunchback is every inch a man," declared Barlow with enthusiasm. "Gee, the way he flung that dagger at the hands in the hall! He told me that was all he saw of Mose. He must have unusual eyesight and great strength and dexterity. Why, Mitchell told me that he did not know which one of you in the drawing room had thrown the dagger." "The hand is quicker than the eye." Terry fingered his cigarette case, then returned it to his pocket unopened. "Mrs. Ruggles told me Mose blackmailed her, having learned she was in Washington and not in Baltimore, as she claimed on New Year's Eve. He tried by every means to terrify her and Harriet and the servants so that they would leave and thus give him undisturbed opportunity to search the house for the lost bonds. He is being held for the grand jury on the charge of stealing automobiles," explained Barlow. "His sweetheart, that pretty Dean girl, is still faithful to him in spite of his crooked dealings." Terry sighed. "Poor girl. Mose is a clever scoundrel. But Miss Whitney was one too many for him." Barlow thumped the table in his enthusiasm. "I'd driven her over here from headquarters. It took me a second or two to lock the car at the curb, and then I joined her in the garage and helped decipher the code in that notebook which Mose said dropped out through a hole in his pocket. There's one thing, though. How did the Commodore's cane get back here?" "Ruggles and I brought it back," explained Terry shortly. He was listening for a step on the stairs, which he had grown to recognize and long for. "John Whitney had it in his hand when he rushed out of here on New Year's Eve and left it in my car. Say, Barlow, don't you want to see the garage again, or Parthenia, or anything? Oh, get out!" in desperation as Harriet came into the room. Neither noticed the detective discreetly vanish through one of the French windows opening into the garden. Harriet let her hand rest in Terry's firm clasp. To have him near brought her a sense of comfort, of happiness, such as she had never felt before. "Dr. McLean, Uncle Jim's family physician, has just left," she explained. "He said that Uncle Jim's mental trouble must have commenced at the time of his wife's death. Aunt Julia expired suddenly while reading proof of a charity entertainment program with Uncle Jim's aid. A correction had to be made, and Uncle Jim shouted to her to kill it. He had a quarter-deck voice when impatient, and he attributed her fatal heart attack to his vehement shout, 'Kill it!'" "Good heavens!" ejaculated Terry. "The idea was, of course, ridiculous," went on Harriet. "Aunt Julia's death was due to a cardiac condition beyond human aid. But," her voice quivered with feeling, "dear Uncle Jim was almost crazed with grief. Dr. McLean says he looked upon himself as a murderer. It preyed upon his mind. Oh, if Mr. Ruggles had not thrown that dagger in time, Uncle Jim would have shot his own nephew because of the Dealey sign." She closed her eyes as she visualized the scene of the tragedy, and a shudder shook her. "Harriet," Terry had grown deadly white, "I tried to help you, but dared not question the ownership of the blue coupe or trace the whereabouts of my own car for fear of directing suspicion toward John. For the same reason, I did not like to communicate with him. I blame myself for keeping quiet about the bonds." "Hush!" She looked at him with glowing eyes. "Did you not do everything while believing John guilty to shield him, even coming back into this room to get his glove at the risk of involving yourself? No, you have nothing with which to reproach yourself." Terry grew closer. "Harriet." His half-teasing, wholly tender tone brought a wave of color to her cheeks. "There is a mystery you haven't solved yet." "What?" Her fingers played with the flower in the buttonhole of his lapel. "What is it?" "The old, old story that never grows old." He slipped his fingers under her chin and raised her head until he could look straight into her glorious eyes. "Shall we solve it together, my darling?" And her happy "yes" reached his ears alone. The end. End of chapter 21. End of The Blue Car Mystery by Natalie Sumner Lincoln.